All right, folks, what's up? Good morning, good afternoon, good night, depending on where your time zone is in the world at this time. This is going to be Bringer Pro Choices number 4. I love talking about this topic, as you can tell by now, and it seems to bring and pique a lot of people's interest. So, without further ado, I'm just going to put the link out there right now. We can just get right into it. So, if you look at the live chat, you'll be able to find the link. So give me just a sec here. Okay, the link is out there, so anyone's welcome to come in and we can hopefully have a good conversation about this. I see Hilarious Zulu's already ready to go. I also see a gentleman here named Jared Tron. I see Johnny Ball is in the chat. How you guys doing? And like I said, we're just going to get right into this. I'm starting this fairly early in my particular time zone. It's 9:14 in the morning where I'm at. So those who tend to be a little behind me, like Hilarious Zulu, for example, this will definitely benefit you, me doing it around this time. So we got some people asking for the link. I'm getting messages, so I'm gonna be giving the link out that way as well. Let's see here. That should be a fun topic. If anybody doesn't know who that, or rather what that intro music is, it's from Bob Ross's The Joy of Painting. I tend to play it every now and again before I start a hangout. It's a show I used to watch when I was a kid on PBS television. Bob Ross is one of the most famous painters in history, in modern history, and he really, really was a very, very talented man, and he was very, very popular. And he always had these amazing pieces of work that just make you just it would just make your eyes just melt off. It was so amazing how good he was. I don't paint. I used to do a lot of drawing, a lot of anime drawing, cartoons, and things like that. I haven't done it in quite some time, but I've been really having this drive to get back into it. So I definitely can't wait to do that. I'll probably have to get a refresher course, like on a YouTube video on um, basic outlining, like in shading, detailing, and things like that. But it should be like riding a bike. You don't forget, generally speaking, and I'm definitely be excited to get back into it sometime. But we have Rojo and we have Zulu. What's up, guys?
Johnny Bob. Shalom, Shabbat, everybody.
Shalom.
I know Brojo hates that, but
No. You can observe the Sabbath whatever day you want to observe.
Are we cool? Are we cool, Brojo? You know you're always gonna be my bro.
Antonio.
I have no problem saying shalom to brothers.
Yeah.
In fact, a church my father used to go to, they did shalom a lot in their service.
You like my attire, guys? Came straight from church.
Yeah, man, you looking sharp there, bro.
Mm.
What time do you get out of church?
If you're talking, bro, Joe, we
Just,
can barely hear you, man.
yeah, turn up your volume.
I know what this is.
What? You just left the hangout. The heck?
That happens
Oh
with
yeah,
him a lot.
Antonio.
What's up?
Yeah. You told me not to say this on live. Doesn't matter. I'll just text you. I was concerning about Didi.
All right. Do I sound louder?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah. Yeah, me either. I don't really have a problem with saying Happy Sabbath or whatever because you can observe the Sabbath Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. So it doesn't really bother me.
I was asked, what anime do I watch?
Wait,
I
Antonio, do you mind if African joins, or have you got a problem with her? Like, maybe she
Oh
has
my
something to say
God.
about abortion. No, Brojo, maybe she has some weird Egyptian abortion like ritual or something.
You know
yeah,
what? I'm gonna
if she
drop a
keep
link.
if she keeps
Ooh,
it
you
on
know
the
what?
topic,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Do you mind if I, Tonio? You don't. No, I don't know how to give her a link. Oh, I have her. I'll privately message it to her.
No, just put it on the group chat. Put the link on the group chat.
Do you mind if I do that? Because the trolls get it when you do that.
No, it's just
Don't
Warrior,
put it
me, you, and
out.
Warrior in there.
Don't put it out in the way that'll give people the ability to snipe, man.
Okay, did it that way.
So I was asked, what anime do I watch? The one I'm currently
Naruto, I watch Naruto.
watching. Oh yeah, I watch Naruto. Watch
One Piece.
Dragon Ball Super. I haven't watched One Piece in a minute. I should start watching it, but I'm way behind, probably like about 1,000+ episodes behind.
Come on, man.
1,000 episodes, crazy.
What about Hunter x Hunter?
Not that one. There's this
No.
one I'm watching right now. It's
Tokyo
called.
Ghoul.
I'm watching this one right now called it's old school, but I'm getting into it. It's called Gungrave. It's really good. Um, I'm watching
Have you seen
one.
Berserk? Have you seen Berserk?
Yes, I watched that years ago, man, and they recently brought
They've
it
done a new
back.
one. They've done a game for it as well. The game looks sick.
Yeah, that's probably one of my most favorite animes of all. Berserk. It was so good. It was too bad that they originally canceled it and didn't really finish it, but I'm so glad they brought it back.
Mm.
Howie, add African God in here.
Can you do it? Can you put it on the chat?
I'm trying to.
All right, I'll add it then. And should I add Warrior, or does he seem like a troll?
He's a black Hebrew Israelite. I don't know if Antonio went to that today.
Your volume is low again, bro, Joe.
Uh-oh. I said he's a black Hebrew Israelite, so I don't know if you want that in your company today.
I mean, as long as they keep it on the topic of abortion, I don't care if they're BHIs or not.
All right, there we go. Is that better?
Much
Is
better.
it okay? Great. I don't know why it does that. All right. I'm gonna use the link that you sent. All right.
Yeah, the link that I posted, rather, don't use the link that I sent. Use the link that's out in the chat right now.
Okay. Okay.
It's just after 3 o'clock where you are, Zulu, isn't it?
Yeah. Wait, Brojo, how come you've got two accounts?
A lot of people got more than one account. I don't know why Brojo uses both of them, though.
No, but it's almost like he uses them both at the same time. Like it's so confusing sometimes.
Yeah. I don't want to give out my secrets here, but well, I'll say it when I usually add both a few of my accounts in here. I'm probably gonna start doing that with different names, just because when the trolls get in, when they remove one account, I can quickly remove them and keep the call going. So I usually add two accounts at always. So if I'm removed, I can easily join back in.
Smart.
I did, now they know. So now I got to do something else.
So you have it on two different devices.
Dude, there's a method to this madness. Just that's all you need to know.
Yeah, how can you have two accounts under the same computer?
Well, you figure out a lot of stuff when you be on here on G Plus long enough.
Man, Tony, I gotta ask you a question. I think everybody who's watching is wondering. Do you look like your picture on there?
I'm sort of. This pic was
Yeah,
made by
you do kind of look like the picture.
this pic was made by a good friend on Google Plus. So I think it sort of look like it. I think it does a good job anime wise, I think. If anyone's seen any of my other videos where my face is actually showing, then they can compare the two and judge for themselves.
MP, I think he's gonna join.
Yes, looks like it.
And Tony, you've been on camera before on your videos?
Yes, I got several videos with me
Yeah,
on camera.
Oh
I
wow.
like the video that you did. I like the video that you talked about black people and parenthood, and like how they. I like that video. That was kind of cool. I learned a lot
Oh,
from
I
that one.
think I see it. No, that's not
Are
you.
you talking about the fact that black people they complain about like white privilege, but they're killing babies and stuff like that?
Yeah, I like that one. That was one of my favorite ones. That was actually
Oh,
cool.
I'm glad you like that, man. But I think it's the truth, though, man.
And I like the liberals one as well. Act against
Mhm.
conduct when they conduct whatever.
Cool, man. There'll be more like that coming pretty soon. But for those just entering the room, I am talking about the abortion issue. So if that's an issue too controversial for you, then it is what it is. You don't have to talk about it, but that's the issue on the table right now.
Hold on, what's the issue on the table?
It's not
The
so. It's not
abortion
pre-sub.
issue.
So it's not pre-sub.
Oh, okay.
You said
Abortions.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
What's
MP,
hold up,
what's up,
hold up.
bro? MP.
Hold up. Let me say something real quick. Harrius, what's precept? And I don't want to change the topic. There's so many
No,
people
yes, exactly. Don't change the topic, man.
Okay, well look.
I'll go ahead and let this slide real quick. Go ahead
Antonio,
and ask your
please. I don't
question.
wanna. I don't wanna answer, please. Please.
What do you think it is? Because I'm aware that it starts with God.
Look,
And so if
I-
I quote a scripture, you're going to call it automatically precept. And I don't know what we can do in this call because we're arguing from a biblical position. So none of us.
Well,
tell you what I
here's the
think it
thing.
is.
If you don't want to answer hilarious, then that's cool. You don't have to answer on air. Maybe I could talk about it off air.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing, bro.
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah,
because me and Harriet just went at it for like an hour.
yeah, that's cool. But some of the people who just came in the room. What's your position on the abortion issue?
I'm totally against it, man. I mean, I believe that that I'm even against jerking off. To be honest with you, but that's a human being. You do not
Oh my
have the
gosh.
right. You do not have the right to take a life. Period. That's murder. And I don't understand how our society don't see that, but I understand we live in a wicked society. But no, abortion is definitely murder, man.
Absolutely, I agree.
I feel the same exact way. My thing's like that's a soul that's coming into this world that didn't even have a chance to experience life yet. Nobody
A
has the right
soul.
to take that away.
Yes, I agree 100%.
Like I don't, me personally, abortion is like out of the questions. Like because like
Out of
that's
pocket.
a soul. That's a soul that's coming into this world that's getting ready to experience life. And you just took it away from them. So then they got to go to a different route to get in here again.
Mhm. So what do you guys think if the person is raped? Which, by the way, that's a really small percentage. I think it's 0.5% of people who get abortions due to rape. So it's really a non-issue to begin with. People say, what if they get
Yeah.
raped? That really doesn't happen when they get they
Wait,
usually just willfully get abortions because they may have had sex with their boyfriend, don't want to keep the baby, something stupid like that.
yeah, but African, what would you do? Like, if it was rape, would you say, yeah, kill the baby?
Honestly, even like I really would because that's still a soul. It's still life. He didn't ask for that. He didn't ask for him to get here that way. That's a life. No matter how you want to flip it, turn it, twist it. That's a life.
There's a long version to answer that, and there's a short version. I'll give you the short version. Does getting an abortion take away the pain of rape? Yes or no? I think most people answer no to
No.
that question. Even long after a woman's raped, 10 years, 20 years, sometimes You have a situation where a woman is struggling with that for the rest of her life. I mean, that's a very, very traumatic event, and an abortion doesn't deal with that. So I think this idea that abortion should be permitted in that case is a terrible idea, because that's not the problem. The emotional pain of rape is the problem, not the pregnancy.
Mhm.
But do you know, like if anybody gets touched, that's with them for the rest of their life. They're literally permanently scarred for the rest of their life. As a kid, a woman, a man, doesn't matter what you are. If somebody touch you, you're permanently scarred.
If someone touched,
Yes.
no, I don't want to make lightly of that. Sorry.
But again, that was just a short answer. There's a more robust, longer answer I can give that outlines the context of why I say what I say. And I think a lot of people who hear it are generally satisfied by the longer version.
Can you explain the long version, please? I want to hear it.
Well, the long version goes like this. We got to consider what will happen if a person who gets raped, like you rightly pointed out, like anybody can be scarred by a rape, but it doesn't matter whether you're a man, woman, kid, or whoever. If we look at um, the possibility that someone does not conceive in a rape situation, what will we do to help these people out? You're still dealing with a situation that is an emotionally heavy situation. It has heavy emotional gravity. So what will we do to help such an individual? We comfort them, console them, get them to certain professionals who know how to address those issues, who spend their life in helping these sorts of people in these situations. We got to consider the possibility of a person not conceiving, well, a woman anyway, because a man's not going to conceive, obviously, but a woman not conceiving from being raped. What will we do to help this person out? And I think we can do the same things to help a woman out if she does conceive from rape. We can do the same things. And none of those things have to do with killing a child. We don't have to. If we don't have to talk about killing a child when a woman doesn't conceive, then I think we can do those exact same sorts of things. And you completely can address the issue without talking about killing her child. Now, because emotionally difficult situations happen to people, it's not an excuse to kill an innocent human being. I mean, we ain't going to sit up here and say that someone losing a family member or friend or a loved one or something like that, they don't choose to lose people that they love. And that can get them into a mode of depression if they don't deal with it very well. But just because you don't choose for that to happen doesn't mean that the way you deal with that depression is to start killing other people. I mean, if you have people that really love and care about you, and if the person who died that you cared about truly, truly loved you and cared about you, they'd want you to move on. They wouldn't want you to live in this downward spiral of depression for the rest of your life. They want you to get the help you need to give and move on. And if you got people that love and care about you, that wants to help you through that emotional ordeal, else can you blame if you slap their hand of care and concern away? If they're reaching their hand out to you and you slap their hand away, who else can you blame if you want to stay in that depression? You are the only one to blame at that point. So if you look at it like this, if a woman is in that horrific situation, that's a horrific situation. There's no question about it. But you have people that can show her that although this is a horrible situation, it can be turned into a positive thing. There can be beauty which comes from the ashes of this event. We can show her that we can love her and her child, and that something great can come out of this, and that we need to focus solely on justice for the person who did this, not on taking it out on her child. If she refuses that and just say, no, well, I just want to just not be pregnant at this point, then she can't blame the pregnancy for that. She can't blame anything else for that. So that's the long answer.
Well, good morning to everybody. Obviously, I'm just going to be straight up, and I disagree with just a couple of things. I think there's a difference between, your definition of a child and from when it becomes a child. I don't believe a sperm and an egg is a child, nor do I believe when zygote, or when the sperm fertilizes the egg, that's a child. I do believe there's a difference between a child that's 6 months in the womb versus a child that's 1 month in the womb.
Well, that's
I believe
quite a
that.
separate question than the rape
Yeah.
argument, though.
No, I'm just explaining my position because everybody else kind of explained their position. With the rape arguments particularly, I don't, if I always figured it this way, if a married woman got raped, I don't believe that she should be forced to keep the rapist baby. I don't believe that if a child got raped who was maybe 13 years old and got pregnant, I don't believe they should be forced to keep their rapist baby either. I believe there's a middle ground in between this. I don't believe it's an all or nothing. I do understand that there's a conflict between rights, the rights of the mother to have autonomy over her body and not let the government force her to be a gestation device for a baby. And I believe there's a right of a child who is viable to live. I do believe that there is, and I don't believe there's ever an easy answer. I believe anybody who says abortion should be legal in all cases is an extremist, and I believe someone who believes that abortion should be illegal in all situations is also being irrational. I think there's a mix between the two, and I don't believe we understand where that point should be or agree with that point, but I don't believe that it's an easy question to be answered.
But like I said, you're talking about two different situations. You talk about when the unborn becomes a child in your position as opposed to whether or not abortion is justified in the case of rape. Because if you talk about one question, which suggests when does the unborn become a child, then it doesn't matter what justification you're talking about for abortion. With that part of the question, even if one just conceives in consensual sex, whether they use contraception or not, if you're dealing with the issue of that the unborn has not become a child yet, then it doesn't really matter what justification there is for abortion at that point. Any justification can be given if you're talking about the unborn is not a child. So I'm just saying that's a separate case from when we're talking about rape. I mean, I understand that you disagree, but I mean, I'm not sure why you would bring up the whole issue about when the unborn becomes a child or not. If
Antonio, can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Like, not to cut nobody off. I agree somewhat with what MP is saying. I don't think, first of all, I don't feel that our government really have a moral. I don't think they're in a moral position to determine, what's right or what's wrong, really. But I'm not saying that I think a woman should be put to death or locked up or anything like that. Now, in Christ's kingdom, I'm pretty sure we understand that there won't be any abortions because it's just morally wrong, But at the same time, I mean, it's still murder,
Mm-hmm. Again,
I wouldn't take it upon myself to, kill someone because he committed it. Hey, let's get a lynch mob together and burn her at the stake. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, can we agree that it's wrong?
Well, I think it's a non-issue again because most abortions don't even happen because of rape. Like I said, about 0.5% of abortions actually are due to someone getting raped. Most of the time, it's not. That's not really the issue at hand when people are getting abortions.
Right. I mean, let's be honest. The real issue at hand is people are having sex, they're getting pregnant, and they're trying to run away from their responsibility.
Right. Yeah, and I think it's this whole thing about rape is a scapegoat to kind of make a case for something that's really not really, you can't really make a case for. But go ahead.
It is definitely a scapegoat, but I think I addressed the issue of rape quite specific and quite in a detailed way. I'm not saying that that answer satisfies everyone, but that's my take on it. I think we got to deal with the emotional problem, not the effects of what happened from it, like the physical effects of the pregnancy. I think we got to deal with the emotional problem. That's the thing here, and I think we can easily show that the child that's conceived is not connected to this rape.
But what if this is a married woman
Right.
who gets raped by a stranger, and now, if she conceives a child through that, at a point we're saying that this, that she should be forced to carry the stranger's baby, or even, let's say a 13-year-old child who gets raped and is pregnant. Then we're saying that 13. So, and that's my point. I don't think it's an all or nothing. I think there's
Again, it's a
gray areas
non-issue.
here that I think there are gray areas here that we have to, if we're talking about just the rape issue, there are a lot of gray areas that you can explore. But then if you're talking about just the whole rape issue and the percentage, yes, that is a red herring. Rape, incest, and are red herrings when you talk about the rape, because they're extremely small amount of, I think, situations where people get abortions and rape, which I do think is justified. If you got raped, or if it's incest or something like that, I think you should be able to get an abortion up to a certain point. But if we're talking about just abortions in general, we're talking about 70% of the abortions that do occur, or like 68% or something like that, occur before there's any nervous system or brain development. They occur in the first trimester. The fetus is the size of a pea. Most people wouldn't even consider that to be a baby. There's a difference between, I think, that type of child, something that's maybe a couple of cells or a bundle of cells big, versus something that's 6 months in the womb. I think we can all agree upon that. And I think what we're talking about is, if you're saying abortion should be legal in all situations, that's a different argument. I'm talking about, I believe they should be illegal in certain situations, but where's that fine line? Is it when soon as the sperm fertilizes the egg, or are we talking about when the babies are able to live outside the womb? So I think there's a gray area here, and some people can argue for the gray area. Some people say there's no gray area. This is black and white. And to answer the other point, I do believe the whole process is an immoral process. I do agree with that. I do agree abortion is immoral, but I don't think we should look to the law to determine morality, because in some places it's legal for prostitution, it's legal for drugs, and some people it's even legal to commit adultery on your wife. But that doesn't mean, it is legal to commit adultery on your wife in some states, but that doesn't mean the law is moral. It just defines relationships between people. So the law is not moral in all cases.
I want to talk about something that you brought up. The idea about, should a woman be forced to carry that child? Now, here's the thing. When people bring up a point like that, they're looking at the word force. And when they look at the word force, it appears to have a negative connotation to it, or unjust connotation to it. But here's the thing. When we're talking about the subject of force, let's look at it this way. If a woman delivers a newborn child and she doesn't want to raise that child, the extent of her responsibility is to at least get that child to a safe haven location. For those who don't know what safe haven locations are, there are laws in places like here in the United States where I live, which would allow a woman within like the first 30 days or so after she has a child to take her child to a safe haven location. These sorts of locations can be at police stations, at hospitals, places like these.
Firehouses too, yeah.
Yes, firehouses. Yep, that's right. And she can just literally drop her baby off at those places and leave without being held legally responsible for it.
Excellent point. Excellent point.
Now, the extent of her responsibility if she delivers a baby into the world, the very minimal extent of her responsibility, at least, is for her to get a baby to a safe haven location. She can't just have her child and throw her baby in the dumpster. Now, would you say, oh, should she be forced to take a baby to a safe haven location? No, it's a responsibility. When we're talking about things regarding responsibility, you're gonna have force incurred necessarily.
Right.
So when you use the word force, you gotta be very, very careful how you're using that word, because if we're morally or legally, or if we're responsible for anything in life, for especially when we're talking about other human lives, if we're responsible for these lives in one way or another, we're going to be forced to be obligated to them in one way or another. So I don't get this angle when we talk about, oh, are you going to force her to do this? Or are we talking about responsibility? Of course, force is going to be there.
Yeah. Can African goddess? What do you think?
But say it again. I'm sorry. Say it again.
What do you think about the whole issue and everything that we've kind of dived into?
It's a like tricky subject, to be completely honest. Like you have to like really go into depth with it. Like I like how he explained it, but like it's still like to talk about, because like you don't want everyone to force anybody to do something they don't want to do it, but at the same time you can't avoid responsibility. If you create a child, you got to take care of it. That's just what it is. But now, like we talk about being like people being raped. That's like a totally different thing.
Can I say something?
Which is a non-issue, again, a red herring.
Right, let me say this real quick, right? And it is kind of a non-issue because, like Bro Joe said, most abortion cases, when it comes to rape, that's like what, 0.5%?
Less than 1%.
Less than 1% of the cases. So at the end of the day, that is kind of a moot point. I think that's just being used as a scapegoat, or just to have a reason to do it. But I think what Antonio said was very key. Even if you were raped, or you did have a baby due to incest or something like that, you still don't have to commit murder. You can give that baby up for adoption. You could drop it off at a firehouse. It's murder, period. Murder is not something that our laws determine if it's right or wrong. It's always been known that murder is wrong, So, I mean, anyone on the side of that argument, I think you've been thoroughly defeated already,
I don't know. I don't agree with that, because if a woman, and again, we're all talking about, because the subject of rape was brought up in this conversation, and trying to kind of understand from that perspective. So it is a red herring, I think, if you're trying to say abortion should be illegal. I would agree with you, but since we were talking about this particular situation, I believe objections to that view are justified. And what you just said, I believe, is true. We are talking about murdering of a baby in the womb, but I believe when we narrow it to the focus of, let's say, rape, we're talking about, let's say, a woman who could have been raped on day 1, goes to the hospital on day 2, find out that she has conceived, and I am saying that she should be allowed to abort that baby, not go through a 9-month process of having that baby. Now, if you guys find that the fertilized egg in her body at that point is a baby and should be protected, and this is respectfully, I respectfully disagree. I respectfully disagree with that. I respectfully disagree that a 2-day-old fertilized egg in a woman's body should be subject to those type of rights that we have.
That's a separate discussion, though, man.
No, when we were talking about rape, and how and when abortion should be accepted in the rape context. But I do agree with Bro Joe 100% that this is extreme. We're talking about extremely minor abortion. We're talking about extreme minor cases in abortion. We're not talking about the overall view.
Let me ask you this, MP. So is the 2-day thing that you talk about with that child in the case of rape any different than the 2-day thing you talk about in the case of, like, say, consensual sex, and she just conceived when she didn't want to?
Hold on, can you say that again? My chopped up.
Because you talk about the whole thing about, I don't know if a 2-day clump of cells or whatever is a child. But here's the thing. You talk about a 2-day clump of cells with the rape situation. And then we talk about a 2-day clump of cells with a woman who's conceived in consensual sex with or without contraception, but she just wasn't ready to be pregnant. Are those cases different in nature to you?
Oh yes, definitely. I think
even if
they're
you're talking
different.
about, even if you're talking about a 2-day clump of cells in both cases.
Yes, I think those are. I think there are different cases. I think there are different. I think they are different because of the way the woman got pregnant, and I believe they're different in the way people look at the outcomes. But from my perspective, I believe in both situations they should be legal because I wouldn't consider that bundle of cells to give those bundles of cells protections as if it was a 6-month-old baby who could live outside the womb on its own.
But
Ultimately, my question is ultimately how those situations really that different from an ultimate standpoint if you're only talking about a 2-day clump of cells. Any justification should be permissible if you're just talking about dealing with a 2-day clump of cells by your perspective, should it not?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. From my perspective, I believe both the women in either perspective, a rape perspective or a consensual sex perspective, should be able to have an abortion in that particular way. But if we're talking about a perspective that all abortions should be illegal, then I believe there is a big difference between someone who has consensual sex and someone who is raped. I'm the married woman, a 13-year-old child. I can say that again. And I'm not trying to appeal to an emotional argument. I'm just trying to appeal to at least some reasonable exceptions that I think we all can agree that in some of these instances, it may be permissible to allow women to have an abortion.
What if somebody paid a woman $1 million just to get pregnant and to abort as soon as she found out she was pregnant? And she did this, let's say, 10 times. Would you think she should still have the legal right to do that?
No, not at all.
Okay, so I sent the
Why not? You're still only dealing with a 2-day clump of cells. And if she does that 10 times, she only deal with a 2-day clump of cells 10 times. Who cares?
the thing is, why don't you just give the baby up for adoption, even if it's rape or whatever, instead of killing it off?
No. I want to really push MP on this. Like, what I'm saying is, if you're dealing with a 2-day clump of cells, and she gets, let's say she gets paid $1 million. Oh crap! Google glitch happened again. I'm gonna wait for him to come back in because I really want to press him some more on this.
I'm surprised.
Right.
I thought he would.
yeah,
Anyway,
I think
like,
the statistics in the
like I
chat.
was saying, what I'm saying, MP, is why should that be illegal? Like, let's say she gets $1 million each time she conceives, and she just aborts as soon as she finds out she's pregnant. If you're only dealing with an early clump of cells at that point, who cares if she does it just to get money and just to get pregnant intentionally? Who cares?
All right. In my perspective, from my perspective, I believe yes, she should be able to do that. I personally would not have a legal problem with her doing it. I would have maybe a moral problem with her doing it. I would say I don't think that's moral, but I don't believe it should be illegal. Maybe because I agree. I don't believe at that time that those bundle of cells are protected. But then I also want to make the point that we don't, if we're going down the rabbit hole of when should those bundle of cells be protected, we're talking about before a nervous system, before any of these things that we even identify as being human have even developed. We're talking about potential life at that time, because even a lot of fetuses are aborted. I forgot what percentage, like 40% or something like that, before they even attach to the uterine wall. So if we're going down that rabbit hole and saying those bundle of cells should be protected, then we're talking about millions and millions of these things dying, maybe possibly every day, that aren't protected. So there's a lot more to it. If we go down a rabbit hole, then it's just I think we're trying to make it seem.
So
Hold on,
real
Antonio, real quick. I just want to say this. I think it's a lot deeper than just a bundle of cells. I mean, from my understanding,
Right.
the sperm is pretty much has a destiny from the minute it hits the motherfucking womb. I mean, pardon my French. The minute it hits the womb, the sperm kind of knows what it's doing. It kind of knows where it's going, and it knows it has to get to the egg, and then the egg is not living, but the sperm is living, and then the egg it nurtures the sperm, and then it grows up, and then it turns into a baby. But who are we to say, oh, it's just a bundle of cells?
That's true. MP, so you telling me?
Oh, hey, can I get my piece on this real quick?
Real quick, let me ask MP this question. So, MP, you telling me there's a moral problem if a woman gets pregnant for fun and gets abortion, it's just for fun. As long as she does it, as soon as she finds out she's pregnant, if she just does that over and over again, you're saying that's a moral problem?
Yes, just like I believe that it's morally wrong for instance, for people to pay for sex from prostitutes. I believe that's morally wrong. But if I was in Las Vegas or wherever where it's legal, it would be legal, but I would still consider it to be morally wrong. So that's kind of the way I believe abortion is. I believe abortion is morally wrong. I believe it's morally, it's not the right thing to do. If a woman came to me and said, I'm considering to have an abortion, my first response to her would be, well, let's see what are the options can we see except having an abortion. I'm not immune to that thinking. And I do agree with you guys. I understand where the moral position is, but we're talking about it in the context of a legal position. And then I have a disagreement with you guys because even though something we all may find something to be immoral, that doesn't objectively mean it should
I'm
be
not
illegal.
questioning you on the legal issue. What I'm questioning you is where does the moral problem come from if she just gets pregnant for fun and she's just only killing just cells? Where does the moral problem come in?
Why do I feel that that isn't a moral
Yeah,
act?
and she's not killing a child, is she? Who cares?
No, I don't believe she's killing a child, but
So
I
where does
believe
the
that.
moral problem come in, though?
Well, personally, my personal moral objection would be is that, before you commit an act like that, there's also mental issues that you have to do, sometimes physical things that you have to do. There are a lot that goes into that procedure and even doing that, even if you can just take a pill or not. And I would always tell people that, hey, maybe, and even long term, she could actually think of it herself as a child. So my moral objection to it is one based on my own perspective of why I believe that this act of itself is a big decision for anyone to make, and I don't trivialize it, and I don't trivialize your points either. But what I'm saying is that to the person who's making that decision, this is not something that you should do for fun, not something that you should do for pleasure. This is something that you should take seriously, not because you're carrying a baby at this point, but because of the implications that could be farther. Because you could have, like, for instance, in Roe v. Wade, the person, the woman who sued the state of Texas in Roe v. Wade, by the end of the trial, she said that was one of the worst things that she could have ever done, was that decision making abortion illegal, because she came to Christ and she said that.
This glitch happens quite a lot. I don't know what Google did in their updates to cause this glitch to happen so much. If you're on the mobile app, it just drops people out. It's really dumb.
It's all right.
Keeps dropping us. So, well, listen. So I'm sorry, but one thing I want to say is, listen. It's been great talking to you guys because you guys have great perspectives. I'm still going to continue to listen in. I'm going to have to run because unfortunately I have two kids.
MP, come on, man.
No, it's great talking to you. I love talking to you guys, but I have to run. But listen, everyone, take care. Thanks for the respectful conversation, and you guys have a wonderful day. If you guys are maybe another hour, I'll be back.
All right, and
See you later, bro.
Peace, MP. And I just want to say this when you leave. The bottom line is this: if you don't want kids, don't have sex. Period.
I agree with that. We can agree with that. Yes.
If only it was as simple as that, my friend. If only it was as simple as that.
No, what is as simple as what? If I don't want to go to jail, I don't steal.
I gotta say something real quick. I appreciate this moral issue that MP talked about, but the problem is you can look at the moral implications, whether a woman is doing it for fun or whether she's in her own subjective view seriously analyzing the situation. If she's like more serious about it than a woman who just got pregnant for fun and got an abortion just to get paid, you gotta still look at the moral issue even in that perspective too. Because if you're saying it's morally bad for a woman to just conceive just for fun and getting abortions, then who's to say there is no moral issue in any other case? You can't just get this moral issue or this moral idea out of nowhere, but not consider a moral issue whether a woman does it for serious reasons or not. I just don't understand where his argument is leading to, where he makes the connection. I think he's just sort of making up a moral thing, and using that as an argument if that a woman shouldn't get an abortion for fun, but there's no ought in his argument. There's no moral ought that she shouldn't do it, other than he subjectively thinks that it's a moral issue. I just don't get where he's making the connection.
Right. The only connection I've seen him make or try to make was that it should be perfectly fine because this thing is only a bundle of cells.
Right.
It's simply a bundle of cells. It's simply just a thing. And since it's a thing, there's no moral obligation toward it. And I disagree with that because who's to say, I don't think it's just a bundle of cells. Whether it has a face yet or whether it has developed eyes yet, it's still a living soul.
Don't you think that it's the case of the lesser of two evils? Don't you think that there are situations where abortion is the lesser of two evils?
Well, here's the thing. How do you know abortion is evil to begin with?
Well, it's I mean that in the colloquial sense. The lesser of two evils, as in the least worst option.
That is a very good question. How do you know it's evil to begin with? That is a very good question.
Well, I don't think abortion is evil.
Okay, then the statement the lesser of two evils makes no sense then.
No, but I just clarified it. What I mean is that I'm using it as, you've heard the expression, right? When something is, you've got a situation where choice X is the lesser of two evils. It's just a colloquial. What I'm saying is that you might have a situation where abortion is the least worst option.
Well, just say least worst or the more or less preferred option. Don't throw the word evil in there. Because usually when people use the lesser of two evils, that they're literally implying that something is wrong, but something is more wrong than this, or less wrong than this.
That's okay. Well, fair enough. It was just an expression. I'll take your point. But I mean, if you're going to, someone was saying earlier about giving a child up for adoption. What if the mother can't go through the pregnancy for health reasons? The child will still have to be born to be adopted.
Well, here's the thing. If a woman doesn't know that, if there's one thing we can consider if pregnancy is threatening her life down the line. That's one thing we consider, but if a woman knows beforehand that she would not be able to carry a pregnancy, then what in the world would she be doing pregnant in the first place? If that didn't happen by such a thing like rape, for example, what would she be doing pregnant to begin with if she couldn't carry a child?
Well, there you go, right.
But we've already talked about addressing stuff like rape and whatnot. What I'm saying is, let's take rape off the table because rape doesn't justify any and every case broadly. You can't use extreme circumstances and say that because of this extreme circumstances that abortions across the board are magically justified. That's not how it works.
Well, it's not really extreme because it's I know what you mean. Well, I know what you mean, but it's not. I don't think it's really fair to say that that's extreme in the sense that because it happens. People unfortunately get raped.
It's extreme in the case that it's not the vast majority of pregnancy situations.
No, I agree.
What I'm saying is this: if we take we take just rape off the table altogether,
okay,
where does your argument lead then?
Well, my position is that abortion should always be an option, and that if someone wants it, they should be able to have it. I think that when people go for abortions, they're supposed to have counselling, and they're supposed to speak to someone first. I don't think different territories notwithstanding, I think it's supposed to be the case that you are supposed to talk to someone rather than just be given the option first. But nonetheless, I would say it's just simply a pragmatic position that wants to have it, they should have it. And if they're having it for reasons that seem trivial, then we have to deal with why they think that that's an alternative. If they're using it as a form of birth control, or they just want to be, you know, promiscuous or whatever, and abortion can make that life very difficult. I think that you need to look at why that sort of attitude is in society to begin with. I think that's the real problem, or that would be the real root of an issue if it is a problem. I don't know, but I don't think you can just simply take abortion off the table.
Right. I mean, that's
I
why
think
I
it's
said
just scapegoating.
Why would you sit
Right.
up here and say that a woman can use it for a good or bad reason? Here's the thing. If we're talking about the unborn entity, which has no rights or is not a child, should not be legally protected or something, who defines whether it's a good or bad reason? Who defines that?
Well, it would be at the end of the day. There may be different circumstances. I can't think of every circumstance off the top of my head, but I think that if the woman is determined to go through with aborting her child, it would be better for her to have access to a safe and legal means to do that, rather than be driven to, let's say, a backstreet clinic and a coat hanger.
You didn't address my question. Who determines whether a reason is a good or a bad one?
Well, it would be down to the mother, I guess.
Okay, so if a mother determines whether the abortion she get is a good or bad reason, then who is to tell her that if she aborts for fun, just to get $1 million or something like that, that's a bad reason?
Well, what I'm saying is that if she has a meeting beforehand with a counsellor who would talk to her about the consequences, including the physical consequences of abortions, because there are, you know, she could be left infertile, it could have all sorts of consequences. There are many women who have abortions and come away feeling psychologically affected as well. And they would talk to her about whether it would be better for her to keep the child and so on and so forth, including things like adoption.
I mean,
But in the end,
But who says she should have to talk to a counselor? If she doesn't want to and she just wants to get the abortion, who says she should have to? I mean, if she is the determining factor and whether what she's doing is right or wrong, who says she should have to do anything?
well, in the end, and then if you're going to, I don't think you can force the issue. If she's determined not to speak to someone, then there's very little you can do about it. I simply think that in the end, you have to allow, you have to have a safe and legal means for people to have this process. If you have a society where people are properly educated into their rights, their bodies, the consequences of having sex, and so on. Hang on a minute. You know, the consequences of having sex and promiscuity and all the rest of it, then I think you'll find that's a better route to dealing with these issues, rather than simply saying abortion should be illegal, and you know, it's murder. I don't think that's productive.
The point is,
I mean,
you're talking
real
about.
quick,
All right, go ahead,
real
man.
quick, I mean, if that's the case, then we should have a protective place for anything that people do that's immoral or that's illegal. You know, we should have a protective place for people to smoke crack. We should have a protective place for people who want to commit pedophilia. We should have a protective place for thieves. I mean, come on, everything is going to go back to something.
Well, I don't know. You're drawing a very dodgy moral equivalence there. I mean, to mention paedophilia, come on, man.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay, so that's outrageous, right? The pedophilia is outrageous, but killing a living soul just because you don't want to deal with the responsibility. Mind you, you're the one that had that baby, that laid down and had sex. That's okay. We can have a supportive clinic for that.
He makes a great wait. He makes a great point, because you're just arbitrarily saying without any basis that when you're dealing with the unborn, that they're no different, or rather they are different in nature than like kids who are raped by pedophiles and things like that. You're just arbitrarily saying they're different. You don't really have an argument as to why. You just kind of just asserting that and begging the question.
Well, let me explain. I mean, I'm not saying that when a child is aborted, that's a good thing. It's a tragedy. What I'm saying is, this is why I said earlier.
A
It's
good
the
thing
least
based
worst
on
option.
what? It's you only dealing with a clump of cells. Who says it's a good or bad thing based on what?
Well, we all do, surely.
But
I mean,
based on what?
you keep. Well, I'm speaking from my own personal set of morals.
Why do you say it's not a good thing? You only killing a clump of cells. You're not killing a
Well-
child. Who says it's who says it is or a good or a bad thing? Why would you say it's not a good thing? You're not killing a clump of cells. Who what? Who cares?
Well, because it's a life that would, in ideal circumstances, flourish and grow, and because the consequences of an abortion, which is an invasive medical procedure, can be devastating. That's what I mean. It's not something I personally celebrate. I don't. You know, when I speak someone saying that abortion should be allowed and all the rest of it, I'm not speaking because I think from a point of view that says it's a wonderful thing to have happen. I'm saying it because I think women's bodily autonomy is the most important aspect. We don't live in an ideal world.
What I'm saying is we're not dealing with this idea that we're killing a child according to the pro-choice argument. Who says that it's a bad thing? Where does that come from if you're not killing a child?
Well,
Who says
I'm
it's
speaking.
bad?
Well, I'm speaking from myself. And the woman that has the abortion in whatever situation will make her own decisions based on her own set of values.
Okay, then you just think it's not a good thing. She can think it's a great thing. She can think it's a fantastic thing if she wants.
She may well think it's a great thing. Whether it actually is a great thing may turn out to be something different for the reasons I've given.
But
because
it's
of the
so
consequences of the abortion.
subjective. So it's entirely
Well,
subjective.
Well, to a degree, but I believe.
Wait a minute. What
that I'm a
degree is it not
subjective-
subjective? You said to a degree. So what degree
Because
is it not subjective?
Because there are physical consequences to having an abortion. She could be left infertile.
Wait a minute. So the physical consequences have nothing to do with the child she killed. It will have to do with her.
Well, true, but they are still part of the process.
Okay, it seems like every part of this bad thing you're talking about has absolutely nothing to do with the child. Eventually, it has to do with something involving the woman.
Well, no, I did say that it involves ending a life or a potential life, depending on which stage we're talking about of the pregnancy.
So, what is the bad part in which we're talking about? It deals with the child rather than the woman affected in one way or another. What part is the bad part, if any bad part at all?
Well, to me, it's a tragic situation because a potential life has been ended. But again, that's, I think, sometimes the lesser. Well, I won't use that expression. The least worst option.
So
That's just life, I'm afraid.
ending a potential life is bad.
I think that's a simplistic way of looking at it. That's what I mean by saying it's the least worst option. I personally wouldn't want people to have abortions frivolously. If they do, I think that's probably overrepresented by people who are pro-life. Not to impugn anyone's opinions here.
But this
However, go on.
go ahead.
No, go on.
Oh, I was just about to say, this argument makes no sense to me. You could be dealing with a life that's potentially a serial killer. So when you say this is a potential life and getting an abortion is bad because you're dealing with a potential life, so what? What if this potential life is potentially a serial killer? So what? Who cares?
I don't think that seems a bit of a strange argument. We know that it's going to be a life. We don't know whether that life is going to be, one that inflicts more pain on the world, do we? I don't think we can make decisions based on assuming that a person being born is going to turn out to be a serial killer. We don't raise children thinking my child's going to be a serial killer, do we?
Oh, okay. So we can't do that, but we can make other arbitrary decisions based on our personal feelings to get an abortion, but we can't make it on other arbitrary things like the child could potentially become a serial killer. That makes no sense.
I mean, at this point, real quick, not to cut anyone off, but at this point, I think we all can agree that there's many other options other than abortion. I mean, even if a woman was raped, which is very, far in between in those cases, but even if it was the case, you still don't have to do abortion. It's other options. You can give the baby up for adoption. Hell, you can drop the baby off at a fire department if you chose.
Yes, exactly.
Of course.
I
don't disagree with that.
I
don't disagree with that. What I would say though is that the woman's choice and woman's bodily autonomy has to be
okay. So does it become about revenge? Because let's say a woman was raped, so now you're killing the baby out of spite of the man that raped you.
I don't know where you got that from.
Because there's other options other than abortion. You can, like I said, you can give it up for adoption. You can drop it off at a fire department. So what would be the purpose of a woman killing that baby? What would be the purpose of that? And by the way, I've seen the fetuses that they suck out of the woman's womb, and those are human beings, man. At the end of the day, those are pretty much what would be the point of killing it when you have so many other options?
Right.
That's my point.
Go ahead, Black. Black was trying to say something.
Even in the cell stage, it's still a human being. I mean, seriously, what difference is there between a human in their cell stage than they're going into a fully grown baby? Seriously, there's no difference between that. If you ask me, that's just trying to escape from reality. If you're trying to take away its humanity or its personhood, because it's just in its natural stage that every one of us goes to become a baby and then grow into adults that we are right now.
Yeah, and I want to press this I don't know, he goes by like G or something like that. I want to press him on this some more.
Isn't it G consciousness?
No. But anyway, you say it's not a good reason to get an abortion or whatever if we could potentially look at it as this child could be a serial killer or something like that. But why do you focus on the potential there being a bad argument, but you don't look at the potential in other aspects being a bad argument?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow what you. I don't understand what you mean.
Look. You are saying when a woman gets an abortion, she's killing a potential life, right? But she can do that based on her own subjective view that that's a potential life. That's perfectly fine. That's justifiable. But it's not justifiable for her to get an abortion if she is dealing with the potential that child could be a serial killer. So why is one potential justified and the other one not?
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, if you're putting that as something a woman could say when presenting to have an abortion,
yes.
If that is her reason, I would still argue that she has the right to do it. I don't agree with it, with that reason at all. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. But I think that the principle of her bodily autonomy still takes precedence. And I think if people think like that, and assuming they're not in some way delusional or something, because that just seems like utterly far-fetched to me, I would say that the problem is somewhere else, not with the abortion.
Not to cut anyone off. Real quick, Black. Real quick. I just want to say this real quick. I don't feel that anyone has the right to take a life from anyone unless it's in self-defense, unless someone's trying to harm you. And we all know that babies, yes, they come out of wombs, out of their mother's wombs. We know this. But that baby is going to grow up to become an individual. And I just don't feel that no one has the right to deny that, whether you're the mother, the father, whatever. When there's so many other options that we have, why murder? I just don't get it.
The extent of what they argue is that a woman may feel uncomfortable carrying that child for 9 months. That's it. That's literally their only go-to. But we feel uncomfortable doing a lot of things in life.
Yeah, but you can't just. I don't. Sorry, I don't believe that it's
Okay.
right to force a woman to endure a pregnancy she doesn't want to go through. I don't think that's right.
Okay. So
Wait, can I say
going
this?
back to the force thing I talk about, like I said, like in the United States, a woman at the very least has an obligation to get her child to a safe haven location when she delivers this child into the world. She has to get at least, that's the extent of her responsibility. If she doesn't do that and she like throws her baby in the garbage can or leaves her baby in the middle of nowhere or something like that, she will be legally held responsible. So are you going to say, oh, she should not be forced to take her child to a safe haven location? Would you use that force argument then?
Well, she's had the baby at that point, hasn't she? That's a slightly different situation. At that point, the child has been born.
Hold on, can I say something? Real quick, Antonio?
No, wait. Why is there a different situation? You're talking about, oh, we should not force her to have this kid. Well, in the same light, we should not force her to take this baby to a safe haven location. Why do you arbitrarily treat one different than the other?
Well,
Right, and not only that,
wait.
Antonio, I just want to say this real quick. There's a sister in the chat room named Sydney Mika Moore, and she said, a woman don't have the right to not have consequences to their actions. So we're ignoring the fact that this woman had sex. She brought, and she's not being held accountable.
Exactly. Thank you.
do you think that the father should be prosecuted?
If you
as well?
had sex and got pregnant, then yes, you should have to deal with the uncomfortability of carrying a child for 9 months.
If the father participated in this action, I think he's a total scumbag if he tries to shirk his responsibility and leave this woman behind to deal with the responsibilities of the child on her own. And I think he should be held responsible too. In many aspects, they want to keep that sort of thing from happening. That's why the law tends to favor women more often than not in cases like child support and things like that.
Yeah, can
Well,
I say something now?
Yeah, go ahead, Black.
Okay, can we all not just agree on this, okay? A woman has full rights to her body before and after sex. No, I mean before sex. You know why? Because you're making a choice. What happens during sex is all on your own. You can do whatever the hell you want. But if something happens after that, and as a result you get pregnant, no, you don't. There is no bodily autonomy or whatever the heck you put it as. You're not your own person after that, since you have another human being living inside you. That person has to be born, and then once that's over, you can go and decide for yourself whether you want to have sex again, and then possibly make the same stupid decision.
And
So
the
the child
autonomy
rights-
argument is stupid anyway. And one gentleman put it like this, and I think
I
it's a
totally
great
agree
point.
with Black 100%. Sorry, Anthony. I totally agree with Black 100%. I just wanted to say that. That was perfect. That was very well said.
Oh, no problem, man. And the whole autonomy argument is stupid for a number of different reasons. But there was this one gentleman who made an excellent point. Let's say you have a private plane and you are flying this plane. You own this plane. You're the pilot of this plane. And you had like some sort of party on this plane. You are flying wherever in the world. You have your little entourage with you. Oh, he didn't make it this way, but I'm kind of adding some particulars to it myself. But it was basically the same point he was making. But anyway, let's say you're the pilot of this plane. You're the owner of this plane, and you have your little entourage with you. You got your party on the plane, but somebody who's on the plane got on there without you knowing about it. Like there was an uninvited guest on the plane that you don't know about. And you're like, where did this person come from? Like somebody takes control of the cockpit, you go into the passenger area where the passengers are, and you find this uninvited person. Like, what is this person doing here? This is my plane right now. I didn't invite this person on this plane. Now, in that situation, could you say, oh, it's my plane? This person has no right to be on my plane right now. Could you, enact a right over your property and throw this person out the plane? No.
let me add to that, Antonio. We okay for anybody who has a car. Yes, that car belongs to you, but you both know you don't get to do like whatever you want to that car. Like for example, you cannot drive however you want with your car. There are certain lanes that you have to drive like at certain speeds and stuff. We all know that just because you have a car, just because it's yours, you can't do whatever you want with it. It's the same thing with the body. Just because this is my body doesn't mean I can use it to kill somebody or hurt them or rape them. But my thing is that why the heck is that not in, why the hell is not that not applied to abortion? Because we all know that abortion is taking another person's life. Plus, it's hardly going to do any harm if the woman can just give birth to it and then give it to somebody else if she doesn't want it, and then she could be on her merry way.
Well, it's not quite as
Exactly.
simple as that.
And that's the thing, man. Like I said, for the plain example, you can't sit up there. You may not like the fact that this person was an uninvited guest on your plane and you didn't choose them to be there or anything like that, but you don't have a right to kill them. Now, what you
Yeah, but
can do is take a plane to a nearest location and then say, you got to get off my plane right now. And there would be nothing they could do about it. But you have a right to like just throw them off the plane and like kill them? No, you
yeah, but
don't. You
the
can't
difference.
exercise, property over your plane and say just because you didn't choose for them to be there that you get to kill them. You can't do that.
Well, the difference is that you and your plane are two separate things that you're not really attached to. A woman and the bod and the embryo, baby, whatever stage it's at inside her, are intimately connected. It's not quite the same thing, and it's very easy to say that the woman can just give up the baby and be on her merry way. Again, it's not as simple as that because she will have carried the child, and there would have been some form of bond there. So either you force her to keep the child, which will be potentially less than ideal, or you're forcing her to undergo having to give up a child, which is not an easy thing to do.
So if it's about wait.
Like
Go ahead, Buck.
what bond are you talking about? Talking about like an emotional bond or physical bond?
Both.
Oh, then she wants the baby, then she can just keep the baby. That's it.
And here's the thing: if it's about being like physically attached, then what do you say in late-term pregnancy where they still physically attached? What do you say? And when the newborn baby is delivered, but the newborn baby is still attached to her umbilical cord. Does she have the right to kill the child because the child is physically attached to her?
What do you mean? Does she have the right to terminate the birth or something after
Does she have the right to kill the child because the child is physically attached to her? Because if you're going to go, well, it's not the same thing because they're physically attached. Well, what about like if you look at the third trimester, like 30 weeks in the third trimester, the child is physically attached to her. Does she have a right to kill the child because the child is physically attached to her? If she delivers the child and the child is still attached to her via the umbilical cord, does she have a right to kill the child?
I believe that abortion should be available up until birth. I don't want that to happen. I mean, if a woman was to have an abortion the day before she was to give birth, I would find that extremely sad. I wouldn't think that was a good situation. I think it would be awful. But I would still say she has the right to do that. If it was after she'd given birth and you're talking about a child that's still connected to, well, I don't think that really applies because the umbilical cord is cut pretty much straight away. So I'm not sure what you mean there.
I mean, you can cut the umbilical cord right away, but before it's cut, the child is still attached to her. So by your logic, she can have that child killed.
No,
I wouldn't support that.
Because in most countries, you're immediately given rights.
But you're kind of moving the goalposts here. We're not talking about what the country's laws are. We're talking about the argument itself. Of if this entity is attached to you, you get to decide whether that entity lives or dies.
Well, I think you're being I think you're exaggerating a bit to sit there and
no, that was the argument you gave.
No. I think to argue from a position of while the baby is still yet connected to the umbilical cord, that it would be okay for the mother to somehow reach out and strangle the child or something.
You the one
I
who
think
talk
there would be
about if
deeper
the
issues
person.
there.
You the one who talk about if the person is attached to you. That's what you said, not me.
Well, it's inside the woman, isn't it? Before birth, the baby is intimately connected to the woman because it's inside her, it's inside her body.
If the baby is attached to her inside her body as opposed to attached to her outside the body, then it's magically different.
I don't really see it with difference. What's the difference, man?
Well, I think at that point, when the baby has been born, I think there is a difference. I mean, it might not make sense, it might not seem logical, but that's my position.
No, it doesn't seem logical because it isn't logical. You're talking about.
Sorry,
it goes. It goes through the birth canal. It goes through the magical birth canal, and the baby is still attached to her body technically, but because the baby magically went through the birth canal, there's rights there. Although the attachment is still there. Come on, man.
We gotta let him finish, Antonio.
Yeah, I think you're putting forward a very, very, very extreme example to try and sort of. It's a bit of a gotcha that you're trying to play here. It's a bit of a trap that you're trying to walk me into, and I'm trying to be honest with you and saying that look, I don't take pleasure in abortion, and if a woman was to have an abortion late into her pregnancy, I would not. I wouldn't get up and cheer. But
I just want to say this real quick, y'all.
No, it's not.
Hold on, real quick, Antonio. Can I say this real quick, y'all?
Was he done yet?
No.
No, he was done. He was pretty much done. I just want to say this real quick, right? I'm sorry, y'all.
Well, he said he wasn't done. He said he wasn't done.
All right. But I gotta leave soon, Antonio. I just want to say it was a pleasure to be on this show. Peace to all of y'all. And all I'm saying is this, man. To the audience, I'm saying this to the audience listening, right? You kill a baby, I don't care if his nose, if he could have been about to get his nose a week later before you decided to rip him out of the womb or her out of the womb. That baby is going to stand before the Lord and it's going to tell on you, man, because that's a living soul. And it's going to say, listen, Lord, I was just about to get my nose and my lips, and this person had me ripped out of the womb. When you do things like abortion, there's a dark cloud that's going to follow you. And I just say this to the audience. You don't have to believe it. I'm just putting it out there just to put it out there, man. It's wrong. And with that, I give my love to all of y'all, man. Peace.
All right. Have a good one, man.
And not only that, I mean, seriously, what if that child testifies of how he felt? I mean, that child's being ripped apart and being sucked in the womb. I mean, imagine how that would feel.
Yeah, man, and I gotta press you some more on this, man. You talk about I'm trying to trap you. No, that's the logical conclusion. You said it's a different case if the child is directly attached to you. That's the logical conclusion of your reasoning, dude. I'm not trapping you. That's the logical conclusion.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That you're using logic to try and do a bit of a gotcha when life is just not as cut and dry as that. Sometimes these logical positions don't bear out in real life. I'm sorry. If I seem inconsistent, then I'm happy to live with that.
So it's okay for you to argue your position and be inconsistent with it. That's what you're telling me?
I didn't say it was okay. I said it's just how we are.
Okay, this is
how I am. Let's put it that way. Maybe you're a better man than I. I think that's fine.
It's an untenable position. If you're gonna admit to that inconsistency, then you can't say that the airplane example, in essence, is no different than the pregnancy situation.
Well, I can, and I explained why. I said that it's not the same because an airplane is a machine made out of metal and all the rest of it. And the pilot or the owner of the plane is a person that's not attached to that plane. At best, he might think, I like this plane, so I spent millions and billions of dollars on it. The person bearing a child in her body, that's a very profound connection, and I don't think the two are comparable.
You say they aren't the same at the behest of you being inconsistent.
Well, don't dismiss everything.
Wait. Let me see this. Can I say this?
Yeah.
Okay. We all know that. Okay, in your example, the plane is the property of the guy you were talking about, right?
Sure.
Would you consider that same thing for the babies at the woman's womb?
I don't know, because property is a funny old thing. It's bodily autonomy would, I suppose, grant her the right to decide what she does with her body and the child within it. So I suppose so. Go on.
No, that's it. That's just what I wanted to ask. That's it.
Okay. Well, I suppose I do, but property implies a non-living, an inanimate object like a plane. I don't think you can really make a comparison.
What was that?
I said I don't think you can make a comparison, as I say, because a plane is a material object and a child living inside its mother is not. It's
No,
living.
but if this argument is going to be about property, does that person not have a right to their property and who's in the plane? Do they, or yes or no?
Sure.
Okay, then how come you can't say that person shouldn't be able to have that person that they didn't invite on that plane tossed out the plane? It's their property.
I didn't say they couldn't. I wasn't commenting on that particular example. If you own a plane and you want to kick someone off it, go right ahead. I'm not, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, if you're saying that they can do that, then how are you going to say that the situations are not the same?
Because the situations aren't. As I say, the child and its mother are a biological symbiotic pair, whereas a plane is distinct from its owner. It's a machine that is not directly connected to the owner. It's not living inside the belly of the pilot, is it?
But you agree that if you don't invite somebody on your plane and you find out that this person was there for whatever reason and you don't want them on your plane, and you can toss them off immediately, whether they live or die is of no consequence. You agree that you can do that, right?
Yes, but it's a different situation.
So, okay, so you are really going down a very, very messed up slippery slope here. You're basically saying that if you are dealing with a situation to where people interfere with your property rights, that you could do things, you can do things even results in their deaths.
No, I didn't say that. I said that a woman should have the rights to decide what happens to their body.
Okay.
What they choose, I might not agree with, but I think their right to have that opportunity and that freedom to decide trumps your distaste for the outcome.
In the same way that the person who owns the plane can have someone they don't want on the plane who they didn't invite on the plane toss out the plane. Who cares whether they lives or dies?
Can I ask this? Why are they favoring the mother over the child?
Because the mother is already in the world, and because it's important to protect the rights of women.
But I don't understand how protecting another life by denying one supposed right to kill that life would be denying a woman's right. I mean, a woman has the right to have sex with anybody she wants, but as soon as she gets pregnant, we're talking about a life inside her. So at that point, it's not a matter of her life, of her rights. It's a matter of preserving that life or not.
Well, it's not. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on.
Trying to determine like if she's justified, if she even has like an actual perfect reason, like maybe her health is going to deteriorate, or she has some sort of sickness that's going to get worse by the pregnancy. Like suppose she has cancer and she has that child within her, she has to take chemotherapy, but that will cause the child to die.
Yeah. Like I was saying, you can have different situations that fall under the same sort of framework. Just because the situations are different doesn't mean that particular frameworks they fall under aren't the same. We're talking about the right over one's property here. Ultimately, if you're going to talk about bodily autonomy, then why can't you talk about property autonomy, like the plane you have? If you can justify killing
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
What we're talking about here, does it pertain to who it benefits?
Well, the mother is a person living in the world, Okay, that's just the position we take. You can make the argument that the life growing inside of her is her equal as a living being. I don't think I would share that. I think to put the life of the mother, the host, if you like, secondary, I think is counterproductive to women's rights and to human rights, in fact. And I think women's rights are important because pro-life politics is often quite misogynistic and doesn't do a lot to advance the cause of equality in the genders.
Could you explain to me how denying the right to kill a baby is somehow denying women's rights and is somehow misogynistic?
Right.
Well, because it comes a lot of positions that are pro-life are quite patriarchal and advance positions that simply deny women the right to do what they would want to do with their bodies.
None of us are denying that. I mean,
no, you might not be, and I'm not suggesting that you are, but you're not the only people that are pro-life on planet Earth.
Well, check this out.
Get that, but
check this out real quick. In my experience, the overwhelming majority of people that I've worked with in the pro-life community are not men. Most of them are women, and I think a lot of my female friends can attest to the same thing. Now, if that translates to the fact that you have more women against abortion than men, could you honestly make an argument that it's misogynistic?
Well, women might support policies that are misogynistic by being themselves the products of being socialized within a misogynistic society.
Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Wait, now you really opened up a can of worms here.
Wait. Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead, Black.
But dude, I really don't see the connection here. Like, how is denying the right to kill another life inside you have to do with misogyny or patriarchy? Like, that's not even oppressing women. We're talking about protecting the life inside them, not taking away any rights that they currently have.
Well, I'm saying that it can in some it is in some cases in some societies a consequence of that. It's not in every case going to be that's the situation, but it is necessary for the flourishing of women in society to have the freedom they need to have. And if that freedom entails making decisions that we would find distasteful, unpleasant, etc., then I'm afraid that is the price we have to pay in order to have that equality. That is why I also said earlier about education, so that people can make better choices. But I think abortion has to be there, because otherwise you are denying something that is necessary in some cases, and to deny it across the board, I think is very counterproductive.
The lady in the comments made a great point that you're talking about internalized misogyny. Yeah, her name is Sydney. She made an excellent point. That was a great point, Sydney. And you were talking about women have internalized misogyny now, G. Are you serious?
Some do, yes, some do. I mean, you mentioned, I responded saying that to you, hang on a second, to you saying that you had a lot of friends, the majority of the people that you knew were pro-life were women. I think that's what you said. They may have all sorts of reasons for that. I'm not suggesting that all of them have internalized misogyny, but we live here in the West, and you in America, I guess, is a male-dominated culture.
But you making that based on your personal conjecture, not on any actual evidence that you can pin down for the general populace of women who are pro-life.
Wait, gee, don't you find that dishonest to label some women as being internally misogynistic, whatever the hell that means?
Thank you.
Like, don't you find that dishonest a little bit?
No. I'm not saying it to be insulting.
But it's conjecture, though. It's total conjecture.
I'm not trying to insult people. I'm just stating what I believe is a fact.
I know that, but I'm just saying, like, don't you think that's intellectually dishonest?
No.
But it's total conjecture, though. You don't have any evidence to connect that other than your own personal assumptions and conjecturing.
Okay. I mean, I don't have anything to hand. You're right. I'm speaking from my my opinion and my understanding of society.
So
if
if
you disagree, then fair enough.
If your whole argument is based on total assumptions and conjecture, then that means you could be wrong. And if you could be wrong, then you can't just sit up here and be like, your argument has some sort of strong basis to connect to internalized misogyny. Okay. But here's the thing: it's not even as if misogyny, determines whether the unborn has rights or should have rights or not. That's a different issue. But since you bring up the issue about misogyny, I just find it fantastic that you make this argument about internalized misogyny based on your own assumptions and conjecturing.
Hey, G, let me ask you this: like, why do you claim that some women who are pro-life have internalized misogyny? What's your reason for this?
Well, as I say, because we live in a society, Western society is generally male-dominated, and that's what we call patriarchy.
Well, no,
patriarchal culture with patriarchal values.
Wouldn't patriarchy just mean that the men rule everything and are deciding everything and are just disregarding the rights of women? Isn't that what patriarchy is?
Well, it means a culture that is dominated by a particular what you might call macho set of values, a set of values that are traditionally associated with masculinity and such. Women living in that kind of culture can also buy into those values.
So let's say
wait. Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Black.
But one of those masculine values also be intertwined with feminine values, because some feminine values would require women to like look presentable, look nice, be modest, and like not just be like cold-hearted towards their kids, like you're speaking as if masculine values and feminine values are just separate, but wouldn't you agree that they are intertwined in some way?
And yeah, in a way they are, because those values, women should look nice and wear high heels and whatever it might be, are part of patriarchy.
Yeah, but it's the same thing for men. We can't just be out sticking up, or else we won't get any women.
So would a matriarchal society be better, in your opinion?
I don't know what that would look like. I don't know how you would define that. I'm not making a value judgment. I'm simply saying, I mean, I could, but I'm just telling you how things are. And when you say that you have lots of women, who are pro-life, I'm suggesting that the reason some of them, and I'm not saying all of them, could be because of that culture.
Patriarchy obviously refers to men dominating the society. So matriarchy would prefer to women dominating the society. Let's say modern third wave feminism grows and you see a shift to women dominating the society. Would that be magically better? You can't have the patriarchy, but for some reason, when we see this shift of feminism grow, it seems to be shifting to more of women should be in control. And it doesn't seem to be an argument of equality. It seems to be an argument of supremacy. Like, for example, if you look at a lot of child support cases, and we can even couple this with abortion, women more often than not are heavily favored in those cases. So you have it to where a woman can get an abortion, but even if she carries the kid, she can drop the kid off to a safe haven location within 30 days. But even if she decides to take care of the child, then the law heavily favors her on child support and things like this. She can adopt the child out if she wants to. So in many aspects, things heavily favor the woman. How can
I
you
think
say
you're
that we're dealing with, cases that are patriarchal or a patriarchal society if the women seem to have more choices than men do?
Well, my question is, do you feel that the children should go more to the mother or more to the father then?
I think they should go to the person who's the most responsible. I wouldn't pin it to one person or another. If we're going to
Right.
talk about true equality, then we should look at people as individuals, not as men dominated or women dominated. We should look at
Well,
people as
that's
individuals.
But on
that's
average, women are quickly making more money than men and are more educated overall than men are. So that's why they get the kids more in general.
Well,
Wasn't that because the education system is more catering to females and not men these days?
right. And if that's the case,
No, it's
yeah.
just generally that female. It's generally
Wait,
that female.
real quick. We in a patriarchal society, but women are somehow coming out on top in a patriarchal society. You see how that makes no sense at all?
I disagree with this aspect of a patriarchal society in general, but I do agree that there is some form of male dominant social aspects in the political climate.
Well, let me just. Patriarchy doesn't just simply mean men in charge. It's a set of values, and those values can affect and do affect men as well as women. All men having a great time, and all women, chained to the kitchen sink. That's not what it is.
If you're going to pin this down to a set of values, then you can also look at it as a set
Can I
of
also
values. Real quick,
Go ahead.
you can also look at this as a set of values. If women are dominating and women are the ones in control, you can pin it to just a set of values there too. The argument can apply to both sides. Go ahead, Black.
Okay, okay, how about this? How about some set of values? How about values are equally shared among men and women? Like men and women have values that are instinctively objective. Like both men and women need to not stink, need to look presentable if you want to try and attract each other, and none of us are gonna like somebody who's haughty or like crazy and all that stuff. Like what if this is just objectively instinctive in women? Like they know that no man's gonna like it's gonna like a woman who's like maybe impolite, not modest, stinky, or all that stuff.
I don't. I think firstly you're arguing from within the culture that I'm talking about. So you would have been socialized within that like the rest of us. So a lot of these will still be the same. Would be values handed down from that culture. So you're saying isn't it good that women look a certain way because men wouldn't find them attractive otherwise? But that certain way is because that's how we've been socialized. That's all.
But can women equally be culpable of inequality and unfairness and injustice like men can? Yes or no?
Yeah.
All right, that's cool. So why in the world are we constantly shifting this to men, like making men to be these sort of unjust, irrational, just like
I'm not. That's not what I'm not, and many feminists don't.
What he's
That's not the
saying
argument.
is, what he's saying is, and correct me if I'm wrong, what he's saying is that men dominate the political, social aspects for the most part in Western society, right?
But what I'm telling you is the playing field is equal to
I don't think it is. Sorry, go on.
okay, why do you think the playing field is not equal for men and women to succeed?
Well, you've heard of the glass ceiling, right?
Yes, and I think it's a bunch of crap, but go ahead and explain your point.
Well, that's what I would point to, the existence of a glass ceiling.
You ever heard of the glass cliff before?
No, I haven't actually. What's that?
It's an interesting phenomenon in that when women are given position of power, they are usually given position of power to be scapegoats in the failure of companies or organizations.
Oh, I hadn't heard of that.
Right.
How interesting.
So like when
Well,
women,
yeah.
so when usually women gain power of position, it's usually right when the company fails to straighten. Well, these are what the feminists would say. I disagree. Usually the feminists would say that it's usually to dominate the male aspects of it, but I disagree. But there is an interesting phenomenon of when women are held in some position of power, that's right when the company starts completely going downhill. And it's not because she's bad at doing her job, right? It's just she's put in position right when the company is failing to become a scapegoat. So the glass
Right.
cliff.
Okay, interesting. I've no idea how often that I don't know. I've never heard that before.
I'm not sure if it's very common, but you can just look up like glass cliff, and then there's like a Wikipedia article that lists all of the CEO and management position of women that was in major corporations and businesses that were considered glass cliffers, I guess you want to call them.
Right. Oh, interesting. So, Antonio, when you said that the people that you knew that were female who were pro-life, are they religious? Do they share your religious views, or some religious
I would
views?
say the majority of them are, but there's a substantial amount that are not.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm pro-life, for example. I'm at least on the moral side of it, and I'm not. I don't share religious beliefs with Antonio.
You know what? No, let me say this. Your name is Ocean, right?
Yeah.
The ocean, fresh, pure water, and your morality is fresh and pure. I like you
There's
already.
no fresh water in the ocean, but
I know. Just trying to make a joke.
oh damn! I
But-
come in here to talk to G, and then he leaves. But I think that I'm frustrated with the internalized misogyny argument that he was making.
Yes.
It's like
Yeah,
whenever a
you
woman
get-
disagrees with you, they have internalized misogyny, right? That's
I disagree as well. Like
Frustrating.
That's pretty. I mean, it's just a feminazi crap that they came up with.
I just don't understand. That's just a fantastic connection. I think it's just made on assumptions and conjecturing. I don't understand where they get it from.
there's arguments for it, but he's not presenting them very well.
Yeah.
He's just saying we're in a male-dominated society, so women who disagree with me must have internalized misogyny. And that doesn't follow.
The
No,
brain
not
walks
at all.
into the patriarchy.
I can even grant him the patriarchy. It still doesn't follow.
I mean, I think here's the thing. You can't turn around and have women who say, I believe in men who take control, and then turn around and complain about a male-dominated society or something, things like this, because a lot of women who are, in my opinion, worth their salt as women tend to like men who do take control. It's these extremist feminists who try to neuter these men to death and don't want men to be men.
They want to be men. That's why they look like men.
That's a kind of a different situation.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm kind of interested in like how, I guess, G is defending the internalized misogyny point, because it doesn't make sense to me. I guess he's back now.
Yeah.
It seems like you're saying when a woman disagrees with you, there's internalized misogyny.
No. I'm saying is that some of the reasons that some of Antonio's friends, and I'm not saying all of them, could be because of patriarchal culture and the values that espouses. I'm certainly not saying that they all. I have no idea. I've never met these people. I'm not going to generalize. They could have all sorts of reasons.
I don't understand why you're
entitled to
like. It seems like you're denying them agency
No,
because you've heard of a position they have.
Well,
no, I don't think so.
from what I was 97% of U.S. women agree with the first trimester abortion, but slightly majority, 51%, has disagreement on second and third trimesters. So like I don't understand how that's like patriarchy stuff, right? If majority of the women agree with first trimester and they disagree with the second and third one.
Well, it could be all sorts of reasons. I mean, without speaking to them, it's impossible to know. We can't know. I mean, Antonio says that this is their opinion, and that's fair enough. I would say that some of it is because of that.
I just don't agree with this argument that women are like unequal to men as opposed in terms of saying that, you know, they have it like difficult or harder to be successful in today's society, that things are unjust against them. Like they don't have the potential to make the same amount of money. They don't have the potential to advance in their fields in the same way. I just think that's ridiculous. If you look at a lot of studies, for example, you'll find that, and I don't have these on hand, I have to go get them, but I've read tons of studies which show that women can advance for a number of different reasons above men. And we can see this in a male-dominated society or a society that just hates women allegedly, or just thinks women are inferior to men. I just don't find the evidence to fit that at all.
I don't think it's perhaps misogynist is the wrong word. It's more a case of not so much hating, but it's just feeling that men and women have certain roles, and that males are more dominant. That's really what it's about. It's not.
But then,
you know,
but what do you mean by males are more dominant? That they're like have more value than them? Is that what you are saying?
Well, they control more positions of power in society. They male values, or what are seen as I suppose traditional male values are championed and seen as seen in a certain way, a positive way, as good things to have.
I can grant you the patriarchy and it doesn't really affect the abortion argument. The arguments still remain pretty solid for life, even if you like sure, patriarchy exists. So
but now that we're on the subject of feminism and alleged inequality, I want to really parse this whole thing out. Where do people get this idea that in today's society, in most Western cultures, women do not have the same opportunities as men to progress?
I mean,
if you want to get into that conversation, I'll wind up siding with G ultimately, because I think that there are some issues with opportunities being provided to women.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I want to go down that road. I'm happy to stick with abortion. That's probably more interesting.
Right. I think the abortion conversation is more interesting as well. Plus, I want to fight with G.
Oh, you don't want to fight with me?
I'll fight with you too. I don't care. I'll just fight.
Well, Olsen just fights with anybody. He doesn't care. He's his own man, and I appreciate that. He doesn't just go off and side with anybody just because of whatever. He was someone I would actually call a legit free thinker, unlike a lot of trolls I see who follow certain big people, like, for example, the Amazing Atheist. I think the vast majority of his fan base are not free thinkers. They're just a bunch of puppet fanboys.
I'm not technically a free thinker, Antonio, because I'm not an atheist. So all the free thinker labels reject me. In order to be a free thinker, you have to have a prescribed opinion.
You have to have one that fits the framework of
right. You have in order to be a free thinker, you have to conform to the rest of the free thinkers.
It's internally contradictory, but that's funny though.
Hey Jay, I carried you. Fuck off. But yeah, no, it's like in the abortion conversation, I'm perfectly willing to grant the patriarchy. I'm perfectly willing to grant that women have less opportunities, so on and such as. It still doesn't necessarily affect the crux of the argument that has to do with the definition of life. And
I see the
I think
point
the
you're making.
internalized
Yeah.
misogyny perspective, when it comes to women that support abortion or to support
Well, I
pro-life,
tell you what,
doesn't make very much sense.
I'll withdraw the internalized misogyny. That was probably the wrong word. So I would that I shouldn't have said misogyny, because that implies something I think a lot stronger.
Right. It's, to me, that seems to suggest that if a woman acknowledges a certain definition of life, then she's playing into some kind of woman hatred, which I think that the two are fairly independent. I think you would probably agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't really making that statement as anything more than just this is perhaps why some of Antonio's friends think the way they do. It wasn't. That's all it was. So
I think that some, like maybe some of the people of Antonio's association might have that opinion for religious reasons, and you might be able to make a patriarchal argument for Christianity.
yeah,
But that's a pretty loose connection between the two, because it is in the pro-life movement. There's actually a lot of atheists as well. There's
sure.
a good friend of
yeah.
mine who's like hardcore pro-life atheist. She's got like 7 children or some shit. It's ridiculous.
No, that's fine.
But she's very like wants to defund Planned Parenthood, all that stuff. So that's her world, and I don't know if she's considered. I wouldn't really consider her somebody she's definitely an anti-feminist. I don't know. She's kind of an odd bird. There's not very many atheists that are like that, though. I'll grant that.
There is this lady who was pro-life who also debated Matt Dillahunty. She was an atheist too. I don't know if any of you guys seen that debate.
No, I don't listen to him.
Matt Dillahunty.
No, well, it doesn't really matter. I find him a bit. He just does my head in. I think the guy's a bit. He gets really angry. I can't listen to him. He cuts everyone off all the time. I find that frustrating. But that doesn't matter.
I'm gonna put you on hold now.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's a smart guy. I mean, he knows what he's talking about. And obviously, I sound like an atheist. I am an atheist, in case that wasn't obvious. But
I am totally not an atheist.
I mean, I think abortion is a tragedy, but I think it's a necessity. I don't, that's really what I'm saying. I'm not.
I don't have a real moral position on it. I only just see it as a social economic aspect of legitimacy, I guess, if you want to call it that way.
But you told me earlier that it's the woman who can decide, like, the basis for the reason she gets an abortion. I mean, I don't really think you can frame that as necessity versus just, she just has this legal right to do this. But where do you get the idea that it's necessary?
Well, that's, if I can answer, I mean, that's where I hold my position on abortion based on the economic side of abortion, right? Like, I'm not going to fight with the whole moral argument because everyone had a different interpretation of their own morality, right? So I only strictly look at it in the most logical standpoint, and that is, on average, single mother makes about $25,000. A pregnancy costs about $12,000 to $15,000, so that's a huge portion of their income. There's over 100,000. There's well over 100,000 children in the United States that are still up for adoption, with the median age of a child still waiting for adoption is 7 years old. And the cost to adopt.
Hey, Antonio, can I invite Onyx?
Onyx
Yeah,
cool.
go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, Onyx is a cool guy.
Yeah, I'm about to say, do you want me to drop the link in the chat or something? There's a lot of people that want to get in.
Yeah, that's fine.
And the average cost to adopt is about $10,000 to $30,000, and then the median income to a two-parent family or to a couple family about $51,000. So there's huge subtraction of economic losses based on of pregnancy, the medical bill, on top of the state or the national cost of raising each child, and each child are continually living in foster care, which increases the cost as well as the social, I guess, damaging in general due to the fact that foster homes are not very stable homes. And it's just so many social economic aspects that it's kind of feel like I don't think it's a necessity. I just think that I think abortion is necessary due to those issues at hand.
That seems like a totally separate issue, though, because that would not encompass all abortions. It seems like
No,
it would be an
because
argument. It would be a separate argument you have to make because, well, if a woman can
no,
afford to
because
have a child, well, wait a minute, let me finish.
mhm.
Well, if a woman can afford to have a child, what if she's wealthy? Well, she's a billionaire, and if she just wanted to get an abortion anyway for whatever reason, would you wouldn't use the same argument for her situation. So what I'm saying is you are talking about different circumstances and situations which will require separate arguments if you're going to talk about abortion.
No, because
This is the
88.
reason why I think that the conversation needs to get down to elective abortions just from an individual without like should that be legal or is that situation moral? And that's like there's a lot of extenuating circumstances that you can throw into an abortion situation. Economic is one of them. Life of the mother is another. Rape is another. Incest is another. There's all kinds of different ways that you can there's
Right.
complications that can be thrown into the conversation. And grant you, it's definitely a complicated subject, and it's the reason why that from a legal perspective I'm pro-choice. But do you want to have? I mean, are you interested in the legal conversation or are you interested in the moral conversation? They're two very distinct conversations to me.
Right. I don't hold the moral position of abortion, so I'm very interested in hearing your legal side of things. But to answer Antonio real quick, 88% of all. So there's a strong correlation that shows that on average, in the U.S. income is $25,000, and to get
You said 80% what? You've dropped out.
80% of women who get abortion are single mothers. And a single mother make on average $25,000 on top of the pregnancy cost of a C-section or an uncomplicated birth, which is on average around $12,000. $12,000, or up to $15,000 if it's a complicated birth process, right? So there's a huge economic factor in there, and I think we should look at the economic side of the issue and the legal side of the issue. I agree with you 100% on that, and not necessarily the moral argument, because everyone has their own interpretation of a moral position, right? And I think that's not how you should address this serious topic. You should look at it at the most neutral, logical standpoint possible.
No, if you're dealing with the possibility that you're killing a child, then you should very well go down the moral plane. Yes,
Exactly.
you should. We should not ignore that.
I-
If it's possible
Well,
that you're incorrect, wait, hold on. If it's possible that you're incorrect, why would you just overlook that? It's like, oh, we shouldn't look at it from a moral. No, if you're wrong, why would you ignore that?
Because I believe that it's abmoral. I don't believe it's good nor bad in a moral standpoint.
Well, that's just about what you believe, but that doesn't mean we should not address it from that standpoint, though.
Right, I'm saying at least in the context of this argument. Like, you guys did have your discussion with G. Whistler for a while about the moral position. I want to shift from the moral position over to the legal side and the economic side of the position as well.
Let me ask you a question. Is it possible that you're wrong?
Wait.
Real quick, let me ask him:
It's
is
cutting
it
out.
possible that you're wrong?
Wrong about what?
That abortion is
I gotta refresh real
amoral?
quick.
I don't even think it is moral or immoral.
No, what I'm saying is it possible that you're wrong? That abortion is not. That abortion is amoral.
No, I don't feel like abortion would
So
ever
it's
be
not
immoral.
possible that you're wrong. That abortion is amoral. It's not possible at all that you are incorrect about that. Is that what you're saying?
You have to show me why it's immoral.
No, I'm asking you, is it not possible that you could be wrong about saying abortion is
I would
amoral?
just say it's possible.
Fine, all right,
I think you agree that it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay, if it's even possible, then why would you ignore going down the moral plane to talk about this argument?
Because I've been sitting here for a while and I have not heard a valid argument for why it is immoral.
Well, I say it all the time, and I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna keep saying it, and I mean whether it registers or not, it doesn't matter to me. But I'm gonna keep saying it till the sun goes down and comes back up, and I'm gonna say it again the next day and the day after that. Proof is different than persuasion. What one person finds convincing, another person may not. So the fact that you may not be convinced by certain arguments is particularly subjective.
No, because if you're asking me if I could be wrong about my position, right, then it's your job to show me why I'm wrong for not believing that is moral or immoral.
Well, I think I showed you why it's at least possible that you could be wrong, correct?
Right, I gave you that. Now it's your job to show me why that is the case to be wrong.
Yeah, it is true that me giving my case on abortion means I have to present my arguments. That's true. But what I'm telling you is just because you're not convinced by a certain argument doesn't mean it's illogical necessarily. Another person may be totally convinced by that argument. So, I mean, the fact that you find something not convincing does not necessitate to the argument is wrong. It doesn't necessitate to the argument is correct. Well, I'm just saying it doesn't necessitate to the argument is wrong
I
just
never
because you're not convinced by it. Does that
I
make sense?
I never said that I was wrong, and you pretty much said exactly what I'm saying is that I'm not saying that your argument is right nor wrong. That's how I feel about abortion on a moral standpoint, that is neither right nor wrong on a moral standpoint. So that's kind of why I want to hear why Ocean, who is pro-choice, who's holding who's holding the the law side of the argument, and I'm very interested to hear why he's
Well,
pro-choice in that aspect, and I could be
well,
pro-choice on his position.
well, hold on. Let's test your position that it's not right or wrong. Is it amoral for a woman to get an abortion at 8.5 months of pregnancy?
To me now.
So that's not amoral. So are you saying it's wrong?
No, I'm saying I don't. You asked me if I believe it's wrong, and I'm saying no, I don't believe it's wrong or right.
Okay. So let me ask you this. What's the real difference between a woman getting an abortion at 8.5 months and she delivering prematurely, another woman delivering prematurely around the same period and killing that kid? What's the difference?
Usually, you're granted social rights by the U.S. Constitution as citizens, and you're
So,
given the right to live as citizens in
so,
general.
so in other words, when you go through the magical trip through the birth canal and you outside the womb, it's different.
Right, because that's what Ocean is. That's what Ocean's basically saying. The legality of the position, right? The reason why I'm for that is because obviously it's a different subject than saying the abortion, right?
But you literally just told me if one woman gets an abortion at 8.5 months and another woman delivers prematurely at 8.5 months, if both kill that baby at the same period, that one is bad and the other one isn't.
Right, because that shows the legality of the U.S. law system, right? I mean,
Okay.
I mean, what I can't really argue for or against that. I'm just saying that the U.S. government grants you certain right when you're born, right? So like, why would I argue against that?
So if the U.S. law system, for whatever reason, all of a sudden says we can just kill you right now, that would be a justified argument to make.
Well, I mean, Hitler did that, so I mean, I guess I gotta go. But sure, what can I do? I mean,
Wait,
if the U.S. passed a law that said all Jews must be executed, right? Obviously, there's nothing I can do about that, and just run or hide or
you
pretend that
really
I'm not.
believe that, man?
Hey, can I ask something?
Yes.
So,
Well, real quick, what prevents the U.S. government from being tyrannical? I mean, like you're asking me to try to defend a position.
Good people who see people like you have rights. That's what.
hey, AJ, why do you want to argue this from a legal standpoint?
No, I'm not saying I want to. I want to hear what Ocean is saying, but he's busy poning people on Overwatch right now, so I guess I
Oh,
gotta.
but you literally just said,
No, I'm here. I'm happy to have the conversation. I'm just
Okay.
but you literally just said that one is not a problem and the other one is. That if you have one woman that gets an abortion at 8.5 months and another woman who delivers at 8.5 months prematurely, and then she kills her baby, right? But the other one got an abortion. You saying those cases are different. For what?
Because when you're born on U.S. soil, you're granted immediate right as a U.S.
Okay, I'm not
You
talking
still there?
about I'm not talking about
I mean,
okay, so
how can I defend that? I mean, that's literally it. Like the U.S. government gives you the right to live when you are born in this country. Like I don't know how else I can explain that.
but there's no moral issue to you there at all. You're just
No,
looking at the legal issue. So okay, so if you don't think if you don't think it's a moral issue, then it's perfectly fine.
if the government allowed that, then I would probably move from the U.S. to Canada or Mexico, where it's not allowed.
But why would you move? You said that it's not a moral issue. If it's permitted legally, then why would you move? That would suggest to me that you do have a moral problem with it.
No, it's not. No, to me personally, I don't think it's a moral issue, right? But I don't want to live in a society where you just kill freaking baby that's being born, right? Or
That
eugenics.
makes no
Okay,
sense.
wait. Then AJ, wouldn't you think it'd be better to like try and use our legal system to change that law to make it illegal to kill babies whenever you wanted to?
I mean, it already is, right? I mean, like I said,
there's already
what,
regulation.
I know.
yeah, like what? I mean,
I just
again,
want to
what
know if I
prevents
can.
a tyrannical government from doing what it wants, right? Like you're asking me to give a position of a tyrannical government that will do certain action that I disagree with.
Oh, I forgot.
Tyrannical to who?
I
Why would
forgot.
it
I forgot.
tyrannical suggest a moral framework, a moral context? But you just completely said it was not a moral issue. You're contradicting yourself.
Just because I disagree with the moral aspect of the argument doesn't mean that I have no feeling or emotion or consequences or anything of that nature.
I'm sorry, you're making
Oh, hey,
dude.
wait, AJ, sorry. I forgot you were referring to tyrannical government. Sorry, man.
Right, but that's all I'm saying. I'm saying I don't like, for example, I don't think you know, I disagree with the idea of death penalty, right? And a lot of people think, an eye for an eye, for a tooth for a tooth, right? But I disagree with the idea of death penalty. Do I think that killing prisoner is immoral or moral? No. I just think that murdering someone, literally using the death penalty as an excuse to justify, basically executing someone, that's silly.
So
Um,
something is,
I can see where you're coming from.
right.
that no, I don't. It makes no sense. So something is bad or tyrannical or really messed up, but it's not immoral.
Because I can use logical conclusion to justify what is right or what is wrong, not in a moral standpoint.
No, but you're not even talking about right or wrong. If morality is not in the picture, you're not even talking about right or wrong. You're just talking about things happening.
Right. So just because I disagree with the idea that something is abmoral, which is neither moral or unmoral or whatever, right? Then you're saying I should have a moral position to
If
justify something that I disagree with?
if not morality, why would you disagree that any government should allow the killing of babies? If not for a moral
Because
issue,
the consequences of killing baby is obviously uh like do I need to explain the consequences of killing babies in front of the mother, in front of the
no,
parents?
yes, you do need to flesh this out because I'm trying to press where in the world you making this connection that you would have a problem with that, but it's not a moral issue. You need to flesh this out.
No, I personally disagree with the idea that we should discuss it as a moral issue, right? As a moral nihilist. And I'm saying if you want to discuss it and justify it based on a moral position, that's fine. I have no problem with that.
Is it moral or immoral or amoral for a government to allow the killing of newborn babies or not?
The government can do whatever it wants, literally.
So, so when Hitler was doing whatever he wanted to, slaughtering millions, countless millions of Jews, he was not doing anything immoral according to your argument.
No, I don't think he was doing anything wrong. I believe the consequences of his action is wrong,
What?
but I
Wait, so
believe that the action to justify whether it's moral or immoral is wrong. Because obviously Hitler justified his morality to kill all those Jews, right? So,
One second.
so
Can I ask? I want to ask him a question. What's your definition for morality?
Right.
what is the definition of morality for me?
Do you even
Yeah,
think
yeah.
morality
What is it?
exists? I think that's a better
What does it
question.
mean to you?
Do you even think morality exists? Yes or no?
Yeah, that was going to be my next question because I think that could be a fundamental problem, and why there's clashing between the two.
Usually a system in place by society or individual that justifies certain action as good or bad.
Okay, so does morality exist from your point of view?
No.
Okay, so that's the fundamental problem that you two
I
are
think
having.
I think morality is a social contract created by humans to justify certain action. I
Okay,
think that
Okay.
I think you don't have to have morality to justify certain action. You can use logic and reasoning to justify certain things based on the consequences of those actions, right?
No,
okay.
you don't
Well,
get logic from society's just you don't get like a logical framework from society getting babies. You don't form a premise and then a conclusion or a syllogism for a government saying people can kill newborn babies. Where do you connect that to a logical framework?
I said the consequences, which is the end result of the action that's being done, to come up with a logical and reasonable conclusion. What
What consequence?
good consequence or bad consequence?
Oh, hold on. I'm really not making this connection
all right.
Okay,
at all.
here's an example, right? So let's say there's a this is a good analogy. So a man stole a loaf of bread to feed a starving family, right? The good consequence is that the man stole something, right? Stealing is wrong, right? At least in a moral sense, stealing is wrong to feed his family. Now the bad consequences is that he stole that bread, right? And stealing is usually illegal, right? The good consequences by stealing that bread, he fed his family.
Yeah,
So
I've heard of that before.
What if a good consequence of killing newborn babies and the government allowing that is that it stops potential overpopulation? Would you say that that's just not, would you say that's a good thing?
are you asking me if the government used abortion like in China um, to have population control?
Like if a government legalizes infanticide to prevent overpopulation,
I don't know. I don't live in a society that allowed that.
I'm not talking about if you live in a society. I'm presenting a thought scenario to you.
I don't care if it happened either way. It's not my business.
It'd be a disaster. I think it didn't work in China, did it?
So wait a minute, you're
But
telling me that you don't care at all if a government legalized infanticide? You don't care at all.
Well, because in China, so I don't go to China.
Wait a minute.
Right?
So if China legalizes rape, you say, "Oh, I don't care because I don't live in China."
Because China is under a tyrannical government. It does what it wants to do, right?
No, but you're talking about tyranny. The word tyranny carries a moral connotation, and you're denying morality from the outset. So you're making no sense, man.
I don't understand how that don't make sense. If you live in a tyrannical society, right, where the government dictate what you can or can't do, you can go against the government's wishes, but usually you get a bullet in the back of the head by doing so. So most people just go along with what the government ordered you to do, right?
Do you think people should resist their governments?
No,
I hate Google.
but here's the thing. People, sensible people recognize that when you're dealing with a tyrannical government, it's because they are doing immoral things. There's a moral connotation when you're saying that this is a tyrannical government. But if you're just talking about just things that are not connected to any moral senses whatsoever, then you're just talking about actions taking place, which is not good or bad, no moral or immoral. They're just actions that are taking place.
Right. Those actions are taking place, and therefore I would use the consequences of those actions to justify whether or not that's air quote good or bad.
No, where do you get this justification from? Because you're not, because you don't even have to talk about if we're just dealing with a society that's completely amoral, morality is not even in the framework at all, then you don't have to even talk about justification. What is there to be justified?
Well,
You can go ahead.
I'll let you go ahead and explain. No, I think what he's saying is it can be justified or unjustified based on the overall outcome of the society. I think I've
Exactly.
heard Sam Harris give a similar
Right. He
argument.
that's consequentism, right? And consequentism or utilitarianism is generally the well-being. It uses the utility of society as a whole, and the utility is the value. And generally, most consequentists or utilitarianists would agree that the value is the general well-being of people, right? So
Yeah,
that's why you have certain rights when you're born, because the society view you as a human, as a general human being, right? And you are granted certain right to create a general well-being to potentially grow up and be happy.
So somebody tortures and rapes a little girl to death, but that's just only one girl. It doesn't affect society as a whole. That's just one girl. By your logic, that's not a problem.
No, because because the little girl, because that's a violation of her well-being as well. She counts as a society as well. She
No,
is the same. No, she is the same cog in the social machine that keeps society moving forward.
no, but one person isn't going to affect an entire society. If one person gets raped and tortured to death, you're not going to affect society as a whole. That's not the same thing as saying if you start doing it with millions of people, that would affect society as a whole. But one person getting raped and tortured to death isn't going to affect society as a whole. So why
Right.
would that be a
yeah.
problem?
Because
I
that
think
that's good.
if it was the case that those two was gonna go take off in a rocket ship and fly to the moon for eternity, and that happened, then I don't think he would have a problem with it ultimately. But if those two were still to live amongst society, then I think he would, because they do play a role in it. Is that a correct representation of what you're
But
saying?
that's just potentiality. We can easily apply that to the unborn. The unborn can one day be born and come up with the cure for cancer. So if you're going to use that potential point, then you can easily apply that to the unborn too. But nobody who's thinking consistently.
No,
But didn't
I
you
don't
do
know if
that
he
earlier?
agrees with what I just said.
because
I don't.
because
I don't
Because
know.
well, you're advocating with you're giving the fatal flaw of what is known as practical consequentism, right? And a good example is the surgeon analogy, right? There's a surgeon who needs organs for 5 people. He knows of a man who lives alone, who has no relative, he has no friend, he's in healthy condition, and he will not be missed by society. And so he kills the man, harvests his organ, and donates it all to those 5 people and save all the 5 lives. That is the problem of absolute consequentism. Utilitarianism, which is kind of what I kind of dab my little fingers into once in a while, is the general well-being of a person inside of society as a whole, which means that each individual person is part of society as a whole. It's part of the greater collective goal. So when a person violates the general well-being of a person, such as murder, rape, whatever, right, then they are violating the social I guess, gears, as you would say it, by potentially damaging those goods. And the difference between that and, say, a fetus is that these people are born human beings, are granted by the same social machine as individual cogs or individual, which is why the U.S. government grant you rights when you are being born, but not grant you the same rights, for the most part, when you're being unborn, right? I mean, that's why on labels it's not illegal for a mother to smoke cigarettes or drink alcohol, but they put warning labels on them, right?
You're
That's the
just
same
talk,
thing.
but okay, you're just talking about legal. You're just talking about legal things. You're not really making an argument for the whole situation. Okay, you first talked about stuff that would benefit the whole society or something like that. Then you move this to a whole legal thing.
No, you're trying to get me to justify my lack of morality position. I'm saying that is what you can use to justify good consequences or bad consequences. It's based on how you treat the individual cog in the greater social machine. We
No,
work
look,
we work better when we work together, do we not, as humans? I mean, obviously we do.
you pulling this crap out the sky, man. Who says that we should want to benefit society as a whole? What if you have someone who disagrees? So what? You just pulling that crap out the sky.
Well, humans are social pack hunters, so generally humans do strive when in numbers and are social creatures. Sure, you have you have egotism, which is the exact opposite of consequentism or utilitarianism, which is what they believe that the individual is the ultimate form of consequences of good or bad, right? Is to strengthen the individual and screw the collective. Everything that you do is to benefit yourself, not others, right? And sure, that's fine. I don't have no problem with it. But in general, we have certain rules and set up to prevent society from collapsing on itself because we do work better together.
But
I
why
mean,
should we want to prevent society from collapsing? Who says we should want to prevent society
do,
from
do
collapsing? Who
you think
says?
do you think society should collapse?
Well, do I think society should collapse, and that has nothing to do with me pressing you on the question. I'm
No. Well,
asking
I
you
mean,
from your no. Don't try to push it around on me. You're the one giving this argument about societal benefits. What I'm asking you is, who says we should want to benefit society? Who says?
the majority of the people.
Wait a minute. So, because the majority of the people says so, we should want to benefit society. That's just
Yeah.
not a popular argument.
No.
So that's just like saying if the majority of the people outright says
So
abortion
how
is
so how many people are trying to destroy the government right now? Very, very little. That's not an argument by popularity. Most people want to have society sustain because there's more benefits than not having it sustain.
no, dude. That is an argument by popularity because you should say because the majority agrees with it, therefore it follows logically. That's an ad populum fallacy.
No, because it's a logical argument to say that most people want a society because there's way more benefits than to have it together than not to have it
No, what I'm telling
together.
you is if you're saying more people want this, therefore we should do this, we should or we ought to do this, that is an ad populum fallacy.
No, I didn't say we should have it due to the fact that there's more people that have it. I said we should do it because more people recognize that there is more benefit to having a sustainable society together than to split apart.
But who says we should do it? Just because the majority says so. Where's the ought and the should?
You as a taxpayer, you give money to a collective system known as a government. You elect a group called politicians to represent you, your voice, well, so they say, right? To represent you, to aid you into doing the dirty work for you, such as granting you rights and laws and such things like that. And then you use this thing called money, which is just a piece of cloth that has absolute no value on it, but people put value on it, to make infrastructure which allow you to move around, energy, electricity, all these things.
All you're telling me is that this ought and should is somehow coming from the majority. You're not pointing to any kind of a source other than, a bunch of people saying it. Therefore, because a bunch of people said that that's the where the should comes from. That doesn't mean anything.
I literally just explained the system of why most people would want this system in place.
But that doesn't explain to me why they should want to benefit society or the ought rather.
Isn't that all society is though? I mean, you're arguing about ad populum, but that's all society is. Society is just the people. So if everyone in society thinks we ought to do X, then why would it be a problem?
No. This is where you guys are not getting. What I'm trying to get across to you is why should we ought to look at the society rather than just saying, well, what if someone says, I don't care what the majority says. So what? Why should we ought to look at the majority in society rather than the minority? Who says we ought to do it?
By the majority.
Goodness gracious.
It may be an argument from, like, what'd you say, the population or something like that?
No,
I'm not
because
sure the correct terminology.
It's an ad populum fallacy to say.
It's not. Because I already,
Yes, it is, dude.
I already explained twice why they would justify it not based on popularity. And you're just not accepting the position.
Dude, the ad populum fallacy literally says that an action is logical or follows logically simply because a populum, the populace says so. A majority of persons say so. That's literally the only reason why.
Yeah, I don't think that quite applies though here. I mean, he's not saying that he's not saying that X should be done. I don't care how I word this. If all the people, if a society agrees that X should be the case, what else is there? Because that's what society is. So inevitably it's going to be based on a populum factor, I guess, but it's just, that's what society is. That's all it is people. If everyone decides they want to legalize abortion, for instance, then arguing that that's not enough seems fruitless to me. I mean, are you not just appealing to objective morality?
Look, here's the ad populum fallacy. And this is right here, the NISCOR project. I can post the link. Most people approve of X or have favorable emotions toward X, therefore X is true.
Right, and I did not say anything of that nature.
Oh, okay. So more people have favorable attitudes towards societal benefits. Therefore, if you're not saying it's true,
he's saying it should. I think.
Right, I never said it should. I said it. Well, hold on. I'm saying that a lot of people would agree that society is good, and I'm saying that there's also a lot of people who say society is not good at all. They rather be they're known as anarchy or anarchists or whatever, right? I'm not making the argument of popularity. I'm already explaining egotism and right now anarchy, that there's a lot of people who don't view society as good. I also of why society is good, and not why society is good based on a popular demand in general.
No, you're not making a connection to why a society ought or should listen to the majority rather than the minority. You're just saying that they just should. You're just saying they should point to the minority and go with that. You're not saying why they ought to do so. You're just pointing to it.
No, the whole argument is why should we have this society? And I explain why we should have society in general. That's the entire argument that we're having. Now, if you explain to me what position of power should society have, then I would look to the U.S. Constitution, which protects the minority popular opinion over the majority popular opinion.
Now, this argument didn't start off about why we should have a society. The argument started off as why should we listen to a society rather like the majority in a society rather than the minority in society. That is the argument.
No, I believe that you asked me to justify if why would you want society, right?
Well, can you
No.
at least address what Antonio just asked you then, so that we don't go around in circles?
All right, so can you
Get the
repeat your question,
conversation.
please?
What I'm saying to you is take a society. In this society we're talking about here, why should or why ought we listen to the majority in society rather than the minority in society?
I don't agree with that premises.
So there's no should or ought to. You're just asserting that we point to the majority for whatever reason, although there's no should or ought. You just point to the majority for no reason.
In some instances, majority rule is good. In some instances, it's not. Right?
You're
Good.
not getting this.
Like,
No,
when
I
you
mean
said-
that's logical. I mean, sometimes the majority rule is correct and sometimes it's incorrect. So you're
Where
forcing me
is,
to
where
pick.
is correctness or incorrectness coming from? Based on what you already took morality out the picture, where are you getting this correctness or incorrectness
I
from?
think that black people should have the same right as white people. And in the 1950s and up to the 1960s, the majority of the country think that you should not have that right.
But it's certainly not based on morality, so it's just based
No,
on
I think
some.
you should have absolute political right as an American citizen. You should be given that right as an American citizen under the U.S. Constitution.
But it has nothing to do with morality. In
I don't
your
care about
view,
morality. So why should morality be into the
But you-
system?
But you are literally talking about the same concept, except you just don't use the word morality. But you, in essence, are talking about the same concept, though.
No.
What?
It's a different
And this
concept
is-
because he's not saying that there's like a objective correct.
Right, exactly. Thank you.
Well, there's okay, whether morality is subjective or not, that's a different subject. But he was saying that there's literally no morality in the picture here. That's what he said from the beginning.
Right, and I explained several times that you
If
can
there's
decide
no-
certain action as good or bad based on other logical reasonable conclusion.
But-
It's illogical to not grant you certain right as an African American, right? As a white American, when you're born in this country and you couldn't even vote. I don't think you need
Well,
to
I'm
have a
telling
moral
you-
argument to justify that
Well,
position. It's
What I'm
logical.
telling you is if there's no moral framework in this picture at all, then you can't even talk about morality in any sense, be it subjective or objective.
He didn't say that it was a morality based on subjective. He's saying that it's subjective and that it's interchangeable, different to certain situations.
But
Not
you said there
subjective
was no,
morality. He's not talking about subjective morality. He's just saying it's subjective based on ever-changing situations.
no, but you said there's no moral framework in here at all. You said that from the beginning, but it seems like you're applying a moral concept without even using the word morality. That's the point.
So how would morality work compared to mine? If it's the same premises but not morality, then what's wrong with it?
Because you're sitting up here telling me that black and white people should have the same rights. But if that isn't related to morality, then why should they have the same rights? What is it related to?
Basic human rights.
Goodness gracious.
I mean, are you saying that you shouldn't have the same right as me?
Yes, I say we should
can't
have the
black.
same rights, but I'm not going to sit up here and pretend that that's not connected to a moral framework. You saying it's not, you trying to divorce it from a moral framework. I'm just saying, how can you take the moral framework out of it, but you act like it's a moral framework? You saying your actions are not consistent with your claims here.
Because I justify
Wait.
my action without using a moral system to guide me.
Okay, but if it's not a moral
What?
framework, then why should blacks and white people have the same rights? Where are you getting this from if not a moral framework?
U.S.
I
Constitution.
have a question. I have a question
Goodness
for you
gracious.
both.
What's up?
I'm gonna ask Antonio first.
We're
What is
confusing sourcing morality from the law and sourcing morality from somewhere else. That's like
One
you
second.
can source morality from your personal preferences. You can source morality from evolution.
That-
You can source morality
Wait.
from God
That's
or
not the point,
law.
Ocean.
Like
He's
you can
taking
you can source
morality out.
morality from multiple locations.
That's not the point,
Wait,
Ocean. He's
come on.
taking morality out the picture altogether.
Right. I think he's using ethics building, which is what I do as well.
Yeah,
But
I have a
it
question.
just seems like you're still talking about morality when you get done. You're just not using the word.
Well, no, because like generally, to me, my distinction between morality and ethics is morality is when you're building off of some kind of objective standard of some kind, and ethics is when you're building an artificial standard, which would be something like the law.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay, then it's essentially nothing. It's just something that's just there, and you just
It's-
picked it and used it and ran with it as a standard.
It's an
You can do
acknowledgement that the only thing that can enforce any sort of morality or ethical standard would be humans. So it's up to us to kind of figure it out. And if you have people that disagree, great, those people disagree, but the majority of society is going to be what wins out the battle on that. And
Right.
objective from somebody who wants to have functional society be what wins out, it's very important to that person that the majority of society holds similar opinions, like
But-
murder is bad.
What I'm saying is there's no logical necessity that says that the majority is where it should be pointed to. There's no logical necessity there. You just kind of pointing your finger in that direction and running with it as an argument.
But then that's when the minority gets
One-
political power in the government to force the majority to cater to their will.
But why would that be a
wait.
bad thing if there is no moral framework we're talking about here? That's what I'm not getting the connection from either of you to.
Because
Hey,
I will.
1 second. Hey,
Okay, go
can
ahead.
I just want to ask Ocean something real quick. Hey, Ocean, is it
Yeah, I'm
possible?
still here. I'm about to take off and do something real quick, but I'll be back. But go ahead and ask
No,
the
no, no.
question. I'll answer it.
It had nothing to do. I was just gonna ask you, could you turn off your camera because I think it's really killing my connection here because I'm out of data. It's up to you. You don't have to do it. I was just
Oh no!
asking.
So what you should do if your data's dying, there's a next to the turn your camera on or off. There's a little bar. Looks like a cell phone reception bar. Click that. Take it down all the way to audio only, and it'll force your cameras to be off, so that you can just participate in the conversation without killing your bandwidth. Like Google Hangouts just murders bandwidth alone. Just so
okay.
you know.
So you said it hit the little camera button.
No, next to the camera button, you'll see a little set of bars. There's one really short one, and then there's 4 total. They go from short to tall. Just click
talking
that,
about
and it'll say
when I
adjust
talk?
bandwidth usage. Hover your mouse over the screen, dude.
No, I'm on a cell phone.
Oh, if you're on a cell phone, then you're screwed.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. If you don't mind.
Yeah, I'll
could
turn
you,
off my camera.
Yeah, because I think it's it's killing us.
Side chat says nobody has demonstrated God for morals.
That's another
This was not
conversation.
about. This was not about demonstrating God for morals. This was not even what the discussion was talking about at all.
But the question I wanted to ask Antonio, and I wanted to ask, I don't know his name. I think you guys would call him AJ. Is that what you call him?
Yeah.
Well, for morality, what does morality accomplish?
What does it accomplish?
Yeah, what does it accomplish? What's the overall goal?
I think it accomplishes protecting individuals. I mean, I think it very well accomplishes the fact that like things like rape should not be done. That's morally wrong. I think at a basic level, it protects people and preserves rights. Does that make sense?
Okay. And then I was going to pose the same question to, I think his name was AJ. He was describing some, I think he said utilitarianism or something like that. Is he still here?
He went to do something real quick. He'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, because I was trying to figure out what are the distinct differences in what you guys are saying, so that at least we can get the conversation up and moving. Because it's like they're kind of dead in the water at I guess the basis on it.
No, but I'm saying to some internal inconsistencies in this argument. It doesn't matter that we don't agree. There's literally internal inconsistencies in his own position.
Yeah, I kind of see it, but mainly what I was trying to get at is trying to understand, because I remember you brought up the point that you guys are kind of basically saying the same thing, but he's calling it something else and you're calling it morality. So
that's what I'm saying. Like, he could call it whatever he wants to, but he's still referring to what we would traditionally refer to as a moral concept.
Yeah,
Right,
I was trying to figure out
though,
if that was the case.
What the source is, right? Because you're sourcing it from God, and he's sourcing it from not God. He's sourcing it from something else.
I'm not asking
like,
about.
Do you think that's a meaningful distinction?
I mean,
Yeah,
if you
I do.
talk about the source, that's fine. But what I'm asking him is, why is he throwing morality out entirely? That's what he did at the outset.
Well, because I think that AJ agrees with building a system of ethics rather than building a system of morality, or rather than looking to a system of morality that comes from somewhere else. AJ, I think, like myself, is more interested from a moral standpoint of humanity building a system for ourselves rather than looking outside of us, which is what Christians do.
Well, that's fine. If we're going to focus this and centralize this on ethics, that's one thing. But what I would then ask is, who says the ethics of a majority should override the ethics of a minority? That's what I'm asking.
That's a societal power structure thing that winds up happening. So one of the reasons why you want to prevent fascists from getting into power, like such as Hitler or somebody similar, is that they become that which arbitrates societal values.
So basically, it comes down to, we don't like the fact that one person can get into power and tell everybody else what to do.
Ultimately, yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. If it's just that, then there's no oughts or no, there is nothing.
Again, yeah, I agree with you. Like when it comes right down to it, so outside of ourselves, there isn't something as far as dictating morality.
So why should we
AJ and I agree.
one? Why should we point to one and not the other? That's what I'm saying.
So that's an argument between humans. Like, for example, like AJ and I would agree if we sat down with each other and we're just like, all right, so murder is wrong. Murder is not productive. There's a lot of arguments that are against, murder as a willy-nilly thing in our society. So we can agree on that, and it's just there's not really a fight there. Most humans would probably get along on that. It's part of our evolutionary history that we want to be socially, that we're a social grouping animal. So murder just has never really been helpful to us, except in certain circumstances, which are related to self-defense, war, etc. That being said, there's also other things that we can all get together and agree on. And then as a society, we get together and agree on other things.
So if somebody has,
So it winds up just being a majority rule situation with law.
if somebody
Yeah.
has
How we've
ethics,
handled it
if
for most of it.
someone has ethics contrary to the majority, then wouldn't you say that their evolutionary framework is like messed up or tainted or it
What is
isn't?
selfish? Like humans are kind of funky in that we have a social aspect about ourselves, and we also have a very individualistic aspect of ourselves. But I think that a lot of humans will agree that we want to have a coherent society. We want to have a society that operates because everybody benefits from that. And
So
when you
it's-
have somebody who disagrees with that and starts violating that society, then they need to be removed from it.
It seems to me the suggestion is the populace, the minority populace, is just not consistent in their evolutionary makeup as the majority populace.
No, that's not what I said. I don't know if I think.
Well, I'm not
misunderstanding
saying
me.
you're saying that. It just it seems like that's what you'd be ultimately getting.
What I
at.
did was I said directly opposite to that, because I said humans have an individualistic aspect as well as a social aspect, and sometimes that individualistic aspect. I mean, I think from a legal perspective, we have to respect the individualistic aspect, but sometimes that individualistic aspect tries to attack the social aspect. We're a hypocritical little group of apes. It's funny. Because we look at collectivism as well as individualism as values. And
Well, how do we
they're
know that?
opposing. So we
How
have to
do
find
we-
a balance between the two in order to have an operational society. And there's going to be disagreements, of course. And
Well, how do
usually
we-
disagreements circle around that particular area of what the individual should do versus what the collective should do.
Well, how do we know that the minority isn't just a product of some sort of bad mutation in their evolutionary makeup, which occurred or something like that?
I
as
would
opposed-
credit that with evolutionary mutation. I think to an extent, the minor disagreements that we wind up having as humans has to do with more about a social issue than a genetic issue or cultural.
So there's something beyond these evolutionary makeups that we're talking about here. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I think that there's both. It's both and that there's an evolutionary aspect to it as well as a social cultural aspect to it, where we're discussing ideas and arguments.
But in a world that's if we're taking any sort of theistic God concepts out the framework, if we're taking that all out and we're taking all higher concepts out, if we're just looking at this as solely a materialistic framework here, then where does these things beyond the material come from? If we're talking about it's beyond the material.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Yeah, like what do you mean by material?
AJ, you want to take this over? I got something I got to take care of.
Like-
We're mostly in the same position here.
Okay.
Like Ocean said, it'll be something beyond. If I'm understanding him correctly, he said it'll be something beyond evolutionary makeup or framework.
Right, it's also social. But I'm not sure what he would agree on social. I think that social plays a larger role than evolutionary traits, to be honest. But that's just, I don't know what his position are, though.
All I'm saying is, if those who are arguing, that there is like no God or gods or anything beyond our human existence, then where does this beyond part come from? It would seem to me that all we got is materialism. and you know where we've gotten to with evolution. We've gotten to where we are as a product of socio-biological evolution, not anything that we could look to beyond that. It's just pure materialism when you get finished. If you take any higher concepts out the question, right?
Can you explain what you mean by materialism or materials?
Look, if we are just these individuals who are just here by material causes, there is no conscious agent, no purpose, or anything like that, then all you have is just matter in the universe, right? Which evolved over millions and millions of years, which got to where we are now eventually. We're just talking about pure materialism.
Right.
So if we're just purely material entities, what I'm saying here is, where do we get this idea that we go beyond and talk beyond as if we believe we're more than just material entities? It seems like all these other concepts that derive from are not anything beyond anything, just stuff that we're just pointing to and say we should go with this rather than this. If we're not looking at anything beyond ourselves or anything like that, we're just pointing to one thing. We're just pointing to one thing rather than another. There's no necessity to point to one thing rather than another. We're just doing it for just to do it.
We have consciousness.
I mean, right. I'm thinking, but to a nihilist, right, that we don't have any purpose. Distinctive purposes in the universe, right? Like life has no distinctive purpose in the universe. Now, some would argue that, well, humans have goals, right? We don't. I mean, you would disagree with the purpose argument, but I'm saying at a nihilistic position like myself, right? Humans don't have a purpose, but we generate goals for ourselves with this kind of mistaken for purpose, right? When you were little, you're like, I want to be a fireman or whatever you want to be, right? And that was your purpose in life up until when you decided, you know what, fireman's too hard. I'm going to be a doctor or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that we use a goal in mind to justify certain action and to reach this potential goal by using any means necessary, such as getting an education or whatever, right? And I'm still very confused on what you mean by material. I think.
Look, either we are solely material beings, that it's just matter which exists, or we're not just solely material beings, and we are the product of some sort of thing that goes beyond merely the material, which we would typically refer to as a higher intelligence of some sort. So either we are solely material beings or we're not solely material beings. It can't be any other way. It's
why not? I mean, why can't we be material beings but just don't know what the other results are? I mean, that's kind of the honest approach that I'm probably going to take on this subject. I think that we are material in the sense that we are made of carbon and other elements of the universe that form life. But I don't know what's beyond life, which is death. I don't know what exactly is the consequences, the consciousness or self-awareness. I don't know what exactly those things are. So, like, I don't understand why.
You're missing the point. Look, either we are just material beings or we are not just material beings. That's not a false dichotomy.
I'm not saying it's a false dichotomy. I'm saying that why A or B, like that's basically what we think. We have to be this thing, or we have to be this thing.
Because that's just a logical necessity. We're either just material beings or we're not just material beings. We're either one or the other. That's a logical necessity.
Right, but why can't we be a material being with some sort of unknown immaterial things? I mean, that's what you're saying.
Then we'd be something beyond a material being. We'd be the B category then. You're literally just saying we'd be the B
Well,
category without actually saying we're the B category.
Right, but you're trying. Well, what is the B category? Like, what is the immaterial
The
thing?
B category is that we're not just material beings.
Right. So, what is the non-material thing? Is what I'm asking.
Well, we can talk about that. It could be
Like a
some
soul or
sort of.
consciousness. Like that's all I'm saying is that you can be a material being but have an unknown property of material or not so material, right?
That's fine. We can have unknown properties,
I
but
like
what I'm
I
saying
think
is,
like here's an example real quick. I think that consequence. I think that not consequence. I think that the conscience, right, or the self-awareness of humans are both material and unmaterial. I think that it is a process through electrons and neurons in the brain, right, that fires up through thousands of nerves rapidly, so fast right now. But it's immaterial in the fact that we can form non-material thoughts, words, and pictures in our head at the same time.
so
But we don't
okay.
know. But we don't know if that is the pictures and the words and such thing that goes in our head. We don't know if that is just immaterial or is material. That is still the question that's up for debate right now.
What I'm saying here is, if we are doing things or things that give rise to things which are immaterial from our material makeup, then we are not just material beings.
Right, but you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that we can be material, right? And then the consciousness is material, but the process, which is the process of what consciousness is, right? But the outcome of the consciousness is unknown. We don't know if it's material or immaterial. To just say that it's A or B, that's really unfair, because you're just equivocating the unknown origin with A or B when we don't even know what the origin is, A or B. You can just make up, I choose B, or well, I choose A. Like,
Then what you be telling me is I'm committing a false dichotomy, but you just said I'm not saying you're not saying I'm making a false dichotomy.
no, I'm not saying that you're wrong or anything. I'm saying what's wrong with me using not choosing A or B. You're saying I have to choose A or B, and I gave an example of why I shouldn't choose A or B.
But
Right?
if you're talking about this unknown thing, this
Right.
unknown immaterial thing or something like that from
No. I said it's unknown if it's material or immaterial. Right? I don't honestly know if this is unknown or is material. Right?
just because we're dealing with an unknown doesn't mean it doesn't fit in either A or B.
Well, then that's kind of argument from ignorance, to be honest.
No, it's
Because
not.
because if you're making me choose A or B to answer an unknown question,
You're
that's
making no
impossible.
sense. You're making no sense. That's just like saying either either something came from nothing or something always existed, which
Wait, what?
created what we see. It's
No.
either that
Wait,
or
what's
it's
the
either one
problem?
or the other.
Okay,
Either
so here's
look,
okay.
either something came from nothing or something eternal always existed
So,
to lead to what we have now. It's
so,
either one or the other.
so this is a problem of
That's not a false dichotomy. It's either one or the other. What I'm saying is you got to pick one or the other. You can't
Right,
sit up
and
here and say just because of unknowns that it doesn't fit.
you're asking
There
me
can
to
be there can be there could be things like there could be subcategories in either one of those two things that we don't know about, but that doesn't mean that the baseline categories are not A or B. That's what I'm talking about. You're confusing like potential subcategories with the baseline categories and saying that, well, we just don't know. Like, come on, man.
no, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying, right? And I will repeat myself for black, right? So you ask if we're material or immaterial, right? Or we're material with immaterial properties, right? And I'm saying that we are material. However, there's an unknown property, because consciousness is a material property used through basic biology, right? But the outcome of that process is unknown. We don't know if the pictures in our head is from a biological standpoint with material or not. So
Well,
therefore, to make me shoot A or B is a dishonest approach. Now, I'm not saying that you're being dishonest. I'm saying that's making me become dishonest with that approach because you're making me choose between A or B when I don't even know if it is A or B.
So you're saying that that as humans we have our biological characteristics, but yet there's something more.
Right, there's something that we don't know, right, that we can't explain through science, right?
Oh,
Which
yeah,
is,
that would that be spiritualism.
then that would be B. Then we're not just material beings.
I
You don't
don't know
have
that's
to.
the
You
case.
don't have to know what the essence of this potential unknown is. But if it goes beyond the material, then it would fit B, whether you know what that thing is or not.
No, because I don't know if it is truly immaterial or not.
Like if you don't know, then how would you like to find out if it is material or not?
I
Exactly.
would hope I will if science and psychologists figure it out. And if it's not immaterial, then I would choose B. But if it is material, I would go with A.
You are confusing the
Oh,
investigation.
can I ask something? So
Yeah,
like,
go
so,
ahead.
so what part of so what part of the unknown human nature are you struggling with? Like, what do you like? What part is it that you say that you do not know?
Right. So let's say consciousness, right?
Yeah.
So consciousness is a material process due to, electrodes and protons in the
Oh,
brain and stuff.
wait. Can I just be specified? Do you mean like consciousness as in you are alive, or
Like
like more?
self-awareness, right? Like you're
Oh,
aware of your surroundings, right?
okay.
That is a material process. Your brain is making you self-aware, and your brain essentially is a giant supercomputer, right? That is material, right?
Well, that's
But
yeah.
but like talking in your head, pictures, memory, dreams, all these things are unknown for the most part of the human psyche. So to make me choose between A with its material or B with its immaterial, that's kind of making me be dishonest because I don't know if it is truly is material or immaterial.
Actually,
Again,
I would say it'll be both because when we are in in our physical bodies, in our natural bodies, we are able to do all these things because of our brains, but in our spiritual forms we can still do that because we still have a spiritual consciousness, like a spiritual mind that we can still that can still do the same things.
Right.
what I'm
That's
saying,
fine. I'm not
what I'm saying to
disagreeing.
you, AJ, is you're confusing the two baseline categories with sub particulars within those categories. That's what I'm saying. You can't confuse the particular unknown subcategories within those baseline categories and say, well, you can't pick A or B. Like, that makes no sense.
Why not? The
Well,
default position is not to pick a position.
But you don't look. If you don't want to just pick one, then I don't care what you do. But what I'm saying is we are either material beings, either we are just material beings or we're not just material beings. We're one or the other. You don't have to pick one or the other, but that
Right.
doesn't mean those aren't the only two options.
Right. And
You
I
don't want, if you don't
disagree.
want to
And I
pick.
disagree with just purely material being over material being with immaterial things because
Then you're
I don't
saying
know
that there
that.
could be you're
Wait,
saying that there could be
wait,
possibly more than those two
wait,
options.
wait, wait, wait,
Right. And
wait.
what's wrong with that?
So like AJ, if you do not believe those are the only two options, then what other option is there that you think might be plausible?
Exactly.
You're asking the wrong guy. I don't know.
Then that if you don't know, then why do you believe that there's then why do you believe that's a
Because
false
the
dichotomy?
default, because the I didn't say it was his fault. I mean, I said he's asking me to choose between A or B, right? And I'm
Also,
saying that I'm choosing the default position with this neither because you're asking me to choose a position
also
so fully well
Well, you
what
know
is the
what? You don't
position.
have to. You,
so you just don't know which one is it, right?
Right, exactly.
Oh,
well,
okay.
you don't have to choose either one. But what I'm saying, it's either one or the other. You don't have to choose if you don't want to, but that don't mean it isn't one or the other because you don't choose one or the other.
That's what I'm disagreeing with you. Why does it have to be one or the other?
Can I say something real quick?
No, wait.
Go
Go
ahead,
Tom.
Matthew.
I just want to say this real quick. The best analogy that I've heard so far was made by an atheist actually, and it's MP, but he kind of stepped on his own foot in a way, right? You got the English language, right? AJ, I kind of want to go back and forth with you.
Yeah, man, I'm listening. Just
Okay.
go ahead.
Are you testing them on this option that I gave that we're either?
Yeah, it's on the same topic.
Okay.
You got the English language. Now, what the Christian and the God believers are saying that, hey, intelligence was behind the human language, the A, the B, all the way to Z, right? Now, the agnostic and the atheist are basically saying that a rock could have created the English language, or a worm, or some random occurrence created the English language. Does that make sense?
I mean, I understand. I understand that human invented language, but I don't understand where this is going.
Okay, the things that we see in nature are just, or even more intelligent than the English alphabet.
How so?
The DNA, the coding, the nervous system, the brains, the the whole nine. Elephants, animals, all
Right.
Everybody's
I
intelligent.
understand that.
Everybody's intelligent, right?
Not everybody.
Everything's intelligent.
Not everything.
What?
Are you saying it's intelligently designed, or are you saying it's intelligent?
Every living thing on this earth is intelligent.
I would disagree with that.
What's not intelligent?
I watched 20 chicken go into a single file line to get killed by a dog. That's not a source of intelligence, bro.
Carrots.
Like, I used to live in a farm. Like, what do you mean by intelligence?
What do I mean by intelligence?
Right.
Okay, let me explain this to you. Just because an animal lines up for the slaughter doesn't mean that it's not intelligent. It's doing what it's supposed to do for us. Or we have farmed it in this situation. We have guided the situation.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I saw chicken go up to a dog and get killed because they don't understand that is a danger problem. Man.
Are you really saying the chicken's not intelligent?
Right. Well, we have to define what is intelligent, though.
The makeup of that chicken is intelligent.
So that's why I was asking, are you talking about intelligently designed, or are you talking like intelligent as in like knowledge, right? That's why I'm confused.
Well, intelligent design, and I don't care what you say. Just because a chicken goes up to a dog doesn't mean it's not intelligent.
Hey, real quick. Hey, Didi, I'm glad you're here. Now let me explain something to you in case you weren't watching. I told AJ here.
I just got online.
Okay, anyway, I told AJ here that we're either solely material beings or we're not solely material beings.
Hold on a second. You said AJ? Okay.
Yes.
I got it. Okay, go ahead.
I told him that either we're just material beings or we're not just material beings.
Okay.
Do you agree with that dichotomy?
Well, yeah, it would follow the law of non-contradiction and excluded middle.
Yes,
unless he wants to deny the law of excluded middle.
You get it. I'm so glad you get it. I've been trying to explain this for like the past 20 minutes.
Well, first of all, if you give somebody a binary option, right? And you say either A or B, and they say, well, that's a false dichotomy. Then once they make an accusation, they're going to have to support one of two things. Either there are not actually two options and there's only one option, right? Or they're going to have to show that there is a third possible option. Now, they don't have to prove that there's a third option, but they just have to show the possibility of it. Okay? So merely saying that's a false dichotomy doesn't fly. It's got to be supported.
But here's the thing. He didn't say that it was a false dichotomy, but he said that he's not going to choose one or the other, that we're just material beings or we're not just material beings.
Well, you see, from his worldview, okay, based upon his criterion, he could only conclude that mental states are only material states.
Yes.
He could not appeal to mental and material states as something plus material states. Okay.
I've been trying to explain that to him for like the last
I didn't hear the
20 plus
conversation.
minutes.
Now he may not feel that dichotomy is valid because he might be a materialist. So he thinks that there's only one option. But if he's going to offer an objection, he's got to give a rationale to his objection. That's all.
AJ, you still there?
Yeah, like look, I agree with what Didi's saying so far, right? And I'm not objecting to the claim, right? I'm only objecting to what he proposed to me was A or B, right? And I'm only shooting the default position, which is neither, because I honestly don't know what is truly material or what is truly immaterial.
What you said something was false. What was that?
What?
Did you say that something was false?
No, I'm saying what he's saying. He asked me if something is with truly material, something is material with immaterial property, and I'm saying I choose the default position, not fault or incorrect or anything. The default position.
There is actually, from your worldview, there is no default position.
Right. Well, my worldview is that I don't know what is truly material or what's material with immaterial property. So I can't choose A or B because I don't know the knowledge to answer that. And I think that's an honest position to hold. Until someone showed me what it truly is material or with material with immaterial property.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You're an atheist, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is your basic reason for being an atheist in one or two sentences?
Hey, Hilarious is asking, can you unblock him, Didi?
No, I'm not going to unblock him.
All right.
I just don't believe in a God. Simple.
Okay, you don't believe in a God because is it your position that you believe that there is no God, or you are merely absent a positive affirmation due to insufficiency of information?
I'm saying that I don't know if there is. I would kind of be an agnostic atheist. I don't know if there is a God, but I'm not going to say there is not a God. So I'm open to the possibility that there is one.
Okay, well then you would not be using the standard and historical definition of atheist. You would be an agnostic who is simply calling yourself an atheist.
No, I don't believe in any deity.
Okay,
but I'm open to the possibility. I'm open to the possibility.
Agnostics do not have a positive belief or affirmation in the existence of God or gods, but neither do they deny the existence of God or gods. Okay? So, do you affirm that there is no God or gods?
I don't know.
What was that?
I don't know.
Okay, then you're not an atheist. It's actually in contemporary usage. It's really not. It's actually causes confusion when you are calling yourself an atheist, when the standard definition of atheism is the denial of the existence of God.
Well, agnostic atheism is the incompetent of both agnosticism
Okay,
and atheism.
except for maybe one atheist author out there, the designation agnostic atheist is not used, as far as I know, in the literature. You will find a lot of internet atheists, and you see there's a problem with that term, because when you say agnostic atheist, right, do you mean that atheism means the denial of the existence of God, or do you mean the mere lack of a positive belief in God?
I think you mean just generally like the lack of belief in a God or deity.
Okay, so I'm going to write this down. Okay, so your particular usage of atheist, okay, equals a lack of belief. Okay, now
Right.
is your lack of belief due to the denial of the existence of God?
No.
Okay, good. So one could have a lack of belief due to insufficient information, or one could have a lack of belief due to the denial of the existence of God. So when you are calling yourself an atheist in this particular situation, it just simply means the absence of a positive affirmation. Okay, so that's the definition you're using there. Okay, now how are you using the word agnostic? What does the word agnostic mean?
To me, agnostic. Well, I don't want to say just agnostic. I will probably go back to agnosticism, atheism.
Well, you said you were an agnostic atheist.
Yes.
So
What
what
I
does
mean by
agnostic mean?
to that position means that I'm not going to make the positive claim that there is no such thing as any God or deity, right?
Okay,
I think that's an honest position to hold.
Well, hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
The word agnostic a is the negator from the Greek, and gnosis means to know. So it means I don't know, but the I don't know just doesn't refer to a positive existence. It also applies to I don't know about the denial. Okay, so are you using the word agnostic in the standard usage that one does? I do not know if God exists or does not exist.
I think to me that it's impossible to truly know that there is one.
Well, that would then that would be what we would call strong agnosticism. Strong agnosticism says nothing can be known about a God. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that kind of, but the thing is that I don't.
Well, that's a self-referential statement, and it's also self-refuting because it's a knowledge claim about God. And if you take the position that nothing can be known about God, then that statement is incoherent and self-contradictory.
Why would that be?
Because it's self-referential.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, if I said there are no absolutes, that would be a contradictory statement because it's self-referential. It's an absolute statement itself. If you say, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, and I'm not trying to paint you in a corner. I'm just trying to get clarity what your position is, because there's Jeffrey J. Lauder, who was the founder of Internet Infidels, has criticized atheists, and he said atheists have to stop shooting themselves in the foot by coming up with a unified definition of atheism. Right. So that's why I'm questioning along this line. So when somebody says nothing can be known about a God, and that would also include a God's existence, that is a knowledge claim about God. So how would you know that if nothing can be known?
Well, I never made a claim that is the case. I said
okay. So you mean that it is impossible to know if a God exists?
Right, because I'm just like a human being, right?
Okay, good. So what if we have a God that is omniscient, omnipotent, and always truth revealing, and he reveals that he exists? Can that God be known to exist?
Would I know that is the God?
No, I said could. if that God reveals himself, if that God is omniscient, omnipotent, and always truth revealing, and God has revealed himself to humanity, okay, how is it not possible to know if a God existed, if that God reveals himself, given that he is omnipotent? Now, if you didn't believe in an omnipotent God, that would be fine. That would be fine saying, a God that existed that is not omnipotent might not be able to make himself known, right? But what if that God is omnipotent and omniscient and always truth revealing? To say that we could not know his existence would be a contradiction.
Well, how would I know if he's there, right?
By virtue of his omnipotent revelation.
Right, but how do I know what it's revelation?
What's your mother's middle name?
Nikhil.
How do you know that?
I read a birth certificate.
Okay, so you had a type of revelation.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you have an omnipotent God who makes the decision to reveal his existence to his creation, then it cannot fail to occur.
Right,
so
but
when you use the blanket statement, God, you either have to say all conceptions of God or only some conceptions of God could not make themselves known.
Right, but how would I know he revealed himself?
But he would do that. It doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter what the specifications is. He could speak to you. He could make your mind innately know. See, here's the question. When you say, how would you know he would exist? I'll ask you, how is it that you are able to know anything? Are you capable of knowing something?
No, I admit I don't.
Wait a minute. Are you capable of knowing anything?
Anything, yeah, but everything, no.
Okay, good. And what is the means by which you can know something?
I don't know, maybe justification. But I was going to ask you a question real quick.
All right, go ahead, because I don't want to hog the mic, and I don't want to feel like you're on the hot seat here.
No,
so
I'm very curious. Are you asking me, like, if God revealed himself to me, would I still be an atheist? Because if that's the case, I would not be an atheist.
No. The point that I was getting at is that when skeptics refer themselves as an agnostic atheist, that's inherently problematic, and that most people who designate themselves has not really thought through the problem, because unless they want to use a proprietary definition of agnostic is somebody who neither affirms nor denies the existence of God due to insufficiency of information. Okay. Now, if there's an insufficiency of information, then that constitutes basically a lack of belief. Agnosticism necessarily entails a lack of belief, right? So when you call yourself an agnostic atheist, under the contemporary meaning of agnosticism, and you use that as a modifier before atheist, when you call yourself an agnostic atheist, you're just saying lack of belief.
No, what I'm saying is that when I say I'm an agnostic atheist, right, I'm agnostic in the sense that to me, right,
I understand that explanation. Right. I understand that, but you see, that's not the issue that I'm pointing to. You have defined atheism, okay, as a lack of belief. By the way, Andreas, you do understand that whenever somebody is speaking about the nature of existence, since you want to be a little snarky here and say, get ready for the precept, whenever somebody reasons or argues about the nature of existence, they are arguing presuppositionally, whether they state it or not, or whether it's obvious or not.
Exactly.
Everybody is reasoning presuppositionally. It is unavoidable. And if you disagree with me, show me how any positive statement about the nature of existence does not employ either an overt or a covert presuppositional position. You see, you just don't like. Okay. Well, so what about 1 + 1 = 2? What about
Am
it?
I not hearing the conversation? Or is you talking to somebody?
No,
in the
he's
chat?
not. No, he's not.
No, he's talking in the side chat.
Yeah, he's not using his mic.
Yeah. What is 1 + equal? What does that mean? Is that a reference to something in the physical world, or is that just symbols, conventional symbols on a piece of paper? Does 1 + 1 = 2? Is that a reference to something in the actual world?
Dude,
Is
if
this
you
Mike
got,
Bussett?
See,
yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. If you if you can use your mic, man, use it.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, so AJ, agnosticism is defined as that one does not know whether God exists or does not exist, right? And it necessarily is a lack of belief, right? You can't escape it. So agnosticism is essentially the lack of belief due to the insufficiency of information, right? So when you call yourself an agnostic atheist, the meaning of agnosticism is a lack of belief due to insufficiency of information. Okay, so that's the core of what agnosticism is: basically a lack of belief, right? So when you say that you're an agnostic atheist, you have already defined atheism as simply the lack of belief, but not the denial of it. So to call yourself an agnostic atheist is a redundancy in terms of how you defined it.
I kind of disagree. I think agnosticism is just it's the belief that it's impossible to know whether there's a God. And
Well,
atheism,
that's strong agnosticism.
right? But I'm saying that I don't believe in a God, but I'm not going to say that there is no such thing as God. I'm taking the honest.
Yeah, you see, we wouldn't, and I don't mean to be on a hobby horse here, but we debaters in the great debate community waste an enormous amount of time because we have some people in the community that insist on using non-contemporary usages of basic words. So let's move on here. So we're talking about a dichotomy here. When you say you don't know, well, you couldn't even reason for anything other than a material existence for mental states.
Why would that be the case?
Well, how could you have evidence for something non-natural?
I never said that I did or denied.
No, that was a question. I didn't accuse you.
I never made the claim that I did.
Okay. Well, because of your criterion, you don't believe in God due to insufficiency of information.
Yeah.
Okay. So, so why do you believe in the laws of logic then? Do you have evidence that the for all entities that exist that they always equal themselves and can never equal their negation?
What do you mean by that?
Well, do you have evidence for that?
No, I'm asking you what you mean by that. Can you explain the process?
Well, the laws of logic are the law of identity, A equals A. The law of non-contradiction, A cannot equal not A at the same time in the same sense, and the law of excluded middle. Something is either A or it is not A. Okay. Now, what that means is that for all entities that exist, they always equal themselves, and they can never equal their negation at the same time and in the same sense. Right? Is that the way reality exists or operates?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
Well, if you don't know that, then what that does is that renders any statement that you make about existence from your worldview as meaningless. Because you see, any statement that you make about reality, if it doesn't unconsciously or consciously affirm the law of non-contradiction, that statement could coexist with its negation, whether or not we're aware of it. So if I said to you the ball is in the street at the same time and in the same sense the ball is not in the street, what does that mean?
I don't know.
It doesn't mean anything. Now, if I said to you the ball is in the street, but when I say that, I'm not affirming the law of non-contradiction, how is the statement the ball is in the street meaningful? A statement is only meaningful if and only if its negation cannot coexist. Right? But you see, you don't believe in God because you don't have proof or evidence that God exists in your position. But you see, in order for you to reason and to speak meaningfully, the law of non-contradiction would have to hold. But you don't have any evidence for that. So why do you believe in the law of non-contradiction?
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you why you do. Because that's the way God made you to think. Because that's the way the mind of God operates. And you're made in the image of God. And so it's not just an assumption on your part. That is the way God has designed the human mind to operate. That's why you think that way.
Can you prove that?
And if you don't accept that, which is your prerogative, then you're going to be in it for a whole bag of philosophical hurt.
I think we're all in for that. Can you prove that claim you just made?
What was that, G?
Can you prove the claim you just made?
Hey, do me a favor. Could you get closer to your microphone because it's extremely.
Can you prove the claim you just made?
Listen. I'm not listen.
Can you prove the claim you just made?
Thank you. Okay, go ahead. What statement are you referring to?
The one you made about God being required for laws of logic and all the rest of it. You just made a claim to AJ, so
yeah,
can you back that up?
The God of the Bible has revealed himself in time and space and throughout human history in natural revelation, including innate revelation, and in special revelation. God has communicated that he is what he is. He is self-identical, right? Which is the law of identity, and that he is always truth revealing, and he cannot lie. Okay.
Wait, can you prove that? Which is going to go down a circle,
I just did. I said God has revealed that, and since he is always truth revealing, okay. Then what's that?
Well, that's circular, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Well, in order to establish that anything is ultimately the case, circular reasoning is unavoidable.
That doesn't prove anything. You're just saying.
Okay, did you hear what I just said?
Yes.
I'll repeat the statement.
No. I heard it. That's fine.
Okay. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Do I disagree that that was circular? Yes.
No.
I agree that was circular.
Let me repeat the statement so it's clear to everybody who's listening. All right. In order to establish that anything is the case, ultimately, one must resort to a final authority. And any appeal to a final authority is inescapably and inherently circular. Circular reasoning is unavoidable for ultimate verification.
Okay, so tell us about the revelation.
That's usually what I'm saying. It's like, hey, I can grant you pretty much everything, except that your God is being honest. Because I don't think that he is.
Well, I'm not interested in speaking with you, Ocean.
Yeah, I saw that.
Due to your rude and over talking behavior.
I saw that exchange between.
So until in the near future you change your behavior, I'm not interested in speaking with you.
It's usually because you can't address an argument that you get.
No, I was being entirely polite to you yesterday. I was being cordial to everybody, and you chronically were over talking me. And I think it was clear from outsiders that you were just trolling me.
You overtalk just as much as I do, if not more.
Okay, if you want to
have a fair conversation, you're interrupting me right now.
Right.
If you want to have a fair conversation, I'm happy to do that. We can have timed responses.
Okay, why didn't you do that yesterday?
This isn't.
We can have timed.
I asked you a question. If you wanted to have a fair
All right, this is-
conversation, why didn't you do that yesterday?
Look, clearly,
because we were
stop,
having
stop,
a
stop,
fair
stop.
conversation.
All right, let me get back to G because I'm not interested in talking with you.
Stop. I'm
If you'd
taking.
like
So
to
G,
have-
okay,
Wait,
G.
If you want a free for all, you get a free
Okay,
for all.
whose room is this, Antonio's?
It's mine. I'm
Okay,
taking.
go
for it,
ahead.
Antonio.
Go ahead,
What's up?
Antonio.
Clearly, you two aren't getting along right now, so I'm just going to let Didi make the exchange with AJ or whoever he was talking to.
No, I was talking
Because
to
if
G. Well, I was talking with AJ and then G at the moment.
Yeah. If you interfere, Ocean, then that's just gonna cause tension because you know you two aren't getting along right now. So
Oh no, it's true. The problem is that I have a valuable contribution to the conversation that they're having.
I'm not saying you don't, but the fact is you two don't get along, and it's just gonna create tension in the room, and I'm not gonna have that in my room.
Okay.
Okay, so G, where did we leave off?
Well, I'm asking you to back up your claims, and you've appealed to circular reasoning, which is fine, but that doesn't satisfy me.
In order to satisfy your request, what would satisfy backing up a claim? How would one do so?
Well, you'd have to present me with whatever evidence you have, and I don't know what evidence you have.
How is something ultimately verified or confirmed as evidence?
Well, that would depend on what evidence you have. I can't answer that until you present me with the evidence.
How is any evidence whatsoever that you can conceive of? How is it ultimately verified or confirmed so that I can meet your request?
Well, you can meet my request.
Scotsman Matt is asking, can he join?
Oh Lord.
What?
I'm speaking on him right now.
Scotsman Matt.
Oh,
I'm already speaking on him. Don't worry about it. All right, go ahead and continue on.
Okay. So you want evidence. How is
Well, just let me clarify. Let me clarify. I'm interested in your evidence.
Hold on. Just do me a favor.
In your experience.
Listen, I want to talk with you. You got to get close to your microphone. It's very, very echoey.
Okay, fair enough.
All right.
Okay. I don't know if this is any better. Let me know.
No, it is. That's better.
Excellent. Okay. So I'm interested in your experience and your knowledge. Your knowledge. What you consider. I don't. That's all I'm interested in.
Well,
you tell me.
In my worldview, the existence of the Christian God is the necessary and ultimate prerequisite that anything can be determined to be the case about reality in virtue of how he has created this world as a result of his nature, his mind, and how he has endowed our minds to think. If one does not accept that it is the case that Christian God exists, I don't know how they can actually know something in such a way that it's just not simply some probabilistic guess.
But how do you know that your experience of the Christian God is actually what you claim it to be?
Because without starting that it is the case, then nothing can be known.
So you have nothing else to appeal to except
it would be
a vague hope, really, isn't it?
It would be similar to how do you? Okay, G. When we converse back and forth, and we agree and disagree, we're both unconsciously affirming the laws of logic, right?
I'm not really interested in going down the laws of logic route. I'm interested in your experience. You are a Christian, and I'd like to know why.
I'm trying to respond to you. The point I'm trying to make to you is by analogy. Whenever you and I speak, in order for our reasoning to make sense, if you will, right? We have to either consciously or unconsciously be affirming the laws of logic. Now, if I applied your same question, how do you know that the Christian God exists or it's his revelation? It's the same way. How do I know that the laws of logic exist? Is because to deny it is to plunge myself into utter incoherence. And when I say incoherence, what I mean by that is that it doesn't matter if somebody listening to me is satisfied by what I say, but it's meaningless in the sense that its negation could coexist. And if one's negation, if a negation of a positive statement could potentially coexist, then that statement cannot in actuality be meaningful. So how do you know that the laws of logic exist? Well, you know that it exists by virtue of the fact that if you deny it, nothing can be known. And the same is true for the God of the Bible. If you deny his existence by virtue of not accepting it, you're going to have to start from square one, but nothing will be determinable.
Did he tell you that?
What?
Did he tell you that?
Yeah, if you read through the Bible, there are numerous passages, both direct and indirect, that show that everything that exists is contingent upon God. For example, in, I think it's Colossians 1, he upholds all things by the power of his will. Okay.
How do you know that he's okay? Yeah, no,
okay.
Fair enough. How do you know he's telling you the truth? No, we just want to expedite the conversation.
Because if I don't accept his revelation, then truth will not be attainable at all. How do you know the laws of logic are true?
Well, I don't really want to. I said that.
Well, when you speak to me, okay, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question. Every time you speak to me, in order for those words to be meaningful, must you unconsciously affirm the laws of logic?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, how do you know that they exist?
Well, I believe that the qualities that they represent, that we codify as laws of logic, are just traits inherent in reality and in the universe.
Oh, okay.
But I don't see really why that's got to do with all else too.
Okay, so what you're saying is, you're saying that the consistency of the events that you observe, that you do not observe contradictory states of affairs. Therefore, since you have never observed that, therefore the whole of reality operates that way?
Well, I'm not making a claim as to the whole of reality. I think you are. That's what I'm interested
in. Well, yeah, you do. Okay, you actually you did, because when you told me that you unconsciously affirmed the law of non-contradiction, that's a statement about the whole of reality.
Well, it's a statement based on my experience of reality. I haven't experienced.
No, we're not talking
reality in all of time and space.
We're not talking about your experience. When you affirm consciously or unconsciously the law of non-contradiction, that is an affirmation of the whole of reality, not just your experience.
So what does this have to do with your experience of God? You said that
I'm saying to you that you have an inconsistent criterion for accepting the God of the Bible, because you want independent verification other than the revelation of God, which is given and then accepted, right?
But you haven't established that revelation is accurate or true.
Okay. How would you establish, independent of the Christian gods existed, that anything is accurate?
Well, I'm more interested in what you've experienced. I'm not interested in providing criteria for you until you can tell me more about your experience. This is what I'm interested in.
My point isn't based upon my experience. My point is, I'm reiterating to you the revelation of the God of the Bible. Now, if you ask for independent verification as opposed to persuasion, then the revelation of the Christian God. And remember, the revelation of the Christian God is broader than just the Bible. It includes all of the physical existence and what God has made us to innately know that we can't be wrong about. Okay? So when I say the revelation of God, it's natural revelation and innate revelation as well, and his endowing us with the mental faculties by which we can reason about our existence. Now, if you say, how can you know, you're presupposing that there must be a means by which we can know something in such a way that we cannot be wrong, right? Are you presupposing that something can be known in such a way that we cannot be wrong?
I'm just asking you some questions. I'm not presupposing anything. I'm just asking you about your worldview.
Well, I told you that we know things by virtue of the Christian God existing and him providing revelation. Without that, Nothing can be known in such a way that we cannot be wrong. It would
But
be.
that's just,
It would have
just asserting things, though. This is
well, okay,
this is
good.
the problem. We're not getting. I'm not getting a sense of why you believe anything. You come in and you do your little routine, and that's fine. But it doesn't tell me anything about your experience. It's just
okay. I already addressed
getting nowhere.
Yourself. I said I'm not arguing from my mere experience. I'm arguing from human history and what God has done and revealed. It's not that I've had a personal revelation and you haven't, or Antonio hasn't, or anyone else. All right.
So you've had no.
I'm going to ask you a question. When you ask me that question, how do I know that the revelation of God is true? You're asking for verification, right?
No, I'm just asking you to tell me your experience.
Are you asking for verification?
No, I'm asking you to tell me your experience.
Well, I already told you. I already told you that my experience is not unique to myself.
I'm sure it isn't.
Okay, it's common to all mankind in terms of natural innate revelation.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just interested in your experience. You might have had a similar experience to other people, but everyone is different, and your experience will be filtered by you. I've already
answered that. I've already addressed the issue. I am not putting on the table in front of you a particular experience that I have had. I have said nothing like that.
But we're not discussing world politics. This isn't signing a peace treaty. It's just a conversation about worldviews.
Right.
You examine other people's worldviews with a fine-tooth comb. Right. I am interested in why you believe in God.
Because the God of the Bible exists and he has revealed himself.
Right. Well, I don't think I'm going to get anywhere. So
how else?
We'll leave it there.
How else would I be able to know something?
I don't know. It's not for me to tell you how to experience.
Okay, if you don't know how anything could be known, why would you even ask the question, how do you know it's the revelation of God, when you don't know of any means by which anything can be known?
Because we're two people having a conversation. That's it.
That's right. But that's not an answer to my question.
It's not an answer that satisfies you. That's
okay. Well, at this point right now, it just seems to me that you're trolling. Really?
That's up to you to think. I mean, I guess I'll join your list of many names, but that's up to you. That's fine.
No, there's a difference in my playbook when someone is trolling with a small t and somebody is trolling with a capital T, which means they're trying to be an obstructionist in the conversation. Okay. And you're not. I mean, you've done it a couple times, but for the most part, I wouldn't accuse you of being an obstructionist. I'm just saying is when I ask you, I'm just saying that when I ask you some very specific questions, I'm not getting any answers to those questions. Okay, when I say that, I don't mean one that agrees with me. You're just not addressing those questions. Like when I say to you, let me just make one more statement, all right? Because when you say to me, how can I know? And I say, well, when you ask that question, what is your criterion for how anything could be known? And then you just dodge the question.
Because it's not relevant. We're just having a conversation.
So, all right. So we're not getting anywhere. You're not really interested in having a conversation.
No, I haven't been speaking for the last half an hour asking you things. That hasn't happened.
No, we're just not getting anywhere. You're just giving me non sequitur responses.
Funny how that happens, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It is funny.
What is that noise?
Scotsman, you've got some kind of audio problem. You sound like the chipmunks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be surprised if that's the sniper.
Yes, I don't think he's a sniper, but I don't know what the heck that noise was.
Well, hold on, let me look at his profile here.
That was Matt.
Oh no, it's Matt. He's got 500 plus.
I recognize that guy's face. I talked to him before. He's not a sniper.
Is my voice okay now?
Yeah, it's much better, man.
That's definitely the sexy Matt or a great impersonator.
So my question was, for anything to be known, why must it be the God of Christianity?
Because he says so.
That begs the question.
Yeah, it does.
So why would I be interested in something that's fallacious reasoning?
Okay, who says it's fallacious?
Logic says, begging the question. It's an informal logical fallacy.
Okay, well then what? Then you're accusing the God of the Bible of being fallacious.
Yeah, I mean that assumes the God of the Bible exists. That's what I'm questioning.
No,
So
I don't assume it. I merely accept that which he has revealed.
I don't accept that. That's the problem.
Okay, well that's your problem.
But how do you resolve that problem?
First of all, the funny thing is you don't accept it.
Oh, I mean, I don't need to.
Wait a second. Wait. Are you rational theists, Matt?
Yes, I am, but I'm playing devil's advocate against a position I think stupid.
Okay. Well, I'm not really. I mean, unless you hold that position sincerely, I'm not really interested in discussing like that.
We're not going to be doing this.
When I have
we're not going to be doing this in here, Matt.
When I have a skeptic,
I think that Matt can be on the side of a good argument, though.
Okay.
Well, we're not. No, we're not doing this in here. I invited some of you. I invited you, some of you people in here, so it won't be an echo chamber. But you guys are not going to come in here and take over my hangout and take this discussion different directions, especially if you don't sincerely hold that position yourself. This is not going to happen.
Here's a position I hold seriously. I hold the position seriously that you cannot.
And this is non-negotiable.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I'm giving you a position that I hold seriously.
Okay.
The position I hold seriously is
no.
Hold on a second.
Antonio, let him say what position you hold seriously, and then you can.
Antonio's. This is a news flash, everybody. Whether I agree or don't agree with Antonio, here's the bottom line. This is Antonio's room. If he lays down the law, that's it. If you argue with him, then he can eject you, and then problem solved.
Now apply that to a Christian God exists.
So a position I hold seriously is that if you're going to talk about there needs to be an independent source in order for us human beings to know something, that source doesn't necessarily need to be the God of Christianity. I believe that to be true. And my question was, why does it need to be the God of Christianity?
Okay, Antonio, do you want me to address that or not?
That's up to you, man. If you don't, you don't have to.
Well, you laid down the law that you didn't want me to do.
Well, I'll go ahead and leave it up to you. Do you want to?
Okay. Well, the fact is do we have any revelation of any other gods, and are they coherent?
Why would it need to be another god?
How would you know anything then?
Let's say, for example, there was a Platonic realm. If there was a Platonic realm and the fundamental laws of logic.
How would you know that?
Yeah, you would know that because the same way you know that that without the universe, there's nothing physical because you reason to it.
How would I know that anything is the case?
Through apprehension of what you can.
Okay. Is that through my sense perception?
No, it's through your reasoning.
Okay, and how do I know that my basic cognitive reasoning is reliable?
You don't.
Oh, so then I can't know it then.
That would be to use the word know in a non-standard way, where you would be using the word know to mean know with certainty, where the word know is not usually standardly used in that way. But it means
so you're saying is I believe something with some confidence thrown in.
Yeah, with varying degrees of confidence.
So what if somebody believes something with confidence? So what?
Well, then you can then evaluate the reasons why they have that confidence.
Evaluating it would not determine that anything is the case.
Why wouldn't it?
How could it?
Because if for example, I say that my memory is generally reliable, and someone says, well, let's evaluate that, then you can test my memory.
No, that's entirely fallacious reasoning, because one and or both parties would have to presuppose that their memory faculties are reliable even to evaluate it. Okay,
Yeah,
so earlier you stated that circular reasoning was fallacious. Did you not?
Circular reasoning can be fallacious, yes.
Oh, is it always fallacious?
No, there's something called virtuously circular.
Oh, okay. And is when I appeal to the revelation of God, is that is that virtuously circular?
No, that's fallaciously, that's viciously circular.
Okay, why? Why is that?
Because there are other alternatives apart from the God of Christianity.
What alternative?
Like a Platonic realm, like.
And how do you know that there's a Platonic realm?
Wait a minute, I'm not finished yet.
See, we're going around in full circle here. This is what we always do, Matt. The fact of the matter is, you just shot yourself in the foot, because you're talking about certain states of affairs, none of which you can actually ascertain is the case. All you can do is saying that you know it in the sense that you believe it with some degree of confidence, but that doesn't mean that it's the case. So we're going around, we're a dog chasing its tail now.
But when did you ascertain the God of Christianity existed?
By virtue of his revelation.
That's begging the question.
I don't have a problem with using circular reasoning when it comes to an ultimate final authority in the revelation of God.
But that ultimate, you have.
Okay. Circular reasoning avoidable for any final authority?
Yeah, but you would need to demonstrate.
Is circular reasoning avoidable for any final authority?
No.
Okay, good. Then guess what? Okay, then you're not going to be able to appeal to any final authority.
Why not?
What final authority could you appeal to?
You could appeal to the final authority of whatever God exists.
What God exists?
Yeah, that could be the God of Christianity. That could be the God of Islam.
Well, how would you determine that it is the case that the God of the Bible exists?
You would do that through apprehending the revelation from that God, if it was present.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, but you would do the same.
You know what? You're full of crap. You're going around in full circles. You just gave the same answer that I gave that you were just objecting to.
No,
okay, I'm done. I'm done with you, Matt.
Absolutely not, because
I'm done, Matt. I'm tired. Listen, Matt, seriously, I'm not doing this. What you're doing is you go around, you scurry around in all of these little rabbit trails in little directions. You just gave the answer that I just gave a minute ago in slightly different words, but it was essentially the same answer. But then you objected to it. So now you're guilty of double talk. You are now affirming the statement that I made earlier that you objected to. Okay, so either you are aware of what you did, or you're not aware. Are you aware of what you just did?
Yes, but I'm not being allowed to explain what I just did.
Okay, did you do it on purpose?
Because you keep talking.
Okay, no, I'm done. I'm done with this. This is why it's hopeless talking with him.
Okay, so what I was saying is it could be.
That's it. Move on.
That's ridiculous.
Well, it's my room. If you don't like it, you can take a hike.
Yeah, you are. I mean, there's a lot I like about you, Matt. You're a really smart guy. You're well informed on a lot of issues, but you're just giving me just this extraneous rabbit trail double talk.
Yeah, I'm smart enough to shut down your presupposition.
You didn't shut it down. You didn't shut down my presupposition.
It's completely shut down. You're
okay,
not able.
No, it's not. Because let me explain something to you.
You're not capable of having a discussion.
Any statement about the nature of reality must start with presuppositions.
I don't know what you mean by reality. I don't know what that.
Okay, you know what, Antonio? You're right. He says he doesn't know what I mean by reality. Conversation over.
What do you mean by reality?
Thank you very much.
Stop this, man.
Thank you very much, Matt.
I said the conversation's over.
I'm not gonna play your little semantical games here. Okay? And it has nothing to do with you, quote, outsmarting me.
Yeah.
You're doing semantical gymnastics now.
I thought the conversation.
By the way, I love the glasses.
Yeah, I thought the conversation was over.
Yeah. Well, I didn't continue the conversation. I was giving you a compliment on your glasses.
Yeah. They're there for comedy relief, so they went that money went.
Well,
to,
it's very fitting.
yes, I think so. I'm supposed to be having a debate with Jake Herter tomorrow on the foundation for morality. So
I'm going to break out the popcorn for that one.
You should tune into that.
Jake
Yeah,
Herter.
I think that'll be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Jake Herter's
that'll be like watching the professional wrestling championship in the cage match.
Well, yeah, I don't think he would ever qualify to get into the professional arena of discussion and debate. But
whose show will it be on?
I wasn't speaking about his qualifications.
I don't know. I mean, I think Hannah Zubi is supposed to be moderating it.
Well, I'm not comparing your intellect to his.
I know.
You're vastly more rational and intelligent than he is.
I think Hannah Zubi is moderating, so I'm guessing it will be on her channel.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be tuning into that.
Is it going to be like a straight up formal debate, or are you guys going to just like talk to
So
each other with the
I
proper
think he's
respect?
preparing a PowerPoint for us. I'm not preparing at all. I don't do it.
Jake Herter is a joke.
Okay. Yeah. Andreas, are you the guy I spoke to on Discord yesterday?
You spoke on your Hangout, not Discord.
Okay, no, you're not. Are you the same? Are you the same guy who was in Discord?
Yeah, I was in Discord last night.
Okay, was I the one who had a semi-lengthy conversation with you?
I don't think so. Like, the only person I saw go into that Hangout or go into Discord was DGH.
Trying to remember. Okay, maybe it was somebody else. You just sound similar to him.
No,
I was there for a little while.
He was in
kind of chaotic.
He was in the Hangout with you that you deleted, I think, Didi.
Your mic is muffled. Could you repeat that?
Oh, he was in the Hangout with you that you deleted. Because I saw.
Oh yeah, well I remember Andreas'
Yeah.
name. I'm just wondering if he was going by another name in Discord, the Krillism's Discord server.
Oh.
No, I go by the same name I go on by here.
Okay, all right, my mistake then.
No, it's all cool. Glad you got clarification.
Yeah, Discord is kind of chaotic, I think.
Sorry, Matt, you broke out like the last sentence of that. What did you say?
Discord is too chaotic.
LOL.
Right, there's no focus to the conversations on there.
Well, it's meant to just be kind of like a casual conversation to just go around whenever, like wherever the conversation feels like going.
Yeah, that's why it's chaotic.
Yeah, it's random.
It's nice that way though, because if we don't feel like arguing over the same issue, we can just move on to a new topic.
No, I mean there's
Or you
nothing
can go to
more
another
to
room
life
and
than
listen.
talking about the great debate. That's why it's called the Great Debate.
Yeah, it's been a decent topic in the community for a while now.
So we don't
Can I
agree.
pose a?
We don't agree on our definitions of reality. You and I.
That's fine.
So how could you possibly compromise on those definitions?
I just don't see your definition of reality as really going to get anywhere.
Well,
But in the same way, though, I can also see the faults in my own definition of reality, so that's why I propose a compromise.
Why would that definition need to get somewhere?
Because if me and you both using different definitions of compromise in a different way, we're ultimately going to end up getting to different conclusions by a different mechanism.
Yeah, but the generally agreed definition of reality is that which is.
Do you not see that as circular?
No.
That which is. Well, what is?
Whatever happens to be. We don't have access to, we don't know we've got reliable access to reality. It could be something completely different from what we perceive it to be. That's why I reject your definition, because your definition is not objective. It's subjective.
We don't honestly know if there's a reality beyond our perception. So
Correct.
it's not very I don't view it as intellectually honest to say that there is one beyond our sense of perception.
So you don't think there's a fact of the matter?
I believe as far as like relativistically there is to us and our
What I mean-
perceptions, yes.
What I mean is, do you think, let's say, do you think there's a fact of the matter about the universe and its origins?
I don't see that as being intrinsically the case.
So there's not a fact of the matter about whether the universe is eternal, whether it had a beginning. There's no fact of the matter about that we might not, that we are trying to grasp at.
The question being is that, is there a fact behind the universe? Well, to us, there seems to be. We seem to be able to recognize patterns about it, but without us, we can't really determine it. We don't know what these things mean because they're arbitrary. And our senses and perceptions are allowing us to define these terms.
So you don't. So you think that?
Do you know that, Andreas?
Do you think that
Do you know
facts?
that, Andreas? What you just said?
Do you think that facts are human mind contingent?
Facts are determined by intelligence, yes.
Okay.
Andreas,
So
how do you know anything?
before any humans existed, was it a fact that the universe existed?
What do you say? Sorry, I couldn't catch that.
Before any human beings existed, was it a fact that the universe existed?
Nobody knows. It's a kind of a paradoxical question, isn't it?
So you don't, okay. So before any human beings existed, did the earth exist?
Okay, to answer your question very simply, before something can perceive of what is there, nothing is there.
So the earth did not exist before there was people there to perceive it to be there.
Real quick, Just the Legend had a question for you, Matt. He says, are properly basic beliefs still properly basic by definition if I try to justify them?
Yeah, Antonio, man, you got to fix your mic.
Part of what you said, Antonio, was muffled, at least from my end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
Can
echoey
you hear me
and
clear?
muffled. Yeah, that's a little better.
I said, he's asking Matt, are properly basic beliefs still properly basic by definition if I try to justify them?
Properly basic beliefs or basic beliefs by definition are not justifiable inferentially. So some people can claim like that they can be justified by immediate experience, but they're not inferentially justified by definition. But I'm interested in that, what you said, Andreas. So you're saying before any human being existed, did the earth exist?
Is he still there?
I don't know.
Yeah, sorry, my mic was muted. What I was, let me answer your question. So your question was, did the Earth exist before we could perceive of it, right?
Yes.
Well, if I'm going by the same line of reasoning, no. Not until there's a conscious to perceive of it.
Okay, but wait a minute. Isn't it the case that for human beings to exist, evolution has to take place?
And evolution is a process that helps.
But evolution only happens. Human evolution only happens when you have the earth present in order for there to be environmental, genetic variability, things like that. You need the earth in order for things to evolve on the earth, right?
Well, I have a couple questions from that.
Wait a minute. Is there a point behind this?
Well, yeah, I mean, it seems. I mean, I don't know about you, Antonio, but it seems strange to me for somebody to be suggesting that in order for there to be a fact of the matter, there needs to be human beings around. That seems kind of crazy to me.
Well, I wouldn't limit it to human beings.
Well, it just seems.
But there needs to be some form of perception. There needs to be some form of rationalizing and perceiving of the universe or the properties of the universe that are being observed.
But are you mistaking knowing that something exists with the thing existing?
I don't state to know anything. I state that my perceptions tell me this thing appears to exist.
So you don't
All
want to
right,
feed it.
all right. I'm not interested in
Can I ask?
continuing. I'm not even interested in continuing this line of questioning. I'm gonna go back to where we were before this even started.
Yeah, your mic is very
Yeah, I'm
echo,
kind of sitting back in my chair as I talk. Is this
just very
better?
echoey.
Are you chilling?
Yeah, it
Whenever you
was.
guys conclude where Antonio was going, I want to ask Andreas. I think that was his name.
Yeah,
A
Andreas,
couple of
you
questions.
asked, right?
Yeah, but I'll let Antonio finish.
Where was the conversation before this even got to this point? Because I totally.
Well, it
You
got
closed the conversation
well,
before it
it got to this point from because remember you guys were talking about morality, and then he was bringing up like utilitarianism, and then it drifted from that all the way up into this.
we were talking with AJ, and then when I entered the room, you asked me a question about something, and then AJ and I had a conversation, and then G entered the room and started his little shtick trolling bit.
Oh, then it led to what is reality? That's what I think it was about.
Right. You see, G wants to come in the room and he wants to say, "Well, how do you know that?" And you give him an answer which is not acceptable. Then you say, "Oh, okay. Well, then how can something be known?" And then he doesn't respond. He just trolls. He's not actually interested in the conversation on the topic. That's how it went. That's how the conversation. And then Matt jumped in when I was conversing with G.
All right, so yeah, I just want to rewind this back and just dial this back to before it even drifted off into all this on. I'm getting some messages. Hold on a sec.
No, that was me asking Andreas a question in the side chat. I heard him say a couple things I wanted to ask. So.
Hey, fire away, man.
No, I was going to let Antonio go ahead and do his thing first because he wanted to get back on topic because this is his hangout.
By the way, Onyx, man, your microphone's going in and out. By the way, if I or anyone else makes comment about somebody's microphone, we're not trying to give anybody a hard time. It's just that the sound quality is poor, and it's hard to carry on a conversation when the sound quality is poor, and even for the listeners on YouTube.
Yeah, sorry, I recognize that, and I'm trying not to, shit on the mic.
Right. I mean, so if, like I said, if I or anyone else, we're not giving anybody a hard time. It's just we're just trying to improve the sound quality.
Right, and that's perfectly understandable.
Okay.
So Onyx, are you gonna talk to Andreas about something?
Well,
So you're gonna say something.
my mic quality is pretty dirt right now because I'm on cellular.
You know what it is? It's not. It's a lot of times it's that the mic isn't close enough to your mouth when you use a phone.
Can I ask Andreas what he means by monist agnostic? What do you mean by that?
Arcane, your mic is garbled.
Yeah, terrible.
Is
How
my
about
mic
now?
Is my mic good, or what's going on with it?
Yeah, your mic's fine. Yeah.
Okay, good. So monism,
Arcane, not
it's kind of like a version of nihilism that it involves oneness. It requires it deals with a singular entity rather than dealing with a collective.
Is that better?
Okay, I just got to deal with something real quick. What is this issue about people complaining that this is like some sort of safe space for DD? No, this is not an echo chamber for any like one particular person. If people are having an exchange and people don't want to like ask questions or anything. I let them have the exchange. It has nothing to do with Dee Dee coming in the room or anything like this. And I'm hearing these constant complaints. Oh, Dee Dee's here. He's in the room and blah, 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 blah. If you don't like it, you don't have to watch my Hangouts. I'm not here to like impress any one particular person.
Do you want to know why the complaints are coming in?
I mean, I think the complaint mainly is that from like an outside point of view, is that the topic of the original Hangout is abortion, but here we are now talking about laws of logic and monism and nihilism and all these other different things.
Well, check this out. Before Dee Dee even came in the room, we were talking about feminism, and they got into that. So you can't put that on Dee Dee in the room at all.
Oh no,
feminism is like one step away from pro-choice versus pro-life, though, because it's a feminist issue. But with respect to, I think that the complaints come in mainly because as soon as Dee Dee gets stressed out, you kind of shut down the conversation pretty quickly. And I understand not wanting tension in your room.
That's a cheap shot.
What?
I understand that you don't want
tension. That's a total cheap, sleazy shot. Who was I stressed out about, Ocean?
Oh, I'm talking to Antonio.
Yeah, well, you made a remark about me in the room.
We don't have conversations.
Were you making a reference?
Talking.
What do you mean about
you
me?
making a reference? Okay. Well, I'm not talking about debate. You've made a personal attack on me, right?
Yeah,
now, you said that I was stressed out. What are you
Also,
referring
Matt Bell
to?
says that he was either sniped or kicked.
Okay, could you repeat that, please?
Matt Bell says he was either sniped or kicked. By the way, I don't know if you removed him, Antonio, but somebody did.
No, he wasn't sniped.
That's what he's telling me.
No,
I tend to trust him on this matter. I'm not saying you did.
Antonio,
right.
was Matt Bell sniped?
All right. Hold
on. Antonio wouldn't know.
Okay. So Ocean, I asked you a direct question. You said that Antonio is trying to cover for me because I got stressed out. Could you specifically tell us what you're referring to? You're interrupting me, and I'm talking.
No, stop.
If you interrupt me while I'm talking, you'll be ejected from the room. Now, I'm asking you a question.
Oh,
you made an assertion. If you interrupt me one more time, you will be removed from the room. Now, you made a comment in reference to today that that Antonio was covering for me when I get stressed out. Was that specific statement regarding something that happened in the room today with Matt Bell?
I think twice. Once with me, once with you.
Okay. How did I get stressed out with Matt Bell?
Once with me, once with Matt Bell.
Every time you come in here, Ocean,
okay,
you know what? These sort of conflicts with
this
Dee
is
Dee.
what
He doesn't start this.
I was in here before he showed up, Antonio.
He's an on-again, off-again
And I'm asking you. I'm telling you about the reason why you're getting the complaints that you're getting.
Okay, so Ocean,
because you're getting complaints for people that aren't me. I don't really.
I'll ask you the question: how was I stressed out in dealing with Matt Bell?
Towards the end of the conversation, before Antonio shut down the conversation.
Right, and why did he shut it down?
Looked like he was stressed out.
Why did he shut it down?
I shut down the conversation because it was getting out of control and stupid.
Yeah, Matt was going around and around in circles. He first did not accept that I know things by virtue of the revelation of God. He rejected it, saying it was circular. But then when I questioned him how he could know something, then he made an affirmation that the Christian God existed, which was the same answer that I originally get. So he was both affirming and denying the same thing, showing that he was contradicting himself, which means he was playing semantical games. Okay? So I wasn't stressed out. I'm not going to get into a protracted conversation when somebody is simply just trying to do these semantical games by both affirming and rejecting the same concept in the same conversation.
I think that's what Matt was doing.
That's exactly what he was doing.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it was. He says, how do I know something? I said, by virtue of the Christian God existing and him revealing things. Okay?
I think that's not how Matt says
when he said that was circular, and then I said, well, how can something be known? Then later, shortly thereon in the conversation, he says, well, if the Christian God exists. Okay, this is all he's simply doing is double talk.
Okay, I don't think that he's doing what you're saying.
I disagree with you.
Okay, that's cool. Anyway, Antonio, that's why you're getting the responses that you're getting.
Who cares? Hey, Antonio.
Yeah.
He asked, dude. Like, do you? If
I
haven't
did.
know the answer.
I
You
did,
know?
I did ask to be fair, but at the same time, Dede's right too. If people don't like how I'm running this hangout, then they don't have to watch. Stop watching. It's that simple.
There you go, Antonio.
True
Yeah.
enough.
By the way, don't.
But it's,
Antonio,
it's a
don't
criticism that I think that you'll wind up getting. I don't know if you want the viewers or not.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not concerned about just this small community or whatever. YouTube is bigger than this one particular community right here.
Sure.
So whatever happens to my channel happens to my channel. If people stop watching, they do. If they don't, they don't. It's not that big of a deal to me.
And people have issues. They could just come in here and just, I guess, lay out what the arguments that Dede's trying to bring up.
Well, that's fine, but to take this into other directions, like, oh, you're protecting Dede and all this other stupid crap, that's just additional side issues those are just side complaints and minutia that I'm not going to tolerate in here.
Yeah, it's just like, just speaking, just like, it's not addressing any real issues.
Can you hear me?
If we can just stick,
yeah, we can hear you.
just stick to the arguments, and people are just so focused on attacking Dede or any one particular person all day.
I have an objection to Dede's arguments that he doesn't like to address either. So but that gets into another conversation where it's like, it seems that he and I can't have a productive disagreement.
Well, if you can show sometime in the near future that you're not going to engage in chronic interrupting, talking over me, then maybe we'll see.
Right. Well, you interrupt, it happens to you back.
I don't have a problem with people interrupting from time to time.
Sure.
It's the manner in which you do it, and you do it chronically.
So do you.
Okay.
I just do it back.
I don't interrupt people for the purpose of obstructing their opportunity to speak.
Okay. I'll interrupt under two circumstances. One is when I've been interrupted numerous times. Two is when someone's mic hogging, which you're guilty of both on a regular basis when talking to me. So yeah, I wind up interrupting you.
Mm-hmm. I could care less whether you think I'm hogging.
Sure.
I can tell you, if you think, Ocean, if you think I'm stupid, which I don't think you do, but if you think I'm stupid, I'm not. I know very well that you have a little switch that you throw on the back of your head that you turn on your troll mode on and off when you feel it suits your purposes, just like you did yesterday in the Discord room.
Oh, in the Discord room, I was dealing with you honestly.
And you tried to do it again today. Okay, so if you can try to save face, and give me your malarkey, but I'm just going to tell you right now, keep on doing what you did yesterday, and I won't converse with you.
So what happened yesterday was that you were trying to dodge my questions, and so I was trying to keep you on track, and for some reason that you didn't respond well to that.
Okay, I don't dodge your questions.
Well, the question that I had was, what the inconsistency was with my claim that your God is a liar. If I give you everything except for the honesty of your God,
how would you be able to know in such a way that you can't be wrong that the God of the Bible is a liar?
I don't.
Then why are you making the claim?
I'm saying that it's possible.
Well, how do you know what's possible?
Are you saying that it's impossible?
How do you know what's possible?
I'm giving you everything except for the honesty of the God.
How do you?
I would ask you how you know that it's possible.
How do you know that it is possible that the God of the Bible? What was your answer?
What would be your method
for
that?
How do you know that it is possible?
Okay.
Which means it's a contingency.
So I'm interested in having this conversation as an internal critique. So
how do you know that it is possible that the God of the Bible is a liar?
Because you're receiving information independent. You're not the God, right?
How could you know anything?
Okay.
In order to know that something is a lie, that presupposes that you have to apprehend in such a way that you cannot be wrong, that a state of affairs is true that contradicts something that the God of the Bible has spoken. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
In order to know that something is a lie, then you have to know that there's a state of affairs that is true that stands in contradiction to the lie.
Okay.
How are you able to apprehend in such a way that you cannot be wrong, i.e., that it is not a guess with varying degrees of confidence? That
What would be
something
your
is
method
true.
for doing that?
Okay.
Like I said, I'm interested in
my
this being
question.
an internal critique.
How are you able to determine that any particular state of affairs is true?
All right, I've stated again, I think 3 times, maybe 3 or 4. Maybe this is the 4th, that I'm interested in this being an internal critique. So what I want to know is what your methodology
I asked a question.
and I'm happy
I'll
to
ask
accept
you
it.
one more time. How are you able to determine that any state of affairs is true?
Is my response not adequate for you?
Okay, I asked the question now. Was it 4 or 5 times?
Yeah,
Right,
you're not.
we're kind
You're
of at
not
a
really
stalemate.
answering.
I'm asking what his methodology is so that I can accept it and we can move on with an internal critique.
Okay,
Because I'm not interested in, like, as far as the external aspect, I have a completely different worldview than Darwin's does. Like, just wildly different.
See,
So
this
I'm
is
happy with
called
having the
the
conversation
dodge,
in which I'm
folks.
giving him anything that he wants, with the exception of the honesty of his God, so that we can actually try and establish it. And I'm interested in kind of how that happens.
Yeah, he's
so
filibustering,
if he
folks.
wants to make it an establishment
But you
of
didn't
how
answer
he
his
goes about
question.
doing this, then I'm interested in examining that method.
Okay, so you made an accusation that the God of the Bible could be a liar. Well, then that would not be the God of the Bible.
Definitionally, sure, but I can give what I'm interested in doing is giving you everything except for that honesty, as far as all the attributes that we're talking
Now,
about.
you could say, you could say
Like, that's the only thing I don't accept.
that
just to be
the
clear.
God of the Bible that I have accepted does not exist, and there exists another God who has perpetuated a deception. That would be an entirely different statement. Is that what you mean?
I think that's roughly what I'm going for.
Okay, good. Then if you have a God that deceives, then how can you make any statement about the nature of reality where you could determine that it was a case? Because that God who created stuff in existence, you wouldn't be able to know some things in such a way that you couldn't be wrong, because that God is a deliberate deceiver.
See, okay, so for me, I operate from a perspective in which we cannot know anything in such a way that we cannot be wrong. And I'm also a polytheist. So the idea of a deception God is something that fits into my worldview. So I think that that's something that could, within my worldview, that could be happening to you.
If you can't know anything in such a way that you cannot be wrong, why are you proposing any state of affairs?
Right.
I don't think that that necessarily matters.
Okay, that is not an answer to my question. And I'd like the listeners to note that the answer, don't overtalk me. I'd like the listeners to note on YouTube and the people in this room that the response that he gave me was just simply a dodge. Now, if you cannot know anything in such a way that you cannot be wrong, why do you propose that any state of affairs exists?
I trust my experiences.
But you don't know that in such a way that you cannot be wrong. So
I don't think that that's
so
possible.
you're okay.
So I don't
Good.
go
So
for it. That's not a goal of mine.
okay? So when you propose that a particular state of affairs exists, that's in virtue that your sense experience is operating reliably. Is that correct?
Yes, I assume that my
Okay,
senses are
good.
operating
So when
reliably.
you propose any particular state of affairs in discussion, all you're simply giving us is a glorified assumption.
Sure.
Okay, good. Why should we acquiesce, mentally speaking, to any assumption that you blurt out?
That's a good question for you to answer.
No, that's a question
I
for
think that
you
it's
to answer.
we're talking
That's another
together, and we
dodge to
should.
the question. I'll repeat the question again.
Okay.
Since any state of affairs that you state out of your mouth is ultimately the product of your assumptions, why should we mentally acquiesce to any assumptions and reasonings based upon your assumptions that you speak? Why
I don't generally. I don't ask people to.
Then why are you speaking to it? Why are you stating that there are certain states of affairs then?
I'm speaking to you, the assumptions that you're making.
Okay. Why are you making any statements that a state of affairs exists?
How do you get out of this?
Okay. You're not
What
answering
is
my question. Ocean, I have asked you a number of questions, and almost every time you do not answer my question. And it's painfully obvious that you're
I've said
dodging.
that I don't do what you're asking about.
Okay. Now.
So, and then you say, so why do you do this? Well, that's not what I do. And I'm asking about your assumptions.
Why should I comport my reasonings to any assumption that you make?
I'm not asking you to.
Then why are you speaking that certain states of affairs either do or might exist?
Exactly.
I'm asking about your assumptions.
No, okay, you are not merely doing that, you're also making certain statements that something either does or might exist. Why should I care that you assume that something might exist in a certain way?
Okay. So my position is that I think that it's possible that your God is lying.
Why should I care about that?
All right, you interrupted me. Let me finish my
that's
statement.
Because I've asked the question 3 times.
Right. Well, I'm trying to explain why the question doesn't necessarily matter. My accusation is that I think that it's possible that your God is lying. That's a statement about your position. The response to that shouldn't be questions about my position. That doesn't necessarily matter. Yeah. I'm asking you about your position and how you get out of this infinite loop that you're trying to build for me. I can tell you, yeah, sure, I think that infinite loop exists.
Excuse me, what infinite loop?
Because you're asking the way that you're asking the questions, you're actually saying things that I mostly agree with. But the problem is that I don't understand how you're getting out of it.
What are you talking about infinite loop?
As far as establishing things, as far as and how they cannot be wrong and such. I agree that if you don't have something like, right. I agree that my position is not going to create an infallible framework.
The Bible says that God doesn't lie. You can accept that or not, man.
I don't. So
okay, good. Guess what? Then if you don't accept that, then you're not going to actually be able to utter anything that is just not conjecture.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, how do you get out of it? That's what I'm like. Why does accepting that create a situation that's different?
Well, hold on. Arcane wants to say something real quick. He hasn't spoken yet.
Arcane wants to speak. Go ahead, Arcane.
Yeah, Ocean, bro. I kind of get what Didi's saying here, because the fact that you're asking him, well, how do you get out of it, assumes that you can objectively obtain a state of affairs. But just a few minutes ago, you said that you cannot know anything in a way that you can't be wrong about it. So the fact that you're here asking questions only proves Didi's point. It was why he's asking you, why should he care about giving you answers that you deem that you can't get anyway? So your position kind of defeats itself. Right. The fact that you're wondering and asking the question, though, kind of defeats. Do you realize that, though? The fact that you're asking for an objective state of affairs from him is assuming his worldview to begin with. You're refuting what you said a few minutes ago when you said,
"That's an excellent point, Arcane. Excellent point."
Anyway.
If he provides something that convinces me,
guess
then
what?
Arcane
just nailed it on the head.
But can you admit, though? Hold on, just for a second, because I have something to ask Didi too. But can you at least grant that point, Ocean? That you're refuting yourself when you say, well, I don't think I can know anything anyway, but then you're going to ask for objective states of affairs. That refutes your previous position. Can you at least say that you're...
I don't understand how asking for his position refutes my position.
Well, Ocean, I'm just going to keep it honest with you. I'm listening to you, Ocean. I'm listening to you, brother. You just need to just be quiet. You sound foolish and ignorant. I mean, 2 people, you got 3 people that say the same thing. Calm it down, bro. It's foolishness, ignorant, bro.
Okay, I'm trying to answer that question. I don't know why that's so.
Right, I understand that, But can you grant that point that I just made before you go on to asking your questions?
I don't think that no. I don't think that asking a question refutes my position.
Right. Well,
I
I
got
don't know
something
what
else to say. I got something else to say, and I'll let you speak, Ocean. I don't talk that long. So I just want to say to DD, though, DD is a master at trimming out the fat and the access and getting to the meat and potatoes of where the conversation should go point by point. Now, DD, in a formal discussion, he would be a master debater in that format. Like if you put him up against what's his name, Hitchens or Harris or any of these guys in their prime, he'd wipe the floor with them. But in these discussions, what they're griping at is he's not letting them just at a whim say subjective statements and get away with not getting to the point of the discussion. Just like he's asking this brother, why should he give a damn after you sit here and say, well, we can't know anything. We can't, I can't really know anything to be true, or I can't be wrong about it. So why should we give you information then? Why are you here asking questions? Why are you here? So that's what pisses these guys off to the point where they don't want DD in the discussion. Now, personally, I would like to let him, because what he does is perfect. He'll point out you're dodging, you're committing a logical fallacy. This is how you're not getting to the meat and potatoes. But then he'll keep pressing them on it, and he won't let them get anywhere. Personally, I would like him to let them speak a little bit more, because the more they speak, just like G Consciousness said, they make a fool of themselves. So just point it out at every turn. But I would say, brother, I love you, but just let them get a little bit more time on the mic.
Arcane, the check is in the mail.
You guys paying each other off, huh? All right. So
that's just
I'm trying to figure out, like, so how does my having a position have any effect on your position?
Okay. I just want a quick question, Ocean. Is objective determination of anything the case?
I don't know. Just look at me like a fool for a second. I'm asking questions about your worldview.
Well,
right?
we've been looking at you like a fool because
Right,
you're going
sure.
in these circles.
Continue doing that.
So
Continue.
you don't know. So no, it doesn't matter what I say to you, because you don't know.
Sure. I'm seeking knowledge.
Okay, here's another related question. Is objective determination that anything in the case possible?
What's your answer?
I'm waiting for your answer.
Okay.
Notice
Ocean's
Ocean's bag of little tricks. When I ask him a very clear and circumspect question, he doesn't answer it.
Because I'm asking a question about your position.
No,
I'm
I just
attempting to
asked
find out about your
question.
Ocean, to be fair.
Is everybody in here curious about what I think?
I'll repeat the question. I'll repeat the question again. Watch this. I'll prove my point.
I'm trying to find out something about Darwin's position, and I'm not getting the question.
Stop.
Like, why does that happen on a regular basis?
I don't have a problem asking about what you think, but if he asks you a straightforward question, you don't answer it.
I'm going to repeat the question again.
I'm not interested in espousing my position.
Here's the question. Is objective determination that something is the case in reality possible?
I don't know.
Therefore, asking the question to me about how anything is a case is utterly superfluous.
Okay. How does my not knowing something prevent you from answering the question?
No, it's just because anything I say is superfluous.
Why?
Because, I mean, the thing is, if you don't know, then what is your basis to object to anything he said?
Okay.
Does he have an answer to that? Because it's like, I feel like if I don't know, it doesn't affect his position.
To that.
Okay, go for it.
The answer is yes.
Okay. Why?
By virtue of the existence of the Christian God and his revelation.
How does that explain something?
I just did.
Okay. That didn't seem informative to me.
Okay. The Christian God eternally exists as a conscious mind. He is omniscient, omnipotent. He has constructed a world in such a way that comports and is consistent with his character and the way his mind operates. And he has created beings in his image And so our mind operates and thinks logically in a basic way, like he does. And he gives revelation through nature, innately, and special revelation. Since God knows the truth proposition of all things, God knows all states of affairs. And only one that is actually omniscient could actually determine that anything is actually the case. By virtue of his omniscience and his omniscience, he communicates those truths. Deny he exists, and you won't be able to demonstrate that you can know something that is the case.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I'm happy with the deny he exists, and then we can't know things.
Good. Therefore, then there's no point in having any further conversation about anything. And the reason why, Ocean, is that in order to argue and reason about existence, something must be determined to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, several things have to be determined. And you, every time you speak, you unconsciously are affirming that certain things are the case. Because if you didn't, then what you are saying in part would be utterly Charlie Brown's teacher going, wah, 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 wah.
I think that we can create meanings for ourselves.
No. How could, okay, would a statement be meaningful? Would a statement be meaningful if the laws of logic were not the case?
I think laws of logic are kind of built on observation.
If the law of non-contradiction did not hold, would any positive statement about a state of affairs be meaningful?
Pardon?
If the law of non-contradiction did not hold, would any statement about the nature of reality be meaningful?
The law of non-contradiction was not the state of affairs?
If the law of non-contradiction was not the case, would any positive statement about the nature of existence be meaningful?
Probably not.
Good. So you have to presuppose that the law of non-contradiction holds every time you open up your mouth and you make any statement about a particular state of affairs.
I don't see the laws of logic that way. I see them as more as descriptive factors.
Okay, good. Then there's no point in listening to you say anything, because you see, when you make a statement, its negation could coexist.
And I got a question. You said
the law of logic.
I have a question. I got a question.
Let me just say one more thing, Antonio. If you do not affirm, and with the people that you listen to, affirm that it is the case that the law of non-contradiction holds, then anything that you state could coexist with its negation, therefore rendering it meaningless. And in fact, if you doubt what I am saying, Ozymandias himself has affirmed. What would that even mean if the law of non-contradiction didn't hold?
I mean, Ozzy's also a moral realist. I'm not.
The
fact that I disagree with Ozzy is like
all I'm showing to you is that there is a highly regarded, well-respected person who is at least fairly well educated in philosophy, who would point out the same thing. That I'm not just pulling this out of my keister.
No, I'm not saying that you are.
No, I'm not suggesting.
There's a disagreement between me and Ozzy. I'm just saying, okay, big surprise. I disagree with Ozzy on a number of things.
The point is
He's an atheist.
this.
I'm a apologist.
He's a
moral realist. I'm not.
In order for us, when you speak to us from your worldview, in order for us, for anything for you saying to us to be intelligible and meaningful, you have to affirm the law of non-contradiction. And if you don't, then there's no point to us listening, paying attention to those sounds that we're hearing.
I didn't deny that the law of non-contradiction is true.
Okay, good. How do you know that the law of non-contradiction holds?
I see that it has not failed so far. That's how I go with it.
Okay, well that's the same type of argument saying the toothpaste will come out when I squeeze it tomorrow because it always has come out.
Right.
Right. We see
Okay,
that God's
that's
revelation.
begging.
And then
That's
there winds
begging.
up not happening
That is
after a while, right?
circular reasoning.
Well, what if we tell
No,
you?
I think
Well,
that the laws
Okay,
of
so
logic are
basically,
just basic ideas.
okay,
you
I
have
keep
regularly
I keep
objected to
getting
What's up,
circular
Antonio? I'm
reasoning,
sorry, man.
and you have now asserted circular reasoning that because
See,
you
this is
have
what
not
happened. I try to address
heard
some.
violations of
You're
the law of
talking. I'm trying to.
non-contradiction so
Uh,
far, therefore it holds globally and universally. That's begging the question.
now my question, it's gone now. Just continue.
Okay. You're sure? Because I'm happy to listen to you, Antonio. What's up?
No, I just forgot my question. It might come back to me. Keep going.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah. So what you're saying
So
is,
I guess
you
I'm
affirm
trying
the
to
law
get
of
to. I'm
non-contradiction.
trying to get to a
You have
point where we can have the
creation.
conversation about your God's honesty, and we seem to not like. I'm trying to get down the winding road and get there. We don't seem to be getting there for whatever reason, because we get kind of our
Yeah.
wheels start spinning in the laws of
Because your
logic because we
position-
see those things differently.
fails.
Is that where the? No, I'm taking a position of. I want to try and agree with you as much as I can until we get to your God's honesty, so that we
It's,
can kind of figure out what's going
Ocean,
on.
Ocean. Is honesty related to morality?
What do you mean, morality?
Is
Like when you
honesty
say morality, what do you?
Like, would it be wrong to just outright lie to you? Like, say, you're a rapist. Is morality? Is honesty related to morality? Would it be dishonest to call you a rapist or something like that?
Honesty is a value of mine.
Okay.
So,
it's
Antonio,
a
we
value
talked.
of
We
mine.
talked
So
earlier.
well, hold on. Let me say
Wait,
this real quick.
let me complete my statement. So,
All right,
I
go
was
ahead.
talking with Antonio earlier today about the difference between morality, ethics, and how they relate with respect to law. So, Antonio, if you remember that conversation, that's largely my view on
I
morality.
do. Yes.
Right. It's still you need to take that view and go right over to the trash can to put it in there.
Okay.
Because
Well,
number one is like you hold on, let me say you sat here this whole time going back circular reasoning, contradicting yourself. You're all over the place, man. Like, and this dude is spanking you. This dude is spanking you in this philosophical argument that you bring it. So it's just ridiculous, man. Like, dude, just hang it up. Get a hanger and hang it up, dude. Put it in the closet. It's over. Can we
Here's the
please?
problem. Here's the problem with Ocean. Ocean thinks he has a get out of jail card by saying, well, it's possible that the God of the Bible is deceiving you. What he doesn't realize is that's a boomerang that he's throwing out that comes back and clips him in the head. Right?
I think there's other
because
gods
now
that
what you're invoking, therefore now your senses could be deceiving you, your reasoning could be deceiving you, okay, and everything could be deceiving you, okay. So once you throw that boomerang on, it comes back and it decapitates you.
Can you tell me? Can you explain to me, Darth, how so? If you don't mind.
Well, when I say that the God of the Bible has revealed himself, and he has revealed that he is omniscient, and always truth revealing. And Ocean comes along and says, I do not accept that revelation. And then Ocean says, because it's possible that God who created everything is deceiving you, okay? That within that God's character, there is the possibility of revelational deception, right? And that's an important term, revelational deception.
Okay.
Once he throws that on the table, he's therefore slashed his own philosophical throat, because then he has no foundation upon which to stand on to be able to determine that anything is the case, because either any other God that he proposes or non-God world, he could be deceived, and that there's no possible world upon which he could know that anything is the case. So basically, whether Ocean thinks it's a clever rhetorical response, but it's philosophical suicide to throw that out.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Okay. So if you say your God could be deceiving you, and I say, good, that reasoning that you just uttered is predicated that you believe that there are laws of logic. If the laws of logic might not exist, And you could be deceived about that. That's also predicated that your sense perception are basically reliable, but your senses could be deceiving you. Therefore, when you think you're clever and your rhetorical trick about your God is dishonest or deceiving you, you have therefore destroyed your ability to make any objective determination about any state of affairs. End of story. Body on the ground. Call for the coroner.
All right. So I feel a need to kind of explain myself.
I'll haul them on off and put them on in the grave.
Can I explain myself?
Dig.
So, in my opinion, what I'm seeing it kind of a different experience. So, when Darwin's deity says, "Hey, I've had this revelation take place," which is been done in such a way in which I cannot be wrong.
No, I haven't said that. You're not representing what I said.
Okay. Well, what's the distinction between that and what you say?
Because the way in which you express it is that it was some type of an exclusive revelation.
Okay. Are you saying that everybody has this revelation?
Yes.
Okay. I would disagree on that point.
Of course you would.
I think that first I've had a different experience than you have.
Because your only other option was to say that you're in rebellion.
Okay. Let me finish the statement. Not only have I had a different experience than Darwin's has, but there's other people all over the world that have had completely different experiences than Darwin's has had with regards to revelatory experiences with respect to gods. And me being one, and anybody on the planet who's not a Christian, and honestly, some Christians have had completely different revelatory experiences.
Well, your experience
this leads me to believe
your experience could be deceiving.
Right, of course. Granted. So we get into a situation in which
why should we accept your experience in your
Darwin,
argument?
you have had trouble with me interrupting you, and we started this conversation.
I apologize.
We wouldn't do that.
I'm not trying to obstruct you, but I apologize.
Okay. So, multiple people on the planet are having different revelatory experiences. And to Darwin's point, sure, any of those experiences could be a deception. But from my perspective, I'm seeing it as multiple experiences means the possibility to me of multiple gods. And when there's one person who has an experience that says that their experience is the only one that is valid, I have questions. And that's what I want to know. What system are you using in order to validate that? And I don't seem to get a satisfactory answer out of that whenever Darwin's explains it.
Okay,
you already said
the answer to that is whatever ultimate system of verification that you're going to accept will ultimately be circular.
Is that your position on your own?
No, that's not my position. What you were saying is what means of verification do we have? Any means of verification that you accept in and of itself will ultimately be circular.
All right, you're gonna get to an ultimate verification stopping point. Otherwise, it's gonna mean
I agree.
Unavoidable.
This is the reason why, when it comes to the knowing aspect, I'm an agnostic. I don't think that it's possible to know, which is the position that I've held pretty consistently throughout the conversation.
You think that are you sure that you think that?
I mean, I'm coming from a perspective of
Is
my
it the
experience.
case that you think that?
Sure.
Well, you just contradicted yourself because you said it's not possible to know. That's a self-referential.
It's not possible to know about
statement.
gods.
That's
Darwin.
a self-referential contradictory statement.
Okay.
If nothing, listen, if I say
I don't know.
nothing-
There was a cross play there.
If
You've misrepresented me.
If I say nothing can be known, which is essentially what you just said.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
that is
that's not what I said.
self-referential statement, and it is self-contradictory.
So what I said was that I didn't think that we could know about gods. I'm agnostic on that issue.
Okay. Could you tell?
What you said earlier.
Can you tell me one thing that you can determine is the case, as opposed to you merely believing it with different degrees of confidence?
My own thoughts. I think that you can know what you're thinking.
Okay.
And I think that you can know what you're experiencing.
That's circular.
It might be when it comes right down to it, but I think
It's
it's an assumption that one
entirely
kind of has to make. It's an assumption I think you make as well.
But you can't. You see. But you see. Here's the problem. What you just proposed is something that you reject, because when I tell you, when you say to me, how do I know this is the God of the Bible? I said, because he has revealed himself. I say, how do you know your thoughts and your reasoning? Because I reason that they're my thoughts and reasoning. So you have just committed the very error that you say you object to.
I'm sorry, say again. What's the error?
You have just committed the very thing that you object to.
I think that's a Mike.
Remove the accusation. How do you think
when
that's
you
taken
said
place?
to me, how do you know it's the truth? I said, because God has revealed it. And you say that's not good enough for you. You want independent verification. But whatever verification means that you have, how is that verified? Okay, so when you say,
I don't know. That's the reason
when
why
I
I'm
ask
asking.
you, how can you determine that something is the case other than believing with varying degrees of confidence? You say, well, you think you can know your thoughts and reasoning, but that's assuming that your thoughts and reasoning. It's entirely circular, Ocean.
No. Okay.
You
So
just
what
committed the
I'm
very thing that you
I
rejected.
think that you could bring that up when I'm talking to you about my experiences and I'm trying to demonstrate them to you. That's where you've got me there, right? And there's I don't think there's any. That's the reason why it's an issue.
Well, why should we care about your experience? Why should we care?
Why are you?
Okay, that's what I'm asking to Darth. Is why should I care about his
you
experience?
committing the very principle that you reject.
Okay. There's a difference when it comes to me looking at my experience and me looking at your experience.
No, that's not the issue. The
Okay.
issue is this: when you say to
I
me,
thought that we were going to have a
how do I
conversation
know
without
it's the
interruptions,
revelation
Darth.
of God? I said, because he's revealed it, and there is no other means of knowing something were it not for the revelation of God. And you don't accept that because it's circular. Then you turn around when I say,
I didn't say that I don't accept it
Hold on a
because it's
second.
circular.
Hold on a second. You reject that, right?
Not because it's circular.
Okay. Oh, but then why do you reject it?
I'm wondering how you're getting to how you
You didn't
verify
answer
it.
my question. Why do you reject it then if it's not?
Because I have questions about it.
That doesn't answer my question.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Because I was asking about your verification
has revealed
process.
himself, and he is the only means by which anything can be known through his various ways of revelation, which include natural revelation, innate revelation, and special revelation. Okay. Now, every skeptic that this is presented to, with rare exceptions, rejects it on the grounds of circularity. Now, you say you're not rejecting it on the grounds of circularity. You have questions.
Right. Here, let me kind of go through it.
Questions about things. It doesn't mean I reject it.
The questions that I have are present issues with the system that you have. So your worldview is basically that God has given you this revelation, right? And that
He's given
it's
to
been
you,
revealed in such a way that you cannot be wrong.
That's right.
And this is in such a way that you think that this has happened to a lot of, like, most people, if not all people, right? So I haven't had that experience personally. So that's the reason why I'm questioning what
what you're saying is that the Bible is a lie.
Secondly, that I would think that the Bible is a lie.
Right.
Secondly,
Darwin,
let me get to the point.
Is your reasoning that you have not had that experience of God's revelation
later
reliable?
I want an interruption counter or something like that.
No, is your reasoning reliable?
Only insofar as I can trust it.
How would you know? You see, that's just double talk right there. Insofar is your basic reasoning faculties reliable, or are they reliable? Excuse me.
All right. Was my answer just? Do you see that as not an answer, or do you like what's
generally you generally speak in obtuse ways, so it's difficult to discern what your actual response is.
Okay.
So when you talk about your experiences, are your sense perception reliable, and are your cognitive processes by which you filter your sense experience reliable?
Can I finish explaining the point that I was getting to earlier before you interrupted?
It never fails. This guy cannot answer a question.
What the
He just
hell
wants
do
to
you
talk
mean?
about he just wants to talk about his beliefs, bro. He doesn't want to get to
Right, right.
negativity.
Well, not even I'm talking about my
That's
beliefs.
yeah.
It's
That's what
called
you doing, man. It's
full of
about listen. Ocean. I'm hearing it just like everybody hearing it. You in here talking about what you believe and what you think, bro. Then you talk
Gee, do you even
about.
know what my religion is?
I don't even care, to be honest.
Okay.
That's to be
If you
honest.
can't tell
Because
what
you
my
said,
religion
hold on.
is from the content of this
Listen.
conversation,
Hold on.
why do you think I'm talking about my
Ocean,
beliefs?
Ocean. Listen, because you just been talking about what you think and what you believe and what you assume. You believe in. Bottom
Sure.
line.
Well,
I
you
don't
know
know if you
what's
see that, but
do you know
everybody
why
else
that's
see that. We
happening, G?
don't
It's
care.
because Darwin
Listen,
keeps
what?
asking me questions.
Right. You know why that's happening?
So you
Because
know
you're
why I'm talking about
making
my beliefs?
claims
He's
about something.
asking me. So
But you're
therefore,
making
when he's
claims
asking
about
me, I
something
wind up
that you.
talking about myself, and then your complaint is
So
that I talk about
you're
myself.
saying stuff is
Stop asking
Don't get
false
questions,
that
upset.
you don't
Darwin.
even
Get
know.
off these
Don't
people
get
mad at
upset,
me.
Hold on, you're
Ocean.
saying stuff is false that you don't even know about. Come on, bruh.
You
What
can't
is he
say
talking
anything that's
about?
false.
Okay, Darwin's. I'm trying.
No, I'm not even.
Can I finish making the point? Because that I was trying to make a little while ago before Darwin's
When it
interrupted me
comes
3
to,
times.
but bro, you need to just stop. You're doing a lot of circular reasoning and it's foolish, bro. Just move on, man. You getting whooped in here, man.
Okay, I'm going to finish making the point. So, Darwin's gets a revelation that he sees to be revealed in such a way that he cannot be wrong, and he thinks that this has happened to most people, if not all people.
Again,
Is it all people or most people? Darwin?
Stop. You have just misrepresented what I say.
Okay. Well, what is then? Jesus, what's the clarification then?
Well, it's. I'm going to answer that, but it's just downright embarrassing that you either deliberately or inadvertently misrepresent what I say, and I communicate this all the time on Google
Right.
Plus.
So
what's the
difference?
Don't interrupt me, okay?
You said Jesus as as like a deplorable term without even thinking about it. So you clearly accept the revelation.
Right. My view on that is, why should I take my own God's name in vain when I have this fake one? That I
Okay,
can use?
you just misrepresented something that I do not say. It's a straw man. Whether it's due to carelessness on your part or deliberate, I don't know. But what I do say is God has given natural revelation, including innate revelation, that the one true God exists, and he has made us to know that he exists. And God has also given special revelation throughout human history through various prophets, ultimately through Jesus Christ, and through
What's the distinction between
the Bible. When you represent my position and depict it in words like I am receiving some unique revelation, that is a straw man.
No, I've said that you think that this has happened to everybody.
No,
right.
I don't.
That would be natural revelation, right?
Well, I didn't say that I think that. I say this has what has transpired.
Okay, so you're asserting it then.
Yeah.
Okay. So you assert that everybody has had this experience. I haven't had this experience, so that's the reason why I have questions. This doesn't seem like that it's consistent.
Well,
with
Ocean,
my
5 minutes
experience.
ago, you said that you can't know anything. So
Right.
how can you say that you
Thank
know?
you, Arcane.
How can you say you know?
I've talked about trusting your experiences before, Arcane. Let me get to the damn point. So
no,
we're in
but
a
you're
situation-
contradicting yourself. Can you at least acknowledge that point?
Well, Ocean, can you
That's
know
not
or
what's taking
not?
place.
Real quick, can you know or not?
Do you
With
know
respect
that
to your own
you had that
experiences, I think that you can know your own experiences.
Oh, so you
He
can
thinks
know
he
some
knows.
things.
He thinks he knows.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Right.
When you say that you know your experiences, do you mean that you assume it, or that you know it in such a way that you can't be wrong?
Right.
I don't necessarily know what the distinction is between those two.
Okay. When you say you know your experiences, is that word "know" constitute a glorified assumption, or do you know it in such a way that you can't be wrong?
I think that it's meaningless to get into
Dodge.
whether or not it's not
Okay.
even a
Shall
dodge.
I repeat the
Do you want me
question
to answer
again?
honestly, or do you want me to make up an answer
No,
that's
you're
not
not
my
answering the
position? Like, what do you want me to
question.
do, Arcane?
But today,
What do you want me to do? You
When
want me
you
to start
say
lying?
you
Is that gonna
know
be-
your
is that gonna be sufficient
experiences,
for you?
when you say you know your experiences, do you mean you know your experiences because it's ultimately a glorified assumption, or that you can know your experiences in such a way that you cannot be wrong?
I don't think you know them in such a way that you cannot be wrong.
Okay, then all
It
you're
might wind
simply
up being a
telling us
glorified
is
assumption as a result.
you assume that you have experiences, but it might
But I'm
not
not
be the
sure.
case.
Somebody might be able to correct me on that. I
Okay,
don't
so
think that it's
okay,
meaningful.
stop right there. You have now, and you see, Arcane stepped up to the plate, and he nailed it. He hit a home run. You have contradicted yourself because you asserted that you have not had these experiences, but now
I can't get to the point, can I?
You have conceded that you're assuming about these experiences. So if you assume it, you could be wrong. You could have had those experiences, but you assume otherwise.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to get back to the point.
So you notice he dodges everything.
Yeah. I think you should. I think
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, man. I think you should.
It does matter. You see, the one thing I like about Ocean is he can be totally obliterated in the debate and the conversation, and he just goes on like a car salesman.
Okay. I don't think that I was defeated there.
You've been obliterated for the last 30 minutes.
Do you know that, Ocean, that you was not defeated?
Or do you assume it?
If the conversation has been going in the way that I perceive it, then sure, I don't think that I've been defeated.
I mean, the funny thing is, Arcane and everyone else in the room, is he just trying to save face?
Ocean, you just need to let somebody else take the floor, bro.
I'm
Hey,
trying
man,
to get
is
to a
this
point
live?
that I
Is this
don't seem to
live?
be able to make.
Yeah, it's live.
This is live.
It's live.
Oh man, Ocean, you know this is live, right?
Right.
world
but
is
I'm
gonna
getting
see
I'm
this.
getting teamed up on it, and I'm trying to have a
No,
conversation
bro, this
with
brother
Darwin.
has dealt with you the whole time. He's been dealing with you the whole time.
Andreas is in here too. He could have spoken at any time.
Right.
Oh,
I'm not,
Ocean.
Andreas isn't necessarily on my side. I'm a polytheist. I'm kind of standing alone in this group.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Ocean.
but you see, Odin could be lying to you.
Right.
So could your God.
How do you know that?
Right.
It's a possibility. Is
Okay,
there
stop right
something inconsistent about it?
Wait a minute. Is it's a possibility? How do you know what's possible?
See, you don't deal with that issue directly, do you?
Okay.
That's the problem.
Let me ask you this question. Either it is the case that the God of the Bible exists, or he does not. Do you agree with that statement?
Either the God of the Bible exists or he doesn't. Sure.
Okay, good. Now, since you have conceded that it's possible that the God of the Bible exists, okay? So you conceded?
I don't think that was.
Hold on a second.
A possibility.
No, I'm just trying to figure out how to say this succinctly. You said it's possible for the God of the Bible to exist.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said either he does or he does not.
Okay. Is it possible?
That doesn't assent to a possibility.
Is it possible that the God of the Bible exists?
I don't think so.
Okay. How is it not possible?
I think that he's contradictory.
How is it not possible that the God of the Bible exists?
I already answered that question.
He has a problem with contradiction.
He says not possible because God's contradictory.
How are alleged contradictions a defeater for the Christian God?
I don't think that incoherencies are possible.
Okay. How do you know that a particular absolute exists?
I assume the laws of logic.
Oh, so your defeater that the Christian God exists is because you assume it.
An assumption, right?
Okay. If we do we disagree about the laws of logic, Darwin?
Is it the foundation to your argument that it is not possible that the Christian God exists is because you assume that a particular absolute exists?
I'm assuming the laws of logic. If that means that I'm assuming an absolute.
Okay, so your assumption is the defeater to the existence of the Christian God?
Do you make the same assumption or not?
Is your assumption the defeater to the
I like having
existence of the Christian
conversations where
God?
we try to find where our agreements
you're not
are,
answering
and then we
my
can make
question.
advances
I'll
towards
avoid the question.
You're avoiding the question,
Is your
How am I avoiding the question? I just said that I
okay.
assume the laws of logic. He's
Okay.
saying, and I say
Okay.
that there's a problem with the Christian God as a result of that. And
So
he's saying that
your
the problem is that I'm making an assumption. Do we
so
not both assume the laws of
is
logic?
your assumption
Do you agree on the laws of logic, Darwin?
Is it okay? Well, that's not relevant to my
We're
question.
playing wheeling with your
The
questions.
laws of logic.
And you haven't answered any of my
I will
questions
answer
yet.
the question. I will, in fact, I will answer the question, even though you are avoiding the question. So I will quickly answer the question.
How many questions have
and
I
then I'll
answered
get back
for
to
you?
the question.
I'm interested in finding out things about your position
Now,
and consistently.
God of the Bible. I don't want to have to
my
mute your
inquiry-
microphone. Okay, your mic is now muted.
And turned it back on me.
Okay.
I don't know why you keep doing that.
Okay, I'm going to mute your microphone. Now, I asked you a question, and you dodged it by asking me a question. But in order to embarrass you in
How
the
many
room,
times does that happen from your perspective?
Okay, you're interrupting me. Okay, please stop interrupting me.
Oh, geez,
now,
you
to
interrupted me earlier
embarrass
on
you
in
to the
conversation.
audience, which I enjoy doing because of your cocksureness, the laws of logic exist because God has revealed. God has revealed that is the nature of existence.
All right, I'm giving Carlos the floor real quick.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna make one quick statement, and you guys can continue. I'm just wanted to reveal how full of crap that Ocean is, because I literally have a video recording of this dude on the Matt Slick on the Bible Thumping Wingnut show saying that the only reason he would accept that if the God of the Bible exists is if that they admitted that he was contradictory. Now you're saying that you can't believe that the God of the Bible exists because he's contradictory. And he's not like your primordial chaos who is able to be contradictory in nature. So you don't know. You're just.
Yeah, he's just filibustering. Okay. All right, listen, I want to finish.
That was an interesting conversation. No. Wait. Did you not say on the Bible Thumping Wingnut that the only reason you would accept if the God of the Bible exists is if he admitted that he's able to be contradictory in his own nature? Now you're in this hangout saying that the reason you can't believe he is true is because he's contradictory in nature.
I don't think that incoherencies can exist. And one of the things that's interesting about the chaos conversation that was on the Bible Thumping Wingnut is that someone showed me a contradiction that would have appeared. It's apparent with the idea of chaos, which I agreed with.
Okay, now
so
at
that
asked
point,
the
that I was
question.
just like,
Hold
okay,
on,
well, that
I asked the
idea
question.
of chaos doesn't work.
Okay, I asked a question that you dodged, and you responded. You dodged by asking me a question. The laws of logic exist in virtue that the God of the Bible has revealed them. Now, you asserted that you have a defeater for the God of the Bible. And the defeater is that the God of the Bible is in somehow and in some way a contradiction, right? That entails that an absolute.
That's not what I said.
Okay. So could you?
You get frustrated. You get frustrated when I misrepresent you, so it's going to happen when you misrepresent.
Stop. I'm cutting in. Ocean is the God of the Bible, the Christian God, contradictory or not?
I think that it is, but I don't think
that's stop. That's fine. That's all we needed to hear. Now, the God of the Bible does not exist in virtue of the existence of the law of non-contradiction. Is that your defeater?
Say again.
The God of the Bible cannot exist because the God of the Bible is a contradiction in virtue of the law of non-contradiction.
I don't think that incoherencies exist.
Okay. I'll ask the question again. The God of the Bible does not exist because
I'm trying to give you a complete answer. If you
you're
don't like the
talking
answer,
over
it's
me
not on
as
you.
you usually do. I'll repeat it. In your view, the God of the Bible does not exist because he contradicts himself in virtue of the law of non-contradiction. Is that your defeater?
I didn't say I had a defeater.
But you told me that the God of the Bible cannot exist.
I said I don't think that he exists.
Well, do you have a defeater for that?
I don't think that incoherencies can
Do you
exist.
have a justification that the God of the Bible does not and cannot exist?
Not as a defeater, no.
Okay, then what is your rational basis?
No, I'm saying why I don't believe it.
What is your rational basis that the God of the Bible? What is your rational basis? I'd like to finish
I'm
my
getting straw man
statement
like
without
crazy.
being overtalked.
No, real quick, Didi. I gotta make an observation here.
You let this guy filibuster. He's like a used car salesman.
I just gotta make a quick observation. He's going right back again to his beliefs and things like this. Didn't we note that earlier that he's just asserting what he believes all day? He's
Dude, Antonio, when I get asked questions about my beliefs, we're going to wind up talking about my beliefs.
Okay.
So if you're complaining about the fact that I'm talking about my beliefs, stop asking me about them
and
Is
start
it,
answering the
That's
questions that
not.
I
That's
have.
not. That's
okay,
not.
Ocean,
All
is
right.
it the case? Is it the case that the God of the Bible does not exist?
I don't think he does.
Okay, so is that yes?
That's I don't think he does. That's a complete
Right.
answer.
Is that a yes?
Okay. I've given you my answer.
Okay. Okay. Does the God of the Bible exist?
I don't think he does.
Okay.
So
Good.
it's not a yes.
Is that in virtue of the law of non-contradiction?
I think the Trinity is a violation of the law of non-contradiction.
Okay. Okay. Good. Now, is that your justification why the God of the Bible does not exist?
Do you think the God of the Bible is Trinitarian?
Okay. Is that your
Avoiding the
basis?
question, man.
I
The God of the
think
Bible
that's
does
a
not
valid
exist?
question. Do you think that the God of the
Okay,
Bible is
I want
Trinitarian?
everybody to know
If
in
you
the
don't, then
audience,
it's not the law of
every
non-contradiction
time
that would
I
defeat it, is
ask
it?
Ocean to get a question, he doesn't answer the question, and then when I reiterate the question, he filibusters. Now, Ocean, does the God of the Bible not exist in virtue of the law of non-contradiction?
Do you think the God of the Bible is Trinitarian?
I'm not interested in a question.
I'm trying to figure out what God you're talking about.
You know what, Antonio?
And different Christians have different ideas about the Trinity.
Who is rear end? Ocean, does the God of the Bible not exist for whatever your reasons are in virtue of the law of non-contradiction?
I think it's an easy question to answer whether or not the Bible,
Okay,
God of the Bible is Trinitarian.
Boot him,
Do you think the God of the Bible
Get
is
rid of him,
Trinitarian?
Antonio.
Yeah, you
Boot
gotta go,
him.
man.
Remove him from the room.
Yeah, I'm getting rid of
He's
him.
been
He's.
doing this for over an hour. Remove him.
I got him.
Okay.
He was getting on my nerves too.
He is intellectually dishonest. Okay.
Yeah, he was getting on my nerves too, man.
Ocean would make a brilliant and a very lucrative used car salesman.
Nah,
Yeah,
let's
some
give him a
straightforward
let's give him a vacuum, a daredevil vacuum clean.
G-Con, his new name is Harakiri. He can con himself.
Okay. The reason, let me give you a little insight. The reason why Ocean conducts himself this way with me is because he knows that if he gives a truthful answer to my circumspect questions, he will hopelessly paint himself into a corner that he can't get out. So he knows that if he truthfully answers my questions, that he will be defeated. He knows this. So because he knows he will be defeated, he filibusters, okay? And he dodges. And he knows that that is only by practicing obstructionism and not truthfully answering the questions that he could at least save face or apparently survive in the conversation. But you know what? I'm glad it happened because it's embarrassing for him.
Yeah, you asked him several straightforward questions that he outright deliberately avoided several times. And then he contradicts himself, and then he keeps on going on with the.
That's why it's so frustrating to deal with him.
And I think at one point he was saying that he knows, and then he goes on, eventually says he thinks he knows. it was just a train wreck.
Well, if the God of the Bible cannot exist, it's in virtue of some contradiction, which means the law of non-contradiction holds. How does Ocean know that that the law of non-contradiction holds? After all, if Odin, the god he believes in, told him that the law of non-contradiction holds, Odin could be wrong because Odin is not omniscient. And Odin is not omnipotent. And Odin might possibly know that the law of non-contradiction holds, but he might fail to communicate that correctly because he's not omnipotent. And that's right, Odin could be lying to him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Ocean is all over the place, and it's painfully embarrassing to hear his shenanigans. And I want to do a shout out to Arcane for brilliantly hitting the nail on the head.
Yeah, you did hit it on the head, Arcane.
Yeah, I think once he got that point out, that was pretty much a wrap right there, and the conversation just went downhill for Ocean entirely.
So all the unbelievers left, basically.
It appears like it.
Well,
like,
okay, what happens? What happens when you turn on the light? The cockroaches scurry.
Mm-hmm. Tim,
We're definitely still watching though, because my viewership went up.
right. Tim, are you a theist? Is Tim a theist?
I'm an agnostic, but I don't want to argue with you guys.
Right.
Like,
Well, do you know what the gospel is? Can I give you the gospel?
yeah, I hear a lot.
No, Tim and I have had a number of conversations, but you see, even though I don't agree with Tim on a number of issues, at least when he has conversations, he's not being intellectually dishonest.
Right. So
Okay.
Tim, man, when are you gonna repent and get right with the Lord, man? Clearly, you see the foolishness of those who profess themselves to be wise and speak against the Lord. They can't even give an account, a rational account for why they believe what they believe, man. When you gonna get right with the Lord, dude? Today's the day of salvation. Tomorrow's not promised. 100,000 people die every day, man. It's a free gift, man.
Yeah, I know. I still got a lot of thinking about. I'm thinking about it. Like I watch a lot of videos, Matt Slick and all that stuff. But like, I'm keeping my mind open.
Well, can you express like what is it about the Bible that you may don't agree with or anything like that?
I guess it's like, I guess the moral thing. I guess a little bit.
So what about the moral thing? What exactly do you mean? Do you disagree with God's calling people to live virtuous, holy, wise lives, or do you disagree with some of his forms of punishment? Like, what do you mean the moral thing?
If you like, I guess if you like believe in like Christianity, like there's a lot of like baggage to it. Like you have to believe in a whole lot of stuff.
Like what? What's the baggage?
Like I guess the whole homosexuality thing,
Mm-hmm.
and the
What's the homosexuality thing? That it's unnatural, it's unhealthy, it's unbiblical.
Yeah, that and
science demonstrates that. Even psychology, even traditional form of marriage from all types of places, clearly show that the healthy way is to have a fit mother and a fit father. They're psychologically and physically designed for one another. If everybody became homosexual, that'd be the end of the human race, So it's not like God is arbitrarily speaking out against this type of practice.
I know, but like it's kind of hard because like if someone's like, I guess like, prefers somebody of a different, I guess like if they're like gay, I guess, or lesbian, and they're like a good person living a good life forever,
Well, the Bible says there's no one that is not good. We've all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. We sin in thought, word, and deed. I mean, I know you would admit that you're not perfect. I would admit that I'm not perfect. So this idea that people are living this good life, naturally they're not. They fall short of God's standard every day. Are they out committing mass genocide? I'm not saying that's the case, but it's a lie. It's a lie that sex, that everybody needs sexual fulfillment, or that everybody needs to be in a romantic type of relationship with somebody. I think that's a lie.
I know, but it's not really about that. Like they could be, I guess homosexual, but like, it's not really about sex for them. It's just like being in a relationship, just being someone they love.
Well, that's not biblical love, though. That's actually, that's actually a type of hatred. It's they're hating God. They're hating the natural order that He created. They're not really loving themselves. They're just merely infatuated with one another. You can have other relationships that are fulfilling. You can have a friendship. You can have that family type of bond. It's like I said, it's a lie to equate that everybody needs to be, sexually fulfilled or have this type of eros love, and it's just simply not true.
And I can agree with that. I'm sorry.
It's kind of like
gonna
arbitrary.
How's it arbitrary?
Make one point? Can I make one point? Like, what if like a god told you to like men? Like, would you like?
I'm not even gonna entertain that stupid question, because the fact, as I said, besides God's words proving true, I mean, science demonstrates this, psychologists demonstrate this, traditional way of marriage and family union throughout history demonstrates this. So you're gonna really put your eternity at stake. You're really gonna risk hell because. All right, let me ask you a question. Are you a homosexual?
No, I'm not.
So you're not a homosexual, so basically you're gonna reject God, you're gonna reject his free gift, and willing to take the righteous wrath of God for eternity because you want two men to be able to be with each other and two women to be able to be with each other.
Just I feel that like people just have stuff they're attracted to, and like
even animals.
Well, yeah, like animals.
Now we're
I
gonna
want to say. I'm sorry. I wanted to say, in response to what you said, what people will have things that they are attracted to, or people that they are attracted to. There's a group of people called NAMBLA. I don't know if you heard of them or if anyone here has heard of them.
Yeah, I know who they are.
Yeah, but these are a group of people who feel like it's natural for them and it's completely normal for them to have sexual feelings or relationship feelings toward a underage child. And they make the same reasonings that you're making right now. Not disrespecting you, but just saying like they make the same reasonings that you're making. So I mean, who's this? Of course, by the Bible, we feel like that's wrong, but who's to say they're wrong if we was to go by your reasoning?
That's kind of a bad argument because like as
it's like feelings. You're basically saying they have these feelings, right? They want to love who they want to love. You're making the same argument.
No, because like people like are because like with kids, they can't consent. They're like they don't really know like how to feel and everything. But people in today's society, like we argue about that of like how. So like the people that I guess like kids or whatever, they'll be wrong because people will argue against that having sex with kids is wrong, and like people will.
Where's you see, you're having these arbitrary standards. You're just like, like, why? Okay, so why can you accept that arbitrary standard, right? And why can't you accept what God says in His words, that a man should be with a woman and a woman should be with a man, and that's what love is, and these two should consent with one another. Why do you have to accept what you hold to? Why are you any more merciful or gracious or more loving than what God is?
Because I feel people are liberated to love other people.
Liberated
to like choose who they like. Like people are like have preference to who they like.
So you can't. So
with kids.
So you're saying nobody is a sexual pervert, regardless of who they want to love. That a man loving a man he's not being a sexual pervert. He's not being a sexual deviant. He's not disrupting the natural order of life.
Well, there's people that are asexual. They don't have sex at all, and they just have relationships, and they just love each other. There's nothing to do with sex, and there could be two women. There could be two women that's asexual and just never have sex, and like there's such thing as people like that. People just like being with each other.
So you met somebody like that?
Well, yeah, I know people like that. Look on YouTube, asexual of two same sex and two men sex. That exists.
Craft. Culture Marx is a crap that's just trying to create division out here and just reprobate people. But at the end of the day, dude, look, man, it's a mental disorder. Okay, that's a mental disorder, dude. All right. Okay, you have women out. I'm gonna tell you why. You have women out here. I'll give you a perfect example. Dude, mute your mic, bro, before you get booted. All right. You have women out here, right, who will sit there and say, I'm not attracted to a man, right? I don't want to be with a man. And they go out and they date a dude that looks just like a man, talks like a man, acts like a man, dresses like a man, and dare I say, use certain instruments that resemble a man's penis. And then you're going to tell me that that's not a mental disorder?
I'm like, there's people that do that, but there's also people that don't do it strictly for sex. That's the whole point. Like, just people are just attracted to.
I'm not saying it's just a sex thing, but what I'm saying is that type of relationship, that type of romantic affection that they have for one another, that is not natural. That's not how the way society is built. That's not how the traditional family is made. And if people were to adopt that way of living, then society would end. There'd be no more people.
Trust. Let me just make a qualification here. You shouldn't say that it's not natural. You shouldn't say that it's not natural. I'll be
a fallacy, right?
Hold on. You shouldn't say that it's not natural. I know what you mean by that, but because there is no way to establish what is natural or that it is good from the skeptic's point of view, you should say this is a rebellion against God's design.
Right. Well, the scripture uses unnatural passion, so
that's a fallacy. Like, that's a traditional fallacy, right? Something like.
Well, I'm just saying God considers.
I mean, that's not the natural fallacy. Like,
all right, God considers it an unnatural passion. That's what
God says. It's unnatural in that God is the creator and orderer of nature. See, trust is not saying, well, animals just don't behave that way and we have to do things the way things have evolved. That's not what trust means by it. What he means by it is it's unnatural, meaning this is rebellion against God's design.
Oh, I see. Like, I guess, like, you're saying that God didn't design humans to like the same sex, so like we shouldn't do it. That's what you mean. I think is what you're saying.
In the beginning, God created them both male and female. Okay. God didn't create trisexuals or quadrisexuals. He created them male and female. Okay.
Well, what's a trisexual? Or a quadrisexual?
Well, you got bisexual, trisexual. Means they're not bisexual.
Maybe they like cats.
Trisexual. Or you just being a bit facetious. What is a trisexual?
Anything you want it, anything you want it to be.
Right.
I don't want it to be anything. I just wondered what you meant by it.
Well, that's what I meant. You know, anything. We have all of these hyphenated sexualities out there.
Do we?
Yeah.
Okay, just be quiet, Gene. We're talking to Tim, all right? It's pretty common sense what we're talking about. If you know what a bisexual is, you should be able to put two and two together what a trisexual is, okay? You can act like an ass, you get removed out of here, so be quiet.
Well, listen, let me satisfy G. We could, for the sake of the conversation, we could define trisexual, if you like, as somebody who likes men, women, and goats.
Are you happy, G?
Are you happy, G?
I'm fine. Yeah. Are you happy?
I just hope when I gave you that definition about them people liking goats, just don't say nah.
Okay, I'll try.
I just got that.
In the dictionary, trisexual says a person willing to try anything.
Oh wow,
sounds pretty healthy.
Is that Urban Dictionary?
hold on. I don't really know. I just Googled the first thing I saw. And
it's probably Urban Dictionary.
It says Wiktionary, so I doubt that's very trustworthy.
So why does God allow homosexuality in the world then? Why doesn't he just stop it from happening?
Because he's merciful, that's why.
That's right, because God is patient toward men, not wishing for any to perish, but for all to come into repentance. Why does God allow you, G, to sin, and why does he allow me to sin? Because God is patient, but his patience will not continue forever.
Okay, that's great, but he could just stop people from being gay. He could just get rid of it so that it isn't even an issue.
No. God will stop sin and rebellion on his plan and timetable.
Well, that's great, but his plan and timetable could be improved by him just not allowing the thing he doesn't like.
Actually,
hold on a second. He said it could be improved. So in other words, what G is claiming is that there's a better way to run the course of history. Is that correct?
Well, I didn't say the course of history.
He said there's a better way.
Well, okay. Well, let me finish then. I didn't say the course of history. He has stated, according to you, that homosexuality is a sin. It's something he doesn't like. It's gay people are apparently rebelling against God's plan. That seems to me to be a bad thing then. So he could just get rid of it. He has the power, surely. He could just get rid of people.
But you see, God. Okay, here's the mistake in your reasoning.
Well, if he gets rid of it by killing people,
you're thinking. Okay, you see, You see what you didn't understand. Maybe it went over your head. God has a plan for human history. Okay. And him temporarily allowing sin and rebellion is a part of his plan. And in that plan is that sin and rebellion will occur for some temporal period. What you object to, that you feel could be a better way, is that he piecemeal pick and choose various parts of evil. But that's not how God's operating human history. God will judge all evil at a time and place of his choosing after the second coming of Jesus Christ. Now, you say that there's a better way. So obviously, you know more than God, and you have better decision-making capabilities than a God who is omniscient. Now, how were you able to arrive at a better way, being that you're not omniscient?
Well, I've just explained. He doesn't, he has the power to make it so that gay people never, that homosexuality wasn't a thing.
No. You see, wait a minute. Hold on a second. You're wrong. You are wrong, because that's not the God of the Bible.
Based on what I haven't
the God
finished saying.
Of the Bible, the God of the Bible, does not have the capacity to give people free will where they cannot do sin.
All right, I want to.
That's an incoherent notion.
I want to hear your entire explanation. Wait, G. I want to hear your entire explanation, just so you can't say nobody let you finish. Go.
Sure. He has the capacity to basically take homosexuality out of the equation so that it never existed. No one was ever compelled to do it. It was never within the sphere of human existence. So no one would have thought, I'd like to be gay, but I won't, or whatever. It wouldn't even exist. No one would think about it. No one would know about it. No one would do it. No one would think it, feel it. However you believe homosexuality exists, it wouldn't be there. That's what he could do, but he chooses not to.
The mistake that you're making is you're focusing on a particular form of rebellion. Okay? Homosexuality is only one type of a class,
exactly,
which is called rebellion. Okay?
And how do you know? And G, how do you know?
Now let me finish. It is not logically coherent to say that God can give people libertarian free will in such a way that they could not rebel. That's logically incoherent.
Right. Not only that,
no, you're
G.
not hearing what I'm saying.
Here's the problem, G. Homosexuality, you see, you're focusing on the surface manifestation, whether it's lying, whether it's homosexuality, or whether it's robbing banks. These are surface manifestations of what is otherwise known as rebellion against God. So when you state that God could create people who could not sin, the only way that you can utter that in a coherent way is for God to create robots.
Right.
No, that's not what I said at all.
G, let me ask you a question.
Okay, good. So can God
I got a
create?
question.
Let me hold on.
Antonio wants to ask me a question. It's his
Can
room.
God create?
It's his room.
I'll let him ask, but then I
the
gotta
reason
ask.
why is because this question is laser sharp. It goes to the heart of the matter. G, can God create a being that has a type of libertarian free will that they could not choose to do rebellion against God? G, is that a logically coherent concept?
Well, I don't. How are you defining libertarian free will? Because what I'm saying is that
libertarian free will means that you don't have I don't have free will.
You don't like people finishing, do you? It's great when people can finish what they're saying. All I'm saying is it's not about turning people into robots. If God takes homosexuality off the table so that it never existed, not that people, are gay and then clicks his fingers and then people are not gay, but they can somehow remember this, or that they can't choose to be it. If it's not there at all, they can't. There's nothing to choose.
Well, let me
it's
ask
not
you.
about being robots.
Well, let me ask you a question about that.
You know what? I explained the answer to you, and you didn't comprehend.
You're talking over that. You're talking over Antonio all the time.
No, I'm pointing out to you that you're ignoring my response to you. Either you didn't comprehend it or you're ignoring it.
But Didi, watch this. Let me try a different question. Hey, G, is it possible that God would permit homosexuality for reasons you may not be aware of? Yes or no?
Is it possible that he would allow it? Do you mean?
Is it possible? Is it possible that there could be a greater, more reasonable, it's redundant, but a more reasonable reason that he permits homosexuality for reasons you're not aware of? Is that possible?
Well, since I wouldn't be aware of the reasons, no, I have no idea.
So you don't know. And yet you say that God could have done it. So you don't know. But you said that God could have done it this way, but you don't know.
I don't know what I don't know.
So you're attacking. So you're attacking God based on. You're attacking what God is doing. No, sir, wait. You are attacking God based on things that you don't even know.
I'm not attacking anyone, okay? You need to stop seeing this as an attack.
You did. You said God, there was a better way that God could have done it.
Yes, you're attacking the way God has done it now.
If I say to someone there's a better way to cross the road or to get from A to B, that's not an attack.
No, you're saying that God.
It is an attack.
You're saying the way that God has done. No, sir. You're saying the way that God has done it now is insufficient or inefficient or decrepit or imperfect in one way, shape, or form. Okay. That's why you're making the objection.
Okay, I'm gonna nuke G's position in one felled swoop.
Right,
okay, so you're saying that God could have done it better by simply completely eliminating the possibility of homosexuality. Is that your position?
Yeah, if you like.
Okay, good. Now, would it have been better if God created a world where he completely circumvented or prevented homosexuality and bank robbery?
And bank robbery?
Yeah.
You mean stealing?
Yes.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, good. Now, but you see, we can't stop there, because now we can go down all the variants of sin and rebellion. So you just
Why?
why? Because you see, when you say God could have eliminated one type of sin, that's better, then it would be even better still if he eliminated another category of sin.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, good.
So just
Now,
eliminate
if God,
them all.
okay, because if we follow your reasoning, okay, then that means either God would not allow you to come into existence, or he strikes you dead.
Well, since
Exactly,
God,
checkmate.
Okay,
well, since the God you believe in can do what he wants anyway, he can strike me down for a reason you would have to accept.
Your reasoning may be well intentioned, but it's faulty, because your reasoning, there's a better. I'm going to explain it to you. It's bad reasoning. You're saying that God could have done better by preventing a certain class of sin. Well, if it would be better if God prevented homosexuality when he now temporarily tolerates it, then by your reasoning, if God prevents another class of sin, namely bank robbery, right, that would be better still. And you said correct to that, did you not?
Yeah.
Well, good. Then why stop at homosexuality? Because you see, it would be better in your reasoning for him to eliminate bank robbery and homosexuality. But why stop there? Then we could go to bank robbery, homosexuality, adultery, lying, lust. Okay, and we can go through all the classes of sin, and that would include all of the sins that you commit.
Okay, so what?
So therefore,
and I would
the reason why it's not better, the reason why, if we follow the necessary implications of your reasoning, the reason why it's not better is because either you will not be brought into existence, or God strikes you down the moment you commit your first sin. But the reason why, I'm not done yet. So when you appeal to it's better by eliminating sin and more sins, that would necessarily include you. And the only reason why God allows you to commit sin and other people to commit sin is because he is merciful and patient toward man, not willing that any come into repentance. The reason why God is not executing judgment right now for evil and sin is because of his mercy and his patience. But he has a timetable when he will have to execute his justice. And the reason why it's not happening now with any future acts of homosexuality and bank robbery and any other sins that anyone commits is because he is a God of love and mercy and is waiting for people to repent in order to be saved. So you see, if we followed the implications of your reasoning, you would be dead right now.
Not
but because of
necessarily.
God's mercy, no, necessarily, absolutely.
No, not necessarily.
I just explained it to you. I'll be glad to go over it again, and it has to do with the implications.
Well, you've gone over it twice, and I haven't actually been able to respond.
Okay, you can respond, but I've just refuted what you said. I'll be glad to go it over, but go ahead.
You haven't refuted it because I haven't said it. Firstly, there we go. If I was to not have existed, I wouldn't know about it, so it wouldn't be a problem. I don't care about that.
That's not an answer.
Well, of course it is. Secondly,
no, it isn't.
If there was no sin, then I would.
No, but it would be better because sin would have been.
I wouldn't be struck dead. Oh, good grief! I wouldn't be struck dead for committing sin in a world where there was no sin. If God was to get rid of all sin, because you said, why stop there? Great, we carry on. So all sin is removed in the fashion I have said. Doesn't necessarily mean that people are killed or whatever. They just don't commit sin. It's not an issue for them. They don't think about it.
Then they would be robots.
Why would they be robots?
Because I just explained to you. I just explained to you the logical incoherence that.
No, you didn't.
I'll explain it again. You don't. You know what? I take great pains to try to express things in ways that are easy to understand. All right, now I'll explain it again to you. It is not a logic. It is not a logically coherent idea that God could create beings with a type of free will where they could not exercise the option to commit evil. That's a logically incoherency. It's a self-contradiction. So
Right,
in
so
order,
what?
okay,
We're talking about God here.
Okay, do you understand that God cannot do the logically incoherent because the logically incoherent things cannot exist?
All you're saying is that God can't get rid of sin. He can't. He
No,
can't
that
have
is
fashioned a
not.
world where that
Wow.
doesn't happen.
Okay,
I'm not
wow.
done.
This is
I'm not
this is
done.
shocking how obtuse you are.
I am not done.
Wow.
All you're
Obtuse.
saying is that God can't get good grief. All you're doing is saying that God can't get rid of sin. Well, if that's the problem, if
No,
that's the
God
case, then
can
let's
get
just
rid
leave
of
it.
sin.
Good God, do you ever stop?
He didn't
No,
say God can get rid of sin.
G, the fact of the matter is, you know what your problem is? You raise these objections, and then when the objections are answered, you just ignore what is said.
And
I
remember,
haven't actually been able to make a point.
no, G, I'll let you finish in its entirety, and your point still was off, dude.
No,
Come
no,
on,
you
you
let
can't
me
even try that.
He doesn't stop. You notice this. He talks over you.
You know why God? Do you know?
Oh, see what I mean? Here we
do
go.
you know why God is going to permit sin tomorrow? You know
I
why
know
that's
why
going to
you're
happen?
going to say it.
You see, you
You're
said
going
it
to
would be
assume that
better
you know
if
it.
God stops it. Do you know why? It's because if he were to do that, if he were to do your better scenario in your reasoning, is that would mean that Judgment Day has come.
Yeah,
And
you have no chance to.
and there would be people standing on earth that would
You're
no
not getting it.
longer. Okay, listen.
Yes, I heard what you said. You're not getting what I'm saying. I'm not saying that people stop sinning now. I'm saying that he prevents it for all of time. That was the point I was making about homosexuality.
I've already
Hang
addressed
on. Hang on. Hang on. Jesus Christ. Stop. Stop muting me, okay? I am trying to make a point.
Okay, don't take the Lord's name in vain, please. I'm sorry, that was an accident. I didn't mean to mute you. Go ahead.
All right, look. The point I was making about homosexuality is that God doesn't just stop it from happening from this point moving forward. He stops it for all of time. It never existed. It was never there.
Yeah,
so people don't miss what they don't have. So what you're talking about with Judgment Day is irrelevant.
I addressed that.
No, you didn't.
It's already been addressed. Yeah, I did.
I asked you, was it possible that God would allow such things like that to happen for reasons that you may not be aware of? You said you don't know. And when I told
I don't know what I don't know. Correct, yes.
Okay, but if you don't know why he would allow it, then you can't sit up here and say what he should or shouldn't do or what he should have done.
Okay.
I can give you my opinion. That's all I can do. That's all you can do. That's all any of us can do. This is what happens in a conversation.
We're gonna have to go over this again. Now, you said God could have done it better if he completely prevented the possibility of homosexuality. That's your position. Now, if we follow your reasoning, its natural implications, then a better world could exist where God entirely prevented homosexuality and bank robbery. But you see, then we don't have to stop.
We just went through this.
That's
Why
right.
are you saying this again?
You're not comprehending your faulty reasoning. Now,
no, you're not comprehending what I'm saying, and therefore you dismiss what happened. I'm trying
to explain it to you
get angry and upset and
again.
throw people out of the hand.
Okay. Now I will explain it to you.
Here we go with the meeting.
I'm explaining to you again that your scenario, you're talking over me. I'm explaining the scenario. I'm explaining the scenario to you that if there is a better world, I'm trying to speak. If there is a better world where God stops one sin, then by using that rationality, stopping another class of sin or sins would be even better. But then there would still be a better world. There would still be a better world where God prevents other sins. So we would start with homosexuality.
Yes, we've just been through
Now,
this.
okay, I'm not done yet. Now, a better world is where God prevented all bank robbery. Would that be a better world still?
Asking me this question again. Do you think I'm going to give you a different answer?
Okay. Now, would it be a better world where God created where nobody sinned at all?
Well, I've already answered this question. You're just repeating yourself.
Is that
It's
yes?
not fun to everyone to listen to, is
Is
it?
the answer that the ultimately best possible world is where no sin occurs?
I'm not. Look, I'm not gonna go around the houses with you like this.
You know what?
every
You know
time.
what?
I've already answered
Get
the
him out of
questions.
here.
Let's move on.
Antonio, he's trolling. Okay? I'm trying to have a
Yeah, this is-
conversation with the clown. He's just an obnoxious jerk. Get him out of the room.
Antonio, have you noticed how he behaved?
Get
Have
the
you noticed how he
clown
talks
out of
over people and insults them?
Get him out of here. He's
You
a
want to kick me out?
troll.
You kick me out. I haven't insulted him, and yet this is what
Dude,
happens
dude.
every time. Whoever
Dude.
speaks to him is a troll. You notice that?
Yeah.
As well. You want to have a think about that.
Dude, all I can tell you is what I observed. He's made certain points clear to you over and over and over again. You've dodged certain questions over and over again. How can we conclude that you're nothing but a troll at that point?
I haven't dodged any question. I answered his question.
Okay,
He just
let's go
keeps
back to
repeating it.
square one. We're going to go back to square one.
Do you think that's going to help you?
Better.
Repeating it again.
Okay, please.
I'm not going to answer the same question with a different answer.
Okay,
You
you know
already had the answer.
Yeah.
Here we
he's-
go.
he-
Lose
he's-
your temper.
He's gotta go.
Man, look, this is my take on things. The fact,
he gotta go.
This is my take on things, man. You know, people may disagree or whatever. I believe God has ordained all things to come to pass, and He's choosing to allow things like homosexuality to exist to display His power and His glory in somehow, some way. Whether it's demonstrating His patience, His long suffering, His mercy, His grace, His righteous wrath, whatever He allows to happen is for the purpose of this of demonstrating His glory, and He has the right to do that, and so He can do that however He wishes. So, and I
Okay,
think
here's what he's doing. Here's what he's doing. Okay, because he's an obtuse skeptic. He laid it out. He said God could have done a better job. Okay.
Yeah.
He's committing a category error. He's thinking of God as though God were a glorified human being, right? Like, for example, suppose we have a principal of a school. The school would operate better if he removed the disruptive student from the class and sent him home. Okay? That's an analogy. But God is not merely a human authority figure. He is the righteous judge and king of all creation. So that when G makes his category error and is thinking of God as though he were just simply a glorified human being, he has a misconception of God. Okay? The God that he's thinking of is not the God of the Bible. Because when he says that God could have done it better, he's using faulty reasoning. Because if we follow his reasoning that God could have done a better job by eliminating homosexuality, well, then the world would be even better if God eliminated altogether bank robbery. But then again, it would be altogether better if God eliminated all lying. But then again, it would all be altogether better if God eliminated adultery. And you see, we can continue this chain of reasonings, which are necessary implications of what his initial argument was, where the best possible world would be not to create any free moral agency. Okay?
So you're saying in order for people to have free will, they have to choose to do good and evil?
No,
That's what you're
what he's failing to understand is that if God were to eliminate particular sins, the only reason why there are continuance of particular sins is because where God can extend his period of mercy. Okay,
Right.
See, right now we're in a period of mercy and grace. And what I mean by grace, I don't mean ultimate salvific grace. I mean temporary grace. Right now, the fact that God is not implementing Judgment Day, he is forestalling it. It is merciful, allowing men and women to repent, be they bank robbers, homosexuals, liars, whatever, anybody on this earth. Okay?
Mhm.
So his idea of better would mean that God would do it piecemeal, but it's that reasoning fails, because better still, you would eliminate not just homosexuality, but lying and bank robbery. Then better still, all the list of sins. So the best possible world that would ultimately be better, according to G's reasoning, is not permitting anybody to sin. And the only way to be able to prevent anyone from sinning is to create robots, because it's not logically coherent for God to create free moral agents who cannot use their free will against God's character and will. So you see, he has a faulty conception of the God of the Bible, and he has a faulty conception of God's plan for human history. But you see, it doesn't matter to explain this kind of stuff, because you see, in his mind, he's already decided that there is no God, and he just wants to slander the God of the Bible. But
Right.
I've just shown that if you follow the implications of what he has to say, it ends in self-refutation. And then when you point that out to him, he just ignores it. Because you heard him when I said, would it not be even a better world if God eliminated bank robbery? And he said, yes. Well, then wouldn't it be a better world if he eliminated adultery? Well, yes. Well, ultimately, the best possible world, according to him, that would be better than right now would be no human beings at all. He wouldn't be here. You see, how do you get around that? The only way they might get around it is to assume an incoherent notion that God could create free moral agents who could not sin. I don't know if I said that correctly. Create free moral agents who couldn't sin. Well, then you wouldn't be a free moral agent then. It never ceases to amaze me, the poor reasoning of the skeptics.
No, it's just it's as it is. It's just a matter of sovereignty, man. They want to be sovereign, and they, but God's throne is not up for grabs. So, I've never met an atheist who never said if God existed, then he doesn't have the right to do whatever he does. And so he's God. He has the right to do whatever he does, and importantly, he doesn't do things arbitrarily. He does all things.
How about this?
Was that last guy an atheist?
Yeah, he's an atheist. Okay, how about this? He says God could have done it better. Well, would the world be a better place if tomorrow somebody doesn't sin? Well, according to his thinking, the answer would be yes. Then if he kills himself, he's going to make the world a better place, because he won't be in it tomorrow to sin.
It's all a matter. He's looking at it from a human perspective, or what benefits him. He's not looking at it from a God perspective. God cannot do anything. He does all things for his.
He doesn't want a better world, because you see, tomorrow, if he's alive, the world won't be better.
You're joking, man. You're joking.
Right.
Well, no, that's tongue in cheek. I'm not advocating that he kill himself.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out to him that when he wakes up tomorrow, he's going to be a sinner. Okay. And how about this? Why don't we take tomorrow there will be certain people who will commit sin. So wouldn't it be a better world tomorrow if we eliminate them today? Because then they won't be sinning tomorrow, and that will be a better world.
Right.
I'll be right back.
Right. Well, yeah, man, as I was saying, God does all things for his glory. For him to do anything less than his glory, he'd be an idolater, because God is the highest good. And so if he wants to demonstrate his mercy, his grace, his wrath, his, in ways of or allowing or sin to be a part of his will, then, he has the right to do it. And as I was saying before, I think it's a marvelous, wonderful, awesome way. The fact that he will become a man, let alone just becoming a man, period, let alone being mocked and rejected by his own people, and being accused and willing to even suffer the sin of any human being. And the fact that God, created a plan of redemption to create a people unto himself, I think that's an awesome thing. So while people are upset at the idea that, God would ordain evil to happen within his plans, I understand it completely. I think it's of course, because we're humans, we're only concerned about our benefit. But you know what? The fact of the matter is this: he's the potter, we're the clay. If God wants to use a person to save them, if God wants to damn a person, then that's his prerogative. At the end of the day, the end of the gospel is not our salvation; it's the supremacy of Christ. And so that doesn't sit well with a lot of people. But the reality is that God is sovereign. He's king. He's the ruler. He's doing things all for his glory. And so he's number one. And all glory, praise, and honor and be to his name, in the name of Jesus Christ alone. So you can accept the good news of Jesus Christ, that he died for the sake of sinners, that they may be reconciled with God in heaven. That if you put your trust and faith for him alone, that you should be safe from the righteous judgment to come. And the fact of the matter is, all of these atheists and these skeptics trying to come with this mere, I'm just a skeptic, I just don't understand, I need more proof. You guys are just suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. It's not a man that I've ever came across with that's admitted he's perfect. And history shows that man knows that God exists, and man knows that he's accountable to God, and man knows that he's fallen against God. So you have these religions who all have these themes of salvation and redemption, and trying to be back right with God, whether they're considered, being one with God or being forgiven. Man knows this, and he suppresses the truth. And the fact of the matter is this, right? God deserves our respect. He deserves our reverence. He deserves our obedience. And that's what all of you guys who are listening need to do. You need to repent. You need to change your mind about the things of God and obey him, whether you like it or not. Just like a child may not like doing his homework, may not like taking a shower. Just like a husband may not like helping his wife clean, or whatever it is. You just need to get right with God. Understand that you're a human being. His ways are higher than your ways. There's only so much you know, and you just stop being immature, stop being rebellious, and submit to your Creator. He's a wonderful, awesome, marvelous Lord, and he deserves your reverence. And if you're not going to do that, then you can pay for your sins in hell, which is going to be impossible for you to do. So you guys need to get right with God. Point blank. That's it.
Amen. I think that's a good place to bring this to a close. I'll probably be doing another hangout by sometime about. But that's the end of that one for now. So thanks for watching, everybody. Take care. God bless and peace.